Happy Sunday, Captain Coder here on this beautiful Sunday morning here for me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So nice to see you here on this beautiful morning. Devro, with that first, welcome back, Devro. How are you? You save any more washed up streamers? I appreciate you saving me the other day. Bring me aboard to Revere's stream, my friend. Fell asleep, but I washed ashore thanks to the safety of Devro. Thank you so much, Devro, for your safety, for my safety. Thank you so much for taking care of me. I appreciate you. Tawny does stuff. Hey, it's my favorite streamer, Tawny says. That's making me blush, Tawny. You're making me blush. I appreciate that so much. So nice to have you here on this beautiful Sunday, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I think it's a good afternoon for you. Is that correct, Tawny? We also got Sir Black Soul with the hype cheer. I see all the crew already rallied up. That's right, Sir Black Soul. We're all rallied here. We're ready to go. We're ready to hop in. We're ready for some dice sling. Deborah says, always on watch. You know how I am. I know how you be, Deborah. I know how you be, my friend. Sir Black Soul, I'm so excited, my friend. You know why I'm so excited? Because today we are working on Dice Sling. This might be the last day we're working on it. Tomorrow, so this will be day 7. Tomorrow we're hopefully starting a new project. I'm not sure what new project's going to be. We got some good suggestions. I'm sort of torn between what we're gonna do. Part of me wants to implement a web project using Blazor, but we got some project ideas. If you guys have more project ideas, go and pop in. We got some good ideas. Maybe a VR game. I do have a VR headset that I might plug in. Maybe we do some VR in Unity. I don't know. Something in Java. Line Dragons thinking maybe we do some Java stuff starting next week. Cheap Grams, just a lemonade coffee game, so like a shop simulator would be really interesting, I think. Part of me feels like this achievement system sounds cool. We got so many ideas here, folks. I'd love to hear what ideas you guys might have for this. Sir Black Soul says, getting Unity connected with the Oculus Quest is something I've struggled to set up myself. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd have to look into. I've never set up my own system. I've never actually hooked up my VR. It's like I use it on the Xbox, but I think it'll work. I forget exactly what it's called, but I think it will work on anything. It just has like it has two HD or two, not HDMIs, but for what they're called, 2 input ports, 1 for each eye, and then I think it has a USB or something. I'd have to look into getting it set up exactly, but I think that'd be really cool. Exploring shaders is something that I'm really interested in doing as well. So there's also, I'm struggling to pick one. Simple multiplayer online game. This is another one I'm thinking of doing. I think I might do a game that's kind of like Battleship or some variant of chess. If you've ever heard of Kung Fu Chess, I think Kung Fu Chess might be a really fun thing to implement. Or maybe a Kung Fu Checkers. I'm not sure. Chess is kind of hard. Kung Fu Chess is a version of chess in which it's a multiplayer chess game, but you don't have to wait for the other player. The turns don't go back and forth. Instead, every piece you move, every piece has a cooldown timer on it, so you just can't move that piece until its cooldown is done. So it's sort of a game where you can move all your pieces very, very quickly, and you win when you actually capture the other player's king. I might do a Kung Fu chess game, because that seems really, really fun. Or the other one I thought was some variant of Battleship. My students, I'm going to have them I want them to implement a Battleship game. So part of me is thinking I might be doing a multiplayer version of Battleship using Blazor to sort of render the front end of it. I'm not sure. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens. We're going to wait. We'll see we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. Folks, we also got a new giveaway going on. We have a new giveaway happening. Last week, we gave away the Captain Coder laser engraved holographic desk piece. We gave this away. The winner was our very own Lahovo. Lahovo, congratulations again. This week, we're giving away some Captain Coasters, some Captain Coder coasters, folks. Laser engraved Captain Coder coasters. All you gotta do, click that little enter button. I don't know why it's an enter button this time. There's something in the options that I don't understand. Last time you had to click this little react. Now you just click enter. I don't know the difference. I don't understand. Look, Captain Coder's a simpleton, folks. Captain Coder doesn't understand these types of things. But we got a giveaway going on this week. So you got to enter to win. We might be doing, we'll see what happens, but I also want to do some more giveaways for some live giveaways. So later today, stay tuned. We'll be giving away another pair of Captain Coder socks, folks. Another pair of Captain Coder socks. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for that. We're gonna be doing that later today. Live on stream. Live on stream. We're gonna test out the giveaway program again. Oh man, my shoulder. I slept so weird on my shoulder. I think I dislocated it in my sleep or something because it's so achy today. Even who knows, last week I had a similar issue. I'm gonna have to go see a doctor just to get that checked out because man, my shoulder's so achy. It's awkward and weird and I don't get it. I'm gonna have to, yeah, something strange going on with my shoulder, folks. So if you see me doing something weird with my shoulder, that's what's going on. But so happy to have you all here on this BEA beautiful Sunday. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. But we're gonna hop back into Diceling. So anyone who hasn't seen Diceling before, we've made a lot of progress. Let's see here. Let's look at this example here. Let's set Haskell mode on it. So we can actually write what you know, it's a Turing complete language. Turns out Turing complete's a relatively low bar. Anyone who's more familiar with what Turing complete means, it just means essentially that you can solve anything that's classified as a computational problem. That's the simplest way to say it. The biggest thing to do it is you basically have to have loops. If you have loops in your language, you're almost certainly Turing complete. That's not entirely true, but we have loops. We can do recursion in our language. We have access to reading and writing, reading numbers, but writing numbers, generating data, and we can do some randomness stuff in here as well. It's my are we back? We had issues with this yesterday as well. So that's really disappointing. I don't know exactly what's going on out there, but we're gonna be hopping in, we're gonna be checking it out. But yeah, this is our example language here. No, Sir Black Soul, yesterday it kept coming in and out and I don't know what's going on with it. I think it's Twitch. On YouTube, it seems fine. So like if I click over and watch my YouTube stream, on YouTube, it's running fine. On Twitch, for whatever reason, it keeps dropping not all the time, but somewhat frequently, more often than I would like to. That said, we are hopping in here. We've got our own program language. This program language is really, really cool. The one thing about it that is unique compared to most other program languages is we have dice notation built into the language. So you can do this here. So this syntax here that I'm highlighting, 3d6. This implies that we want a number that is randomly generated by rolling 3 six-sided dice. So I can do 3d6 plus x. This means 3d6 plus whatever number is supplied as in our roll function. So if I did a roll of 7, it'd be 3d6. So 3 six-sided dice plus 7 would be the result. And then we can write if statements and we can do recursion. We have a pretty, what I would consider a almost useful language. You can do computation with this language, which is pretty cool. I did another example yesterday. We added in, let's get this syntax lit up here again. Yesterday we added in support for multivariable functions. Checks party missions accomplished. That's right. Multivariable functions here, or multi-parameter functions. This just gets desugared into a series of functions. So every function in my language requires exactly one argument. And so you might be asking, well, this one looks like it has 3. Well, it really is a function that returns a function. We can see that down here. We've created this function called it's called for exponent helper. This is supposed to calculate the exponent. So down here we do exponent 2 to the 31, 2 to the 31st power minus 1. This gives us max integer. But we define it this way. You'll notice exp helper, we only apply accumulator. So this is the accumulation. We apply 1 to that value. And then exp becomes a function of 2 arguments. So everything is a curried function in this language. You can curry every function. We got a new crew member though, a Honda Accord. I'm so sorry I missed you there. A Honda Accord, I welcome you today. A Honda Accord has followed me. Welcome to the crew, my friend. A Honda Accord has followed me, and I'd like to say thank you. A Honda Accord, thank you so much for the follow. What a name. What a name over there. Sorry, I always pronounce this one wrong. Half Moon. Half Moon. Is it Half Moon? Is that how you pronounce that? How's it going, my friend? So nice to see you here on this beautiful Sunday morning for me. I hope you're having a beautiful day. How the heck are you? It's so nice to see you again on this beautiful day. Dramulks, how we doing, my friend? Nice little muscles you got over there. Got yourself a little party hat too. Welcome aboard, Dramulks. How are you doing? Sharika, welcome, my friend. So nice to see you. Sharika over on YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's nice to see you. Thank you for the compliment, making me feel good about that voice, my friend. I appreciate it. Dramulks, thank you so much for sharing your game with us. Your interactions, your interaction system, your interactive system, what are we calling it? Down in Dramulks area, the interactive system's looking sweet, man. Dramulks, when's this game coming out? I need it. Interaction system. I don't know why I can't look. Captain's a simpleton. Have Moon says, I'm doing really good. A bit stressed to get my game out today. Trying to chill a bit in your stream. Your game, are you publishing it on Steam today? Where's your game? For Ludum Dare, right? Is that what it is? For your game for Ludum Dare? How's it coming? You say you're stressed. I hope you're able to de-stress a little bit. Interactive ability system. Yeah, interactability system. Exactly, Chex Party. And Chex Party for sharing such a fabulous word with us. 50 points to you, my friend, because that's a real word. Look, I'm no wordologist, but I believe you, Chex. Interactability. Exactly. So thank you so much for correcting me there. I appreciate it very much. We're gonna hop back in here though. What do I want to try and get done today? My goals for today. Add syntax so right now we have less than, we have greater than, we have equal operators. We can add some syntactic sugar for these now. So really less than or equal to is just a less than. Is it less than? Or is it equal to? Same with greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. And not equal to is just an equal with a not wrapped around it. So we're gonna add in syntactic sugar for these guys here to our language. So we're gonna add parsers for that. If we finish that, and I think we will, we're gonna add support for additional primitive types. Our language right now only supports integers and booleans. I would like to add in a bunch of new primitive types, most specifically character types, double types, maybe strings, but we're gonna add a list type on top of that. And so a list of characters might actually be our string type. So at the very least, we're gonna add in double and char. And then once we have that, we can add in a list type that can do some fancy things. We probably need to add in some sort of feature to make this language semi-useful, some sort of feature to actually print to the console. We don't have anything like that currently. But I kind of want to add in top level functions. So the syntax here is really not super helpful. I would like to add in top level syntax that looks like this, where I can define exp helper equals exp helper of ack base power. Make it a lot similar to other language, where I can define this in this way, maybe not with this curly braces, but define this function outside of a let expression and just have that sort of be these top level functions that come in. That's the idea there. Have Moon says, I'm in the game jam from Practical MC to ends tomorrow. Gotcha. That's exciting, Have Moon. So nice. I would love to see what you got going on with that on the Discord when you're done, if you're willing to share it. Codex says, yes, I'm just about to heading to bed, but that I'm able to say hi before I do. 7 a.m. came too quick. Well, I hope you get some good rest, Codex. I know you've been struggling with some insomnia, my friend. Thank you for popping in, as always. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, Codex. Take care. Captain Dramel says, the real question is, what's your next project? I'm not sure. There's so many good options here, Dramelx. I was just mentioning that earlier. A VR game seems kind of cool, but I'm thinking, you know, I scroll down here. I really think I'm gonna do something with shaders this coming week. So we're gonna do a new project tomorrow. So this is day 7. I've never done anything with custom shaders. I think it might be really cool to explore shaders. I just have no idea what I might do with them. So we might explore shaders for the first time. I might explore shaders for the first time tomorrow. They look really, really fascinating and cool. I know we can do some really, really powerful stuff with them. So shaders is sort of on the top of my list. The other one would be an online multiplayer game. A simple online multiplayer game is the other idea. Half Moon says, I think you already have seen my game by Art. Oh yeah, Half Moon, that game looked awesome. Yeah, I did see it. I forgot that is your game. My friend, that looks fantastic. So many different features and options and things to do in that game. It looked incredible. Yeah. Dramel says, will you use Unity for that with HLSL or Shader Graph? Dramox, I have no idea. That's the thing. I have no idea. I've literally not done anything with shaders. I don't even know where to start. So this is why it's like kind of a scary thing. I have to do a little bit of research ahead of time. Kodak says, I've been studying shaders a little. Freya has a good but very long session in that. Gotcha. Maybe I'll take a look at that. Deborah saying, you use the shader for the lemonade stand game. Yeah, make a lemonade game shader. Exactly. So it's either, I don't really know what I'm gonna do, but it's part of me thinks that online multiplayer game might make sense because I'm gonna have my students doing a battleship game, and I might write a engine for them that does the online multiplayer connection part for them. And part of me was thinking I would do that using Blazor, make it a web application directly in Blazor rather than using Unity. So if I'm gonna do a multiplayer game, specifically with Battleship for my students, it would be not with Unity. It would be with probably Blazor, make it a web application where we connect a C# library in there, and students will learn how to drop in and replace a DLL. That is the thought I'm having with that. So we might explore that, but shaders sound really cool too. So those are the sort of two, I think those are the two leading ones right now. Raycast style render looks really cool too. There's so many things to choose from. I don't know. This is why I'm struggling. Dramox, this is what I was saying. You heard me say earlier, I was going like, I don't know. I'm struggling to decide which one I want to do because there's so many good projects in here and I just don't know where to go next. I really don't. That said, folks, last time I'm gonna promote it one more time if you haven't seen it. The Captain Coasters. Laser engraved Captain Coasters, 6 of them could be yours. Just hop on the Discord, click that enter button. They could be yours. Folks. All right. So what do I want to try and get done today? This is the last day we're working on DiceLang, at least for a little while. So adding in syntactic sugar for less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, not equal to. Add support for primitive types, add a list type. This will let us, if we have a list type, we can do a lot of really complex things. And then add syntax sugar for top level functions. This will make the language just a little bit nicer. We'll see how we do. Checks party, that's right, create a shady shader. We're gonna do a shady shader, folks. No, maybe, I don't know. Look, maybe, possibly, I don't know, maybe, yes. Maybe no. All right, so let's get a parser in. We have our Boolean parsers. Is this Boolean parsers? Or is it conditional parsers? Conditional parsers. Here we go. Relational expression. We're gonna add in the rest of our relational expressions here. Okay. So we're gonna add in some syntactic sugar. Constructor left and right is going to be what we're gonna do here. Greater than expression. Okay. This should be relatively easy to do. It is getting shady. That's right. It's getting shady. It's getting shoddy. You might say it's getting shoddy. So there's a little bit of some grossness here in my code where I add this in, but there's also in a separate file, I believe. my value parsers. I have all of our operators like this as well, so I have to sort of add it in multiple places. I don't like that. It might be a nice way to clean it up a little bit. But let's go to our conditional parsers. I want to add in, so we have greater than, less than, equal to. We're going to make in here, we've got Pausanias of Ithaca. Pausanias of Ithaca says, hey there, Pausanias. I am absolutely positive I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Please correct me, my friend. I am terrible at pronunciations. The longer you stay, the more you'll get to know that I do not know how to pronounce names. But welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. I want to make you feel welcome here, and one way I can do, long A in the middle. It's a doozy, I know. But do I have the first right? Pausanias? Is that how we pronounce it? Pausanias of Ithaca. What a great name, though. Of Ithaca. Greater than or equal to. We're going to do greater than or equal to here. And so it's going to be, so here's the interesting thing. So this becomes an and expression with a greater than on one side. So this will be a new and, it's an or, greater than or equal to. So or, this becomes an or expression where we have greater than on one side and then new equal equality expression left, right on the other side. Left, right, there we go. So this is just greater than or equal to. So we can give this one a shot now. Let's write a quick test just to make sure we have some sanity here. I got to add this to our list of operators as well. So this is one little thing here. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. Being separated like this, now I have to add it in multiple places. So we have also less than or equal to. I'm going to add on greater than or equal to and not equal to. These are the ones we're adding here. Check says, you're making me want to fire up uni instead of sleep. Checks. I always want to fire up something to code. It's hard. I get it. I'm always wanting to fire something up in code because it's so much fun. I have so much fun coding. I hope you have fun coding too. Okay, so then we're going to take this and we're going to do our less than or equal to expression. So we got our greater than or equal to, less than or equal to expression. And so we're going to do a less than or equal to. And so this one is a less than expression or an equality expression. So less than or equal to. It's Jax, you definitely have a gift for making it look fun. Look, it's so much fun. It's so much fun, my friend. Habmoon says, I get my PC fired up when I code. Last time I had to call the firefighters. That'll happen. That'll happen. That's hilarious. Yes, that'll happen. So we're going to do a not equality expression. Not equality is like this, and this is just an equality expression wrapped inside of a new not expression like this. So relatively easy. So people were asking me saying, well, you don't have these other things. Like, yeah, technically they're not in there. They're just this syntactic sugar though, for these things. Hang on. It's just catching up, I think. All right. Let's make sure we didn't break any test. We haven't broken any tests yet because we haven't had this. So we have all of these and then or greater than or equal to expression or less than or equal to expression or not equal expression. Like this. I'm gonna move this one down a little bit here. So we have this parser that's gonna pull out all of our relational operators like this. I love this combinator thing. So we just say it's this or this or this or this or this, etc., all the way down. And now, hopefully, we'll go check it out. We're gonna run a little bit of a test here. Let's open a new terminal. Let's make sure our test passed. .NET test. Make sure all of our tests still pass. They should. I'd be a little bit surprised if they didn't. Come on, people, now we're gonna get our test passing. There we go. All our tests still pass. Now we're gonna go into our REPL and see if we can get that to work. Dicelang.REPL. .NET Run. And I'm just gonna write some little test here for the equality checks. McNets, good morning, my friend. How are you today? Daniel, welcome back too, my friend. Daniel, how are you doing? How are your games coming along? I forget, what game have you been playing recently? Also, folks, I need 20 seconds. I will be back in 20 seconds. I promise. I promise. Hang tight. Hang tight. I shall return. And we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Daniel says, on YouTube playing Metal Gear Solid 5. That's right. That's right. I was talking about how I like the stealth games. And Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Such good games, folks. Folks, you got to check out Daniel over on YouTube. Daniel, if you want to post some links to your YouTube, I know this is not either the Twitch account you can post on. If you want to post some links to those, feel free to do so, my friend. I'd love, you know I love supporting you because you're an awesome person. You're a lovely person. We love you. Captain loves you. You deserve to be loved, and you're just absolutely fabulous, my friend. McNets, better impossible. Better impossible. I'm not sure what that means, but that's okay. That's okay. Look, Captain's a simpleton. I think I asked you how you're doing, and you said better impossible. I've never heard that before, but look, the Captain's a simpleton. Grandmokes like to say the Captain's a codaton. Simple just means I'm a ton of simple, folks. I'm a ton of simple. Grandmoke says, no, you're a ton of code, Captain, so I'm a codaton. I love that. I love that. Half Moon, oh, you're making me blush over here, Half Moon. Thank you so much for that. Daniel, thank you so much for sharing your YouTube channel with us. I appreciate that. We love checking you out, my friend. Daniel, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if you were here. We do have another giveaway this week. I know I keep talking about the giveaway, folks, but we are giving away Captain Coasters. These laser engraved Captain Coder coasters, folks. Got to get in there. Got to get them. If I want everyone to have a chance to get at them, but because the Captain loves you, because you deserve to be loved, and MMO Pug gave me all this sweet swag. We're giving it all away. We're giving it all away here. All right, so let's check it out. We're gonna do 5. Is 5 greater than or equal to 5? Is 5 cool, greater than or equal to 6? Is 5 greater than or equal to 4? It is. Is 5 less than or equal to 5? Is 5 less than or equal to 6? Is 5 less than or equal to 4? Perfect. Is 5 not equal to 5? Is 5 not equal to 4? It looks like we got our new relational operators in there. Beautiful, gorgeous. That's how we like to do it, folks. So we've did that goal here. We added syntax for these bad boys. You know, I always like to start with an easy one. This one may have been way too easy to start with, but we got it, folks. We went ahead and added that in there. Here, let's add in some tests. We should add in some tests real quick. One moment. We gotta add in some tests. Gotta add in some tests. So we'll come down to our test here. This is part of our conditional parser tests. So we just want to make sure that these continue to work real quick. I'm going to still these here. And we're going to do greater than or equal parser. And we'll just parse greater than or equal. Like this, test true, was successful, greater than or equal, is equal to a new and expression, just to make sure that these don't break. A new and really, let's see here. McNet says, maybe I've translated earlier some of my expressions. You ask, how is it going? And I say, better impossible. Maybe it couldn't be better. Oh, couldn't be better. Gotcha. That's an interesting way of couldn't be better. Better would be impossible. Impossible to be better. I love that. That sounds like that's high. That's a high standard. That's a high, not necessarily. That's a high level of doing well, my friend. I'm glad to hear it. So really, this shouldn't be a greater than expression. We're gonna parse out this. It should parse true, so greater than or equal to, like this. And really, the result should be a bool. Result is going to be left greater than or equal to right, and then we want to assert that the expected I expression expected at the end of the day when we evaluate this. We want to get a new bool value that is left greater than or equal to right. That's what we want at the end of the day. And so our result, I'm going to do assert.equal expected comma result dot value dot value dot what am I doing? Results expr dot value dot evaluate. We're going to evaluate with an environment dot empty like this. Let's run this test. I think it will oh, I don't need that part there. Let's test it out here, folks. Okay, cool. So this one's happy. We'll do the same thing for yes, we'll do the same thing for the remainder of these options. So be greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. And someone was telling me about a quick test. I bookmarked it. I want to check this thing out. Let me pull up my web browser here, folks. We might be able to look at, this would be a cool thing to look at. I bookmarked it. It was FS check. FS check. Maybe I'll add this in here. FS check is a tool for testing .NET that programs automatically. This is a spot where we could do something like this. It says, well, for all integers, all integers left and right side, this should work. For any integer that's left and right, this test is written, so it should work for any of them. So maybe I should actually just do a random generate. Anyway, this should be less than or equal test, less than or equal parser. Oh, did I already do that one? Test greater than or equal to, oh, hang on. I already did that. Test, I just pasted twice, interesting. This should be less than or equal to, we're gonna check that it's less than or equal to here. Run this test. Maybe I'll look into FS check, because FS check looks awesome. And then the last one is be not equal parser. Not equal parser. And so this one would be a not equal to like this. And this one would be not equal to like this. Let's run this test. And then we did, this was quick. I knew this one was gonna be easier. All right, let's make sure all of our tests continue past refresh. All of our unit tests. We're gonna run this again. And it's loading up. We click run here. And in a moment, these were under, well, they should all pass. I'll just know, they'll just have all, give me green. Give me green. Conditional parser tests. Got a lot of these, which is beautiful. Something went terribly wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. .NET build. Fascinating. Do I have, okay, so there's something stuck running in the background. Hang on, folks. I gotta actually kill this process. Something weird happens sometimes with this extension where we end up with a .NET host stuck running in the background. There's like a thread running in the background, and then we can't do anything. I think it's because I hit refresh and then run right away. Sometimes it gets stuck, I think, detecting tests. Let's see if this works now. Run .NET test here and I get some output. This doesn't give me the good enough output to know what's going on. But I had to force kill essentially a .NET process. Cool. All 69 of our tests pass. And we can click this just to, let's make sure this still runs here. And then we're gonna do a commit. And then, you know, folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Yes, we got it here. Git status, let's add all this git commit -m feature, add support for less than equal to, greater than equal to, and not equal to operators. Push that up. For being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks, all of you are gonna get 50 points. 50 points for being here on this beautiful morning. Thank you, all of you, for being here, for giving me the energy, for lending me your strength in adding this syntax in here. Next, we want to add in support for some primitive types. So that's right, Half Moon. That's right, Half Moon. That POG. That's right. That's right. So we're going to add in support now for some additional primitive types. So currently, and this one might be a little bit trickier because we got to add in some more interesting parsers. Currently, our value types, we have bool values, error values, function values, and int values. That's it. That's going to the party fund. That's right, Checks. That's right, Checks. Going into the party fund. Speaking of party fund, folks, don't forget to join in on the game jam coming up in June. I know it's a little whiles away, but you could get in on the Learn You a Game Jam, learn something new. You could win up to $250. You win 50. You get entered to win. 5 people will win a $50 prize just for entering the Captain Coder Game Jam and submitting a dev log, blog, or vlog. 5 people are going to win $50. 1 grand prize winner will win $250 for the most educational. Someone who learns something, shares that information with us. Get in on that game jam. You don't want to miss out. There's 46 people in it already. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Join the jam. We're gonna have a lot of fun on it, folks. Gonna have a lot of fun, and I'm gonna be hiring tutors all week long. Tutors to teach you how to use pixel art. Tutors to teach you how to do 3D art. Tutors to teach you how to code in Unity. Tutors to teach you how to code in Godot. Maybe some other platforms as well. But those are the tutors I have so far. So get hype, get ready, get excited. All right, I want to add in some more value types here. Double value seems like the easiest one to add first, so we're gonna try that. Double value. And maybe I should call it a float value, but I'm gonna do a double value because we're gonna use C#'s double type to do this. Cast to int is just gonna cast our value to an int using the native type here. And then let's go ahead. So here's what's interesting. This is actually gonna be harder than I think because we have numeric types between doubles and integers in our language. This will actually be a little trickier to add, which is, this will be interesting. I'm stuttering here because I'm kind of like, oh yeah, it's actually gonna be kind of hard to do. In our value type though, this means we're gonna wanna add in a public iCast result to double here. And our int can cast to a double, no problem. Because we just set it to value here. Will that work? I have to cast it to a double. This is interesting because syntax for switch can what? Cannot convert double. Cannot convert from double to string. Hang on, we're gonna add this to our value type real quick. Our value type needs a to double. Public iCast result double to double, like this. Welcome to lurk mode, Daniel. And Half Moon, thank you so much for that. Long Fox, that's a long fox, my friend. Thank you so much for that. What's going on with this? What do you mean? What do you mean? Here we go. It's cast result double to double. Oh, cast success double. There we go. Easy for the int value. Our function value is just going to be an error. We're going to say you can't cast a function to a double. Cannot cast func val to double. Double, toil, and trouble. I have newt. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know where I'm going with this. Add this. Why won't you let me? There it goes. To double. New cast success double value. We just returned the value there. And bool value. Bools cannot be doubled, so we just throw this exception. We don't actually just produce an error. To double. Cast error, cannot cast bool to double. Like this. Okay. Do we build .NET build, or did I miss any? Our error value probably needs one. Yeah. This is so interesting to me. I think we might just propagate this a 2 double here, and cannot cast an error to a double. Haboon says, you can make a funny joke using the fox. My code when I describe what it is doing. Long fox, a short fox. Is that a long fox? When I code the functions extra fox. My code when I describe what it is doing. We got a fox with you know, a little, you know, short fox. Then we got a long fox when I add the code to the function exactly. Half Moon. Yes, Half Moon, you can do a funny joke. For that funny joke, my friend, Half Moon, 50 points to you. Thank you so much for giving me a smile. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your contributions to society, my friend. We love having you here. I do kind of want to add a pretty printer for my expressions. Maybe I should do that. That would be a smart thing to do. Identifier value does not implement. Oh, I should probably. All right, so I'm gonna make a new file here. Identifier value.cs. We're gonna move our identifier value out. It shouldn't be in our let expression like this. It should really be in its own file here, and we're gonna add it to using name or namespace Captain Coder.dicelink. Does that make everything happy? And now it's just saying it needs to have this 2 double, like that, double, 2 double, cannot cast identifier label to double, and then we're gonna say double here. Can I just do .error? Can it not? Can it just? It can't figure that out. I'm surprised it can't figure that out. It drives me a little bit crazy. The fox function. That's right. What does the fox say? What I was trying to say. What does the fox do? The fox function. What does the fox function do? What does the fox say? .NET. This should be fine. .NET test should be fine here. I don't have a parser for doubles yet, and I sort of have to do this thing if we do an arithmetic. Now our arithmetic expressions sort of need to figure out, okay, what should I do with doubles and integers? How should those work? We basically need to we need to sort of upcast our ints to doubles when this happens. All right, we've added in a double type, get status, get add, get status. Check this. Oh God, do you know that song? I've heard that, kind of. Know is a funny word. I am aware of that song, and I know it's like, what does the fox say? And the fox says like nyan 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 or something like that. I don't know exactly. Or is that the Nyan Cat song? Am I wrong? Someone correct me. Someone correct me. If anyone knows the song, let me know. We're gonna add this in a feat add double value type like that. So the interesting thing here is we need a numeric type above this. So for example, in our arithmetic expressions, let me double check, is this true? Arithmetic expressions takes an I value. Oh no, it doesn't. Perform op. Yeah, so our addition expression has an expression on the left and right. Okay, so we kind of can do that. What does perform op look like right now? Does it have to be an int? Okay, so this is interesting because right now it will only work with ints. We kind of want to have like a numeric value on the left and right side so that it'll upcast it from int to double if it needs to. So we sort of need like an int, an int double, and a double double, something like that. It might make sense to do add a numeric value type to it. Check says, my best friend 6-year-old son loves that song. Gotcha. Look. It's okay for people to love songs. It's, you know, I know people that love the shark song. The baby shark song, I think is what it might be called. Okay. I always kind of forget that one though. I feel like we sang it when I was in summer camp when I was a kid, and you end up with like all sorts of like hand motions and stuff. I don't quite remember. It might have been about an alligator too. I can't remember it being a song about a crocodile. I don't know. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I might just be rambling here. Look, I'm a rambler. I'm a rambling man. Here we go. So our arithmetic expressions, I kind of want this idea of a perform op doesn't need two int. I almost need a two numeric type here that allows me to be like an int or a double and do stuff with both ints and doubles. So this is trickier than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be relatively easy to add this in, because I was gonna be able to just sort of like still the C# level numeric type. But I don't know that C#, let's see, C# numeric types. Does C# have a numeric type where I can just be like, oh, you're just like a numeric type? I don't think I do. System.numerics, I don't think there's a super class where I can just say numeric type. Yeah. So I might have to add that in directly. Numeric int pointer, value types. This is interesting. This is interesting. So I gotta work through this whole thing here to make it work. So I think I kind of addition. I think I need to add in an I numeric value to make this sort of work, and then double and int will be subclasses of I numeric value. Unless I can somehow make it work with I value, and then my value type, I have this chain of events where it says, well, first I'm going to try it as an int, and then if I can't do it as an int, I need to cast it to a double. Maybe add in some information to let me pull it out and just do addition directly with it. Might be the other option. So if I go to my value here, maybe I add in support to directly add numeric types together. C# language level support where I can actually do the sum on them, sum, division, multiplication, etc. Explicitly with them. That might be the best way to do it. It might be a more straightforward way to do it. I'm thinking here. The double. If I did that, Have Moon, welcome to lurk mode, my friend. I appreciate you lurking here. We know that you have many places to lurk on Twitch, and lurking here, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for the lurk, my friend. Enjoy your day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. Okay, so I think the way I want to implement this is I want to, let's go to my arithmetic expressions here. I have this operator type, this perform op. Time appropriate greetings, Lance, good morning, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. How are you doing, my friend? How the heck are you? Can I rewrite this cast? Because I kind of wanted to do this thing. I do two ints. I'm really curious. Can I do dot then? Now that I have my monadic type, I can do left result. I have an idea here. It goes to right dot to int. Right dot to int here. Like this. Can I make it so that to int? Do I have to do it then here? Because this then is respected to a cast result. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna do cast. I wonder if I could do something like this where it's rather than a cast result. Interesting. So for now I can do cast success of int. Can I do int? This would be left result comma right results. What is the to int here? To int returns a cast result of int. Wonder if there's a way to pull out. I could add in on a cast result. Do I have a dot value? Dot value. I don't have a dot value on it. Interesting. I'm wondering if there's a way to simplify this dot then. So the way I have it written right now, like, kind of bothers me. Lance says, doing well, thank you for asking. A chill day today. Always love them chill days. Just relaxing for a few hours, then a role-playing game. Then I'll tackle the jungle that is our lawn. I have a garden, a hydroponic garden. My partner I cook stuff off of it. She manages it. She maintains it. That was turning into a jungle. It was wild. It was consuming like 3 or 4 gallons of water per day. So she cleaned it up yesterday, trimmed it down, and I cooked a bunch of veggies yesterday. It was delicious. It was awesome. But speaking of jungles, also, what role-playing game are you playing? Is it like a tabletop role-playing game? I'm curious, because that sounds fun. I love me a good tabletop role-playing game. So in this case, I kind of want to all right, so the types of things I need to be able to support we have an I value left, I value right. With this addition, I need to have a function for not just ints, but it's sort of like an I value operator like that. So I almost need a delegate type for it. Devro says, gonna prepare my stream. Catch you later. Devro, have a beautiful day, my friend. Folks, if you don't know Devro, the insatiable, the wonderful Devro, incredibly talented game developer, 3D artist. You gotta check him out. Hit that little heart. If you wanna go see a beautiful game in a moment, watch out, because Devro is going live here very, very soon. Gotta go check him out while he's live. Devro, have a beautiful stream, my friend. Have a beautiful day, and you are welcome back anytime. And it says it's a virtual tabletop with folks around the world, but we're playing Edge of the Empire. I haven't heard of that one. A Star Wars narrative role-playing game. Star Wars role-playing game. That sounds fun. Which tabletop are you using? I use Tabletop Simulator. A lot of people use like Roll20. Are you using one specifically? Core says, also, hello there. How's it going? Core, so nice to see you, my friend. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I hope you've been able to get some rest. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. I hope you are feeling a bit better. I love having you here, my friend. Thank you so much for coming by. No problem, Devro. Thank you for being here. Okay. I'm kind of my monadic type feels awkward here. I want to be able to do. I think I want something like this where my function types have int. I want to have a function here. Let's try this. Public static I value perform addition. All right, so it's gonna have an I value left, an I value right, and we sort of need to do something with that. And part of me wonders if I can do if I specifically do an int value. This becomes a little int value like this. This becomes a little bit easier. This becomes a new int value of left dot value plus right dot value, like that. There's a struggle I have when we got to do an upcast, perform addition left right like this. It won't know under the hood that it is a left or right value. So I almost want. I gotta think my way through this. Corporal says, yeah, was rough today, even if it is Sunday. Hope you're relaxing, my friend. You gotta take care of yourself. Take care of that mental health, Corfless, because we love you, my friend, because you're a lovely person and you deserve to be loved. Lance says, our GM is using Forge Virtual Tabletop. I have heard of that one too. I think I remember, I might have kickstarted that one. I prefer Tabletop Simulator as well. I'll show you our old Tabletop Sim campaign that we are running a few years ago. Probably off stream sometime. I'd love to check it out. Tabletop Simulator is sort of my go-to for it. So this one becomes easy this way. If we have a double value, and let me do this. Perform. Let's do this. Perform where we had, this one would be a func. Is this right? So eventually want to get back a form addition with the double value. We have to take the right dot value, the left value. This becomes a new double value, the left like that. Okay, so we sort of cast it up. And then if I cheat a little bit, double value is easy as well. And then a double value int value, like this. So it's a little bit annoying to have to write all of these. So I'm wondering if there's a way I can specify. So that's actually not that bad, but having all 4 of these is horrible. Anytime one of them is a double though, if anytime one of them is a double, we have to go to a function of double. So it turns out this plus is doing something different than this plus because we have integers on either side of it. Since I want to support integers and double types, that's going to be sort of a challenge there. Lance says, since Tabletop Simulator uses Unity, I started tinkering with some of the Unity specific things for it. I made glowing Destiny point tokens and some blaster effects, so our character counters can fire blaster bolt particle effects. That's super cool. I've done some Lua scripting in it myself. Lance continues, they flash across the board, hit other counters and dice, spark and form the hit animations. It's really cool, even though it was strictly visual. That's okay. That's okay. It's like having an enhanced tabletop experience. I love it. I love it. So I kind of feel like I might need to have a whole class just for performing our mathematical operations between 2 I values. Arithmetic. So rather than having this operators helper class here, I might do just sort of arithmetic arithmetic helpers.cs. And this will be a class full of these things because I don't want to have to write it for every arithmetic operator. I just want this helper to sort of pass it in. So I want, all right, so public static class arithmetic helpers. Using namespace, not using namespace, cap in the namespace capdecoder.diceline. So essentially we want to do public static I value of perform addition. Like this, we'll have an I value left, I value right. And depending on the types, it sort of needs to figure out which one of these things to use. So if we can do a switch on it, I think we can do a switch. Will be return left, right switch. And we're going to say if either of them is not at the end of the day, we're going to end up throwing an exception. But if we're going to pull out these different orders of things, and maybe I can get, I'm hoping I can abstract this in some way, not have to write all of this out, because this is kind of horrible to have all of those options for each operator. In my mind, it's kind of horrible. It'd be nice to have an abstraction for it. It's not impossible to do, but we're gonna say if we have an int value, then we perform addition left, right, like that. So we can do that. So now it knows that it's an int value, and we can do that. Similar, if we do int value, double value, we can just call perform addition because it has that defined. I don't like having to iterate through all of these options though. Int value, and then double. And then at the end of the day, if we're not a numeric type, we end up throwing an exception. This becomes an error saying we can't perform addition on these. So this would be a new error value. Cannot perform addition on and then we'll do left dot pretty print and right dot pretty print like this. So we could do a perform addition for any two values here, I value and left value. Part of me is kind of wondering if I could make my I value have a T type on it. So I potentially adding a T type here. The problem with doing a T type here is not all of them would follow the type here, because we have some non C# types. So it'd be sort of like these primitive types. If you specify them that way, I might be able to do something smart with them. But this way kind of works. I could write a class that encapsulates this idea, and then have these perform ops, so I don't have to repeat each one. This would be our int value. The problem is, so here's the thing. If I extend my language further, the casting types become, this grows out of control. So if I have a float type, so right now I have an int value and double value. If I add in a float value, suddenly not only do I don't have 4, I have 8. It doubles every time. If I now want to be able to do addition with a character type and a float type, it goes from 8 to 16. So it doubles, it grows exponentially, kind of out of control. So I don't know that I want to implement it this way. It would be nice to find a more generic way to do it, in which we have sort of this a class that tells us how we cast between any two, and that sort of gets defined. And we've kind of done that here already. So if we look here, let's go to my value type. In my value type, I already have this 2 double 2 int. It's just a matter of how do, when should we do that? Can you convert double to integer or vice versa? We can convert double to integer and into double. So if we go look at our integer type, our int value, the int value works just like you would in C#. If we go to a double, it gets cast to the double type. So it returns a cast success, and we end up with a double value at the end of the day. If we have a double and we cast it to an int, it gets chopped off. So it's using the underlying C# primitive types as our primitive types. The challenge is in our arithmetic types, we need to be able to determine I guess the numeric types. Our numeric types need to automatically, and maybe they shouldn't automatically tap, but if we do addition, do we allow, so here's a question. Do we allow addition between double and integer? Some languages don't allow this. So like Haskell, for example, it'd be like, well, you can't have a double added to an integer, but you can have two numeric types added together. And so it does like some interesting stuff. And so in my language, I could get around this by saying, well, we're going to force you to explicitly cast it between the two, but that feels painful. It'd be much nicer instead for our language to automatically do the cast for us, which is sort of what you would expect in most languages. You'd expect most languages to automatically do that cast for you. A way I could cheat this is be like, well, everything, we don't have integer types. Instead, we just have a numeric type. And that's what I'm considering right now, is how should we do that? And what order do the castings happen? I'm trying to think what's the best way to approach this problem, because I have my int value. Like I said, if I add in a new type, which I'm planning to do care has addition associated with it. Do we want to allow that as an option? Because this will grow very quickly out of control. And I can demonstrate that here. If I do perform subtraction, suddenly I have to look at how much copying and pasting I'm doing here. This is wholly unpleasant. and I'm not sure if I can get away. So this becomes perform subtraction, then all of these become perform subtraction. So I'm wondering if there's a way to encapsulate this idea here so that way we can determine easily which method to execute on without having to be as explicit here. Johnny Most says, since your language is not static type, just pick decimal or big integer to prevent overflows. Yeah, so that's not the issue though. I'm not worried about the overflows. I'm worried about what is the semantics in my language. So let me Civic says, still plugging away at this. Yes, we're still plugging away. Today's the last day we're working on this one. We made a lot of great progress. Today's our last day working on this project. We have a functional language, which is great. EXP multi-arg. So the let me open up just a new file. Save as double example. So the question comes down to, what is the semantics of this? Let x equals 5.7 in. And so your languages do a lot of, when you start doing this, y equals 2 in. X plus y. So there's a lot of stuff that you don't realize your language is doing some really interesting things. Civic, does it take mandatory white space into account? There is no mandatory white space in my language. I think you pointed that out. We didn't fix that in my language. White space is all optional until it's not, essentially. But Johnny Most, the semantics here is, do I want to support an integer type and a double type? Or just a generic numeric type. I could get away with, I could change it to be like, well, we're just gonna have numeric types, but then you run into troubles. So what is the semantic? Do I allow this? First off, do I allow this? I think I do. And we'll see if we come back here in a moment though, so stand by. Are we back? All right, folks, I think I'm back. So sorry about the stream dropping like that. I was talking about what should my language do in this case? The internets are broken. Yes, I know. It's driving me crazy. Yesterday was an issue too. I'm starting to think it might be something on my end. I honestly don't know. We'll see. I thought it was just me. Nope. It was even on my end. Even on my end, it showed that my frame rates went to 0. So I apologize for that. But the question I really got to come down to, Civic, is first off, do I allow this, or do I force my user to say, oh, well, I could do a thing where I say like, well, you can't add these together because they're not the same numeric type, but you can if you say, oh, but I want to treat this as a double. So Johnny Most, yes, we can have one numeric type, but it turns out JavaScript doesn't actually have one numeric type. It has it actually has like 3 or 4 numeric types under the hood. So in JavaScript, and the way you can see this happening is if we do 4, just the number 4. So let me zoom in here. If we just do 4 in JavaScript, that's actually an integer type. It lets us do 4.72 like this. And now it's a double, even though it's just a numeric type. And the reason, so as soon as we do anything with a decimal, under the hood, it really does have a numeric type, integers, doubles, and then it goes into what's called a big num under the hood depending on your implementation. But it really does do that. And the thing is, and the reason it does that is because of how doubles are imprecise. Doubles are approximations, and you often don't want approximations, especially when you're doing indexing and iterating over ints, increasing them. And under the hood, the question becomes, when we do math this way, when we do this x plus y, I need to upcast this whole thing to a decimal type. I need to upcast this whole thing to a decimal type. And so I'm trying to come up with and so let me show you, I'm stuttering here. Arithmetic helpers. Where did it go? Arithmetic helpers. I just have a lot of things open. Close these. The question is, when I actually go to do this math, at the end of the day, I actually have to check, okay, well, what type do we end up with at the end? And you sort of have to do this pairwise comparison. It's like, well, is one side an int? Is one side a double? And you have these different combinations of doing it. And so it's actually a little, you gain, when you do a programming language, like, you implement one, you gain a little bit of an appreciation for, oh, wow, the language is actually doing a lot of stuff for me under the hood that I otherwise didn't realize. Civic says, I had a funny thing with JavaScript the other day where I got negative infinity. You can get negative infinity in most languages. You can get negative infinity in C#. It depends on how you got there, Civic Game. I'm curious how you got there. In C#, if you divide by 0, you get infinity. If you have like -5 divided by 0, you get negative infinity. I think that's the default behavior for most anything that's using like the IEEE standard. Had a log of 0, that'll do it. Natural log of 0, gotcha. But yeah, if you do division by 0, you'll get infinity. As 0 divided by 0 is not a number, but any non-zero number divided by 0 will be a positive or negative infinity. If it's a double or a float. For integers, you actually get a runtime error. So I could do the following, where I go through and define it this way. I'm trying to come to a more clever solution where I don't have to do this. So part of me wants to have something on my value type where I say left dot like cast 2, and then we give it right, and this will force these two things to be the correct type, and then I can sort of do something with that. And I'm not entirely sure what I should do. Civic says, if you had a very large program, would it parse and build quickly, do you think? My parser, I think, is quite slow. I think my parser is slow. I have not optimized it. So it depends on what you mean by large program. My answer to your question is the parser is a slow part of my application, of what I've done here. I haven't done any optimizations on it, and unfortunately it uses essentially because I'm using the parser combinators, and I've kind of abused it to be like a very non-traditional programming language. I think it was a slow parser. Wanna try to has followed me. Wanna try to, thank you, my friend. We've got wanna try following me. Yeah. Wanna try, thank you, my friend. Thank you for the follow. I wanna try to, thank you. Welcome to the crew. Wanna try to, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I'm having a beautiful day here. But yeah, Civic Games, my parser is not particularly fast. That said, I think the execution speed of my program is about as fast as it could get for an interpreted program. That's not true. I think optimizing the interpreter at this point would not do a whole lot. There's one optimization I could do to make it really quite a bit faster. Sir, I don't know why my break timer is so broken. It's driving me nuts. I didn't change anything. My break is so broken here. We're getting close. Sir Black Soul, thank you for checking the break timer. Beep Boop Gap says it's time for a break. Thank you, Sir Black Soul. My break timer I don't know what's going on with it. I thought I fixed it. I really have no idea why it is doing that. I think there was an update to Firebot and that messed it up. But yeah, I'm really, really sad about that. It's driving me crazy. Anyway, Sir Black Soul, thank you so much for pointing that out. I'm gonna give you some points for that. Add points. Sir Black Soul, 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for pointing it out. Welcome back, Half Moon. So happy to have you here. Once again, I hope you had yourself a nice little rest, little break from your project, or maybe you're working on your project. So what can I do here? I feel like this should be expected. I don't know why it is broken. Why is it expected? I often forget to reset my break timer, but I don't think it makes sense that my break timer is broken. It's not unit tested. I'm using Firebot there's no unit test in Firebot. I might just have to write a separate little break timer external Firebot. It seems to be working fine previously. Hang on one second. I'm gonna try something. It's supposed to reset when I go from my stream starting to here. And so the question is, that seemed to work. When I go from stream starting to here, it resets. Gotcha. Thanks, Lance. Thanks, Dad. And then every minute, it should increase by 1. But it seems to kind of be decreasing by 1 or something weird. Let's see. I'm gonna give it a second here. We'll check the break timer again in a minute to see if it's gone up at all. So that reset seems to work. It shouldn't reset. Maybe I've messed it up so when it comes to this scene, it resets. I don't think it should reset at all. I did make it, so I did recently change it so mods could reset my break timer. So maybe that somehow broke it. I don't know. Look, I don't know. It's driving me crazy. I'm gonna do this as a hack for now to see if this idea will work. If this idea will work, then I will come back and try and cannot perform multiplication between these guys. All right, so if this idea will work, I might be able to come up with a generic way to do this. The issue with okay, so then we're gonna do a division. So notice how much I really dislike this. No break. We will be taking a break here pretty soon. We've been going for almost 90 minutes. I just don't know why the break timer is broken. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't think I've really changed much of anything. But maybe I have. All right, so we'll do division here, division. And then in my arithmetic expression, rather than doing perform op, this becomes arithmetic helpers dot perform division left right, like that. Arithmetic helpers dot perform multiplication. Arithmetic helpers. For core, I'm going with a brute force solution for now to make sure that this is gonna work. And then I want to refactor that arithmetic helpers otherwise. So this is just to prove to myself that this in fact will work. And then if this does work, I want to see if I can come up with it. So I want to have it working in this brute force way and then come up with a cleaner solution. So right now, so brute force can get you there for doing proof of concept, and that's fine. The problem is going to happen when I try to add in my char type next. So I have an int value. If I wanted to add in more numeric values, this would be a nightmare. So I'm going to add this in. Let's make sure .NET test. Let's make sure it runs. We're gonna take a break here. If we can get this working. I want to add in a type. I don't like that. That's a bad sign. That this is just going. It looks like we might have an infinite loop. What? That is disappointing. There's no loops in here. May 4th is Star Wars Day. It's May the 4th be with you. Yeah, we'll having office hours on May 4th, folks. We're gonna be kicking off with a lesson on enumerated types in C#. All right, my runtime error, test host crash, Stack Overflow. So we got a Stack Overflow, so I don't understand that. That's very, very strange. That is very strange to me. That is super strange to me. Oh, because it's just calling this. Int value left int. Do I do this? All right, so I'm gonna do left, right, left. I know why. Right. If I change this name up here, we should be okay. Left, right. I think we can do this. Left, right. And then if I change this name to left val, right val, left val, right val. And this would be left val, right val. Okay. So the problem was it was just calling this method over and over again. Okay. So we have to come through and do this for all of these. Like I've said, anytime you copy and paste like this, that's a major code smell. So this is just a sign of something horrible that should be abstracted. This should be perform. What did I do? Perform subtraction. And so we don't like code smells. We don't want our code to stink. We want our code to be nice. We want it to be a tasty piece of code, not this horrific nightmare that we have here. But again, proof of concept. I want to make sure that this is going to work. What are you cooking? Proton asks. A pile of Diceling. Is trying to get this to work. Good. Haboon said, do you smell it? That smelling smell. Ooh, that smell. Can you smell that code? There we go. All our tests do pass still. That smelly code that surrounds you. All right. I want to add in a double parser here. So a parser for doubles. Hansoy says SpongeBob reference. Oh, interesting. I didn't catch it as a SpongeBob reference. Anchovies. If your code smells like anchovies, something's gone terribly wrong. Folks, Proton Fig is here with us. The astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician, absolute legend. I believe you're currently working on some Amiga, music in Amiga. Is that correct, Proton? Thank you so much for popping in. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful day. But we have our addition, subtraction stuff working now. We should be able to, I gotta take a break in 5 minutes, but I think I can write a parser here for our double type. Arithmetic parser, Boolean, where's our value parsers? Let's see if we can write a parser for a double type. So we have an int value, a double value, a double value, and it's gonna return a double value. And we're gonna parse at least one digit. That's interesting. At least one digit, then we need to get a dot. from dot in parse dot care dot in we're gonna say, I guess we could have, I probably don't want to have this space, it has a token with white space. We're gonna call this left dot from right. Oh, I wonder, can I just do a parse? Can I just do, this is interesting. I'm gonna do a hacky thing. In parse dot digit dot at least once dot token. So don't judge me too much with this parser here for getting our double value out here. Heaven says, we programmers need trained dogs that can smell the code error lines. Exactly. That's what our compiler is. Have Moon. That's a compiler. It's a dog that smells for bad types. All right, so we're gonna have a double value here. And I'm gonna do a double dot parse, and we're gonna do a join here on the left side. Dot, and then a string dot join on the right side. And I know this is really, really silly and dumb in my mind, but we're gonna give this a shot. We can put a plus here. It's gonna be a dumb way to get our double value. And then we have our do we have numeric value? A numeric value, yep. It's dice group or int or double value. We got to do double value first. Otherwise it'll find an int and then there'll be a dot and it'll be sad. So we'll try double, then int, then identifier. John E. Mo says, can we have int 64 since we're using double for consistency? We could. That would be pretty easy to add. I would just have to come in and adjust my int type a little bit. That wouldn't be hard to do. But I'm not gonna, we could. It wouldn't be hard to do. All I would have to do would be on the type for double in my int value, I'd change this to int, I would change it to long. So I could go through and do long there. Ideally, I'm just gonna stick with int for now so I don't have to refactor my code base, but that would be easy to do by just changing this to a long type. So the answer is yes, that wouldn't be that hard to do. I chose double because doubles are more expected than floats when you're just writing out code without a D at the end. Yeah, so in my mind, the implementation details, I'm gonna try not to worry about them too much here in that regard. All right, so we have numeric type now. Does this just, all right, .NET test. Let's make sure nothing broke here. I'm gonna run a quick, if all of our tests still pass, I'm gonna run a quick test in the REPL. Then we gotta take a break. I gotta get myself some more bean water. My pretty print for double value is probably broken. No, it's fine. All right, 7.18. Okay, 7.18 plus 6. Okay, 7.19 plus 12.12. Okay, so we have, all right, so we've added doubles in. That's pretty cool. Proton says, most people have no idea how difficult it is doing, for example, in convex vectors on software render. Yeah, I can't imagine. You're so hardcore with that stuff, Proton. It's incredibly impressive. I wouldn't even, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't even dream of doing. I wouldn't even, you know, I have someone has suggested actually a project, not exactly the vector thing you're suggesting, but a suggested project was specifically doing a renderer like without using Unity or something. And this is not, I'm not even gonna say it's similar to what you're doing, but this would be an interesting project. And I'm kind of scared of this project. I do want to do it. I think it'd be really cool to do this project. I think we were going to take a crack at it at some point this summer. I think it's a project that I think I can do it in a week if I'm streaming more. So once I get to my summer, I'm not breaking, and I actually have 7 days in a week. I think it'd be awesome. Corvus, you know why I like Programming Stream? Because I can learn how people digest their code, thinking and communicate it. Feels like I'm being carried in ranked mode programming if that even exists. Yeah, I really enjoy watching other people stream coding as well, Corvus. I love watching that process. All right, folks, let's check my break timer. Does it seem to be working? Oh, for some reason it seems to be working now. Folks, we're gonna take a quick break. I gotta get myself some more bean water. I get myself some more regular water. I gotta hydrate, I gotta caffeinate. Then we're gonna be back. We've added in our double type here. I would like to add in a care type as well. And when we get back, we're gonna do that. So hang tight, people. We shall return in just a moment. Get ready for some stretches, because that's what we're gonna do when we get back. The captain's back, folks, and you know what that means? That means we're gonna get some stretching in. So, get on up with me. You gotta take care of yourself. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love that body. If you love that body, you gotta take care of it. So we're gonna get some stretching in. I have some pain in this shoulder, so we're gonna see if we can stretch this out a little bit here. Doing some stretches here. I'm not entirely sure what I did. I slept weird on it, so I'm slightly worried it got dislocated. It has there's a joint thing going on with it, but we're gonna see if we can get that stretch out. So I'm gonna grab this arm, pull it across nice and slow, and just sort of get that other arm across and pull it in here, and we're gonna hold this for 25 seconds. So let's get that arm across. If you want to do a different stretch, that's totally fine. We just want to take care of our bodies, folks. Take care of you. You deserve it. You deserve that love. Your body is amazing. You're amazing. You got to take care of yourself. So we're just going to hold this another 10 seconds, folks, and we're going to switch sides. Oh, it feels good. It feels good to get that nice stretch across. Again, if you feel any pain, go ahead and stop. You don't want to feel pain. You should just feel a little bit of tension there as that stretch comes through. Go and let that go. Oh, I'm gonna roll that shoulder out a little bit here. Then I'm gonna switch side, take my right arm, pull it across, and we're just gonna pull it in here like that. Oh yeah. Doesn't that feel wonderful? Doesn't that feel lovely, folks? Take care of ourselves like this. We're gonna hold this for 20 more seconds. Just hold it in there nice and tight. Again, if you feel any pain, go ahead and let it go. You don't wanna feel pain. You wanna feel a little bit of tension. Feel that stretch, get that blood flowing, get your body moving a little bit. Yeah. Ooh, oh yeah. Feels good, feels good. Another 5 more seconds here. And then we're gonna go ahead and switch to a different stretch. Just like that. All right, go ahead and roll those out. Roll those out just a little bit. Oh. Proton says people usually do 3D with OpenGL, Direct 3D, or similar frameworks, and they just give it an object they have modeled some modern software like Blender. Yeah, people don't often work directly with their vectors and their own rendering thing. All right, so we're gonna take this arm, I'm gonna put it on the flat of my back here. I'm gonna pull this elbow across, and I'm gonna lean into it a little bit to get a nice little stretch here across side. Again, you don't have to lean into it. As soon as you feel the tension there, you should stop. But if you need to, if you're not feeling any tension, go ahead and lean into it. Get yourself a nice stretch going. We're gonna hold this for 20 more seconds. And you can also lean that head back to get a little bit extra stretch in there. Oh, this feels good. Yeah, this is getting into that muscle or whatever's going on in my shoulder. I think I might have a pinched nerve. I'm not sure. Might need to go see a doctor about it. We're gonna see and we're gonna find out. We're just taking care of ourselves here today. 5 more seconds, folks, then we're gonna switch to the other side. And go ahead and let that down nice and slow if you need to, because I have a little bit of something going on there. Yeah, something very, very strange happened there on that side. Other arm, bring it across, bring it up like that, and pull it across if you can. If you need to get that little extra stretch in, I'm gonna lean into it and lean my head back. Oh yeah, wonderful. Lovely stretch here. I hope you're enjoying it. 20 more seconds. And then we're gonna shake it out and we'll get back into it here. Just a nice little stretch, take care of ourselves. Every 60 minutes, every 90 minutes, 2 hours tops, you gotta stop, take a deep breath, take care of yourself, because you deserve to have a body that's in good shape. In good shape, gotta take care of it. And here we go. Go ahead and let that go. Oh yeah, folks. Let's go ahead and we're gonna shake that out. Do some squats to avoid clots. Squats to avoid clots. I love that. TV Josh, what an excellent thing to do. Squats to avoid clots. I love it. I love it. Oh, gotta get those squats in, folks. Squats to avoid clots. I love it. Thank you guys so much for joining me in that beautiful stretch. That beautiful stretch. I know you did. I know you're taking care of yourself. We're gonna hop back into it. All 25 of you. Thank you guys so much for joining me in that. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you taking the time to take care of yourself. TV Josh, how are you, my friend? Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. We are implementing a function. I don't want to call it a purely functional language. It has randomness built into it, but we're implementing a programming language inspired by the ML. Have Moon, I'm glad it felt good. It felt wonderful for me too. It felt wonderful over here, taking care of my body. The one thing I think I have I have a pinched nerve or my shoulder feels like it might be dislocated. I'm not sure. It's not too crunchy. I've had a dislocated shoulder before. Feels maybe like a pinched nerve. Something awkward going on in my left shoulder there. My range of motion If I can move it around, but there's a little bit of pain there in the joint. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. Let's see if I can get into a doctor this week here. But yeah, something. So my stretching's feeling a little bit limited this morning. So sorry if we didn't do a deeper stretch. We're gonna finish adding in primitive types here. We added in double. I want to add support for a character. I'm gonna make character not be a numeric type, so we're not gonna be able to add it in, just so I can make some progress here on this, because it's our last day working on this project. So I don't want our expressions. This thing is gross. If I make more numeric types, this thing's gonna grow out of control, and I don't want to have to. I should ideally, if I were going to expand this, I'd come up with a nice way to do it. Why last day? Is this on GitHub? Yes, it's on GitHub. Great question, TV Josh. We might come back to it. You can access the full code on it. Dice link here. All the projects we do on Captain Coders Academy are open source available. I want you guys to learn something from it. Excellent question, TV Josh. So Captain Coder is me. I'm Captain Coder. This is Captain Coders Academy, where we try and do a new project every 7-ish days. So people suggest projects on the Discord. We might come back to this one because there's a lot of stuff I'd love to add to it. 100 Acres asked on the Discord, can create a captain, so this is under the suggested project, create a captain's language or a coding language for yourself so students see how it is done and try it out. So we spent a week implementing a simple interpreted language, specifically called DiceLang++. This language has support, built-in support for doing dice notation in the language. So dice notation is a primitive numeric type. Let me see. Can I do an addition on that? So if I did 3d6 plus 12.12, I can do that. So 3d6 here represents a random number that is the result of rolling 3 6-sided dice, and I can do this with any 1d20. If I do 1d, so this represents a random number. So the language itself supports randomness as a numeric type. It's just built in. You don't have to say new random or math.random and do some stuff with it. This allows us to do interesting non-uniform random numbers. So 3d6 is actually, it's much less likely to get a 3 and an 18 than it is to get, say, a number in the middle like 11 or 12. So we get a different type of distribution. Johnny Mo says, interesting. Yeah. So I thought this idea started with I wrote a little language that didn't have functions. So this language is actually includes functions and ifs and all sorts of extra stuff. This actually started as part of the Captain Coder. In the Captain Coder core library, we have the first version was just called DiceLang. This one's DiceLang++. It's actually a full language. We actually implemented this as a let me go to the documentation actually. As a little language. Right now we have a string extension in C# that I can use in my projects that I can do the following. I can actually do the following in my programs. I can just do 2d4 dot simple roll. So I can create a string. There's a string extension here. 3d6 plus 2. So this is in any C# program. If you add this library, so this was the idea, is to be able to do this in Unity games, that sort of stuff, for generating it more easily, quickly. Simple roll, we'll do 3d6 plus 2 as a roll. Simple roll, you can give it a random source. You can also specify variables, 3d6 plus strength, and then your context might be like a player character. Roll result is actually castable to an int, so you could just use it directly in numeric types like this in the language. Additionally, it has support for the roll result to say, okay, well, what were all the dice that rolled inside of it? Give me all the values out that were generated from it. And so that's a really cool, I think this was a fun little project that allows for doing randomness in any C# project. And then I thought a nice extension of it would be to turn it into a full-blown programming language where we can do essentially anything with it. Not that it's a particularly useful language, but a fun little exercise here. So TV Josh, excellent question for asking such a wonderful question, Josh. I'm gonna give you, you're gonna get 50 points, my friend, because I'm sure other people were curious about that. So 50 points to you. Thank you so much for asking. All right, so we're gonna hop in back. We want to add in a character type. I'm not gonna make it a numeric type. Let me do a commit here actually first. Git status, git commit dash m feat, add double value type and parser. Additionally, add implicit casts from int to double for arithmetic expressions. All right, so there we go. We did a commit here. Let's add a character type, and then I want to see if we can get into a list type. But yeah, TV Josh, we try to do a new project here. If you have any ideas for a project, feel free to do it on the suggested project forum on the Discord, because like I said, every week we try and do something new. You know, and some of these projects are too big for 1 week. We sometimes do 2 weeks. One time we did a 3-week project. This language here has been a 7-day project. So we started it last Saturday. I'm just calling it a week because we're doing 7 strings on it. So we'll be doing 7 streams, I think, on the next project as well. Whatever it happens to be, I think it's going to be. I'm not entirely sure. It's either I'm not sure. We got to pick. I'm struggling to pick the next one because there's so many good ideas here. And I want to do them all. So I'm leaning towards shaders at this point. So we might start a project on shaders. I'm also kind of leaning towards this multiplayer game. Those are sort of the 2 projects that I'm leaning towards right now. But yeah, if you have any questions, Josh, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. And backseat coding is welcome. If you have any ideas, if you want to ask questions, just like something generic, like I want to understand enumerated types better, feel free to ask. Please let me in the Discord. Oh, you are welcome into the Discord, my friend. There you go. Go ahead and click that link right there and get yourself in there. And while you're there, folks, I know I keep saying it all morning. While you're there, don't forget to enter the giveaway. The giveaway is going on this week. You can win yourself some Captain Coder laser engraved Captain Coder coasters, some Captain coasters brought to us by our very own MMO Pug, folks. So feel free to hop in there, hit that enter to win. I will ship these anywhere the United States Postal Service will let me. Is the coaster made of cork? No, it's wood. This is a wooden coaster. It's not cork. I don't know if that's better or worse, Han. Would you prefer cork? I'm thinking about it going like, this is interesting. It is a wooden coaster. That's a good question. They are wooden, laser engraved wooden coasters. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, may not be the best choice for a coaster, but that's what they are. Excellent question. Okay, so we have this here. I want to add in a character type. The reason I want to add in a character type is because I want to have a string type, and a string is going to be a list of characters. So that's the main thing I'm getting to. I want to get to this language. I kind of want to write a text-based adventure using this language. And so I'm hoping to get there. Probably not going to get there today, but we might do a second, not next week, we'll probably do a new project. We might do a second extension of this project where we do something more interesting with it later. Yeah. All right. So here we go. I want to add in a char type. All right. So we have a bool value and then a char value like this. Char value is going to be a char like that. And these can't be cast to characters. We can't cast char to bool. Cannot cast char to double. Cannot cast. We might want to just be able to cast char to. I'm going to leave this in here, something that you can cast it to an integer. New cast success int, and we're just going to cast it to an int here value. And do I even need? I think there's an implicit cast for that. Is that true? Yeah, so we can just implicitly cast it that way. Made from genuine truffula trees. I can't, that might be a joke there. I'm not sure what a truffula tree is. Let's see, truffula tree. Sorry, Captain Coder is a, from the Lorax. Gotcha, from the Lorax. I should have known. I was like, what's a truffula tree? A truffula tree. No, from the Lorax. Thank you so much for that. All right, so our char value here, pretty print value to string, beautiful. This should be pretty easy to add in. We're gonna add in a character type where it's just it's a pretty useless type, but this should be pretty easy to add in here. The reason I would want this is, again, I want to add in lists, and a list of characters will be a string, so it allows us to sort of define this type that sort of seeds into itself, so we can do string manipulations using list operations. That's my whole goal here, is to get to where we have list type, and with a list type and chars, we can do interesting things. Okay. All right. So our parser, let's go to our value parser, is a character parser. Bool value, int value, a character. This is going to be, it should be relatively simple. This will be a char value parser. And it literally, I think it's going to be, oh, not quite. It's going to be from, I think we do tokenize. Well, we can't have spaces. So it actually has to be, this is interesting. Leading, all right, so we're going to need leading space in parse.whitespace.mini. So we're going to get all of the white space. We don't want any trailing white space is the thing. So then we're going to do a from apostrophe. Is that how we do it? Apostrophe? We'll do single quote. All right. In parse.char. Specifically need to parse the apostrophe character, a single quote. Then from the actual char, char symbol, maybe we'll just call it symbol, or character, there we go, in parse.anychar. So we need exactly one character. And then it needs to be followed by end quote. Spaghetti Developer says, oh my god, you like this query syntax. I don't know if I think it's better than the alternative. And it's certainly easier to debug because it lets you step through it. The alternative would be this horrible set of thens. In my mind, it'd be horrible. So I'll show you the alternative. Spaghetti Developer. Spaghetti Developer, it's nice to see you again. How are you on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? I do think there's some cool things about this type of syntax, but we specifically want to parse again a char single quote. I use fluent syntax in C#. I'm not sure I'm familiar with fluent syntax. And then at the end of the day, and this can be followed by from trailing in parse.whitespace. Actually, we don't care about the trailing at this point. Select. Yeah, so the alternative would be to chain this together, which would be a little bit harder to do. I'm not familiar. Spaghetti Developer, give me just a second. Permit Spaghetti Developer. If you could, Spaghetti Developer, I'd love for you to post a link to what fluent syntax is. I don't know if I'm familiar with it. I'm pretty new. I say I'm pretty new to C#. I am learning C#. I've been programming for over 20 years, but C# is sort of a language that I would not consider myself an expert in it by any means. It's a language that I've mostly used for fun, but more recently has started trying to learn it a little bit more. Klaus over on YouTube asked, does Spaghetti Developer write spaghetti code? Look, I think everyone writes spaghetti code sometimes. Spaghetti can be delicious and tasty. Folks, I forgot to reset my break timer. It can be delicious. It can be tasty. Let's see if my break timer resets properly here. Well, here's a small example with bold syntax. Gotcha. Let's take a look here. Sure, my break timer reset properly. Okay. We're going to see if it starts going negative again. Look, spaghetti can be tasty. It can be delicious. But sometimes it's not the most healthy thing for you. But everyone eats, and not everyone eats. Everyone writes spaghetti code sometimes. So my problem. Okay, let me see here. So you're specifically looking. So doing this type of syntax is much harder to debug than this syntax because this becomes one statement. You can debug this line by line is one thing I like about it. So let me ask a question. Is this fluent syntax? Fluent. However, the fluent syntax becomes more natural for me. Fluent is with the dots. So the problem I have with the dots for these, so I was using the dots originally for my parser combinators. The challenge with using it is it's really hard to debug if there's something wrong. Say I have something wrong here. At least in VS Code, when I go to debug it, it executes the entire sequence. Whereas if I do the froms, it actually lets me actually examine each value one at a time. Yeah, but then I have to rewrite my I have to rewrite the thing. I have to rewrite my code each time I want to debug it. So I have nothing against this syntax. The chaining of thens here sort of becomes a challenge, and I've found that I'm having to debug these parser combinators more frequently than I might want to, and so I've been using this syntax. I don't know if I like it, because yeah, it's sort of interesting here. It's good to know about. So you'll notice here I'm doing the chaining syntax rather than the from syntax, but it's sort of like a combination. Actually, I'm not sure if I could do the from syntax with this. TV Josh says parser combinators are fun. I'm having such a good time with them for sure. Half Moon says the only reason I have food is because of my spaghetti code. Sadly, I haven't figured out how to get the tomato sauce in my code. It's pronounced tomato source. The tomato source. But spaghetti developer, I actually do like regular links chaining. I didn't know it's called fluent syntax. I would call it just like link chaining, and I've used that a lot. But I have found that I need to debug this type of thing, and that has been a challenge. Klaus says, I haven't thought that way. Now I'll be sure my code is delicious. Maybe it'll save me some bucks at the grocery store. Yeah. But, get yourself a little bit of tomato sauce, toss in some of that spaghetti, cook it, and get in there, type till your keyboard gets hot, and then, maybe sprinkle a little bit of a Parmesan on top. Delicious. Spaghetti developer, thank you so much for introducing me to the word fluent syntax, for your contributions, my friend. 50 points to you. I appreciate it very much. But let's come in here. This is going to return a new char value of type character. So we should have this here. Let's see. Okay, so now in our values, this is interesting. Where does this appear in as a value? So it's sort of like the only place we could do this is as a raw expression. Let me look at my parser here for my generic language. Because it won't be part of an arithmetic expression. It won't be we could do it in a conditional expression. So you could check if two characters were equal. This it should work because we can actually cast. Is that true? No, it won't cast this to an integer by default yet. So that's interesting. That's interesting here. My toString probably my pretty print probably want to wrap it in single quotes. Actually, look at my char value. I actually think I want to explicitly wrap it in single quotes. I don't think that will happen here otherwise. Half Moon says, I'm also trying to cheese my code. I don't have any ideas how to change the flavor. Yeah. Change the flavor. If you're in C, have you tried changing languages? If changing language, you give yourself a little bit of a different flavor on that code. Man, I really dislike what I'm doing here. With my comparators. It would be nice. Yeah, I think I might need to make these conditional expressions. We should be able to do it in conditional expressions, arithmetic expression. Sir Black Souls is adding some plus plus to your C, for example. Exactly. Adding a little, just adding a little bit of incrementation. Just increment that flavor. Stir till it's delicious. Where do I guess I should have updated my grammar file. Let's go to my grammar file here real quick. My grammar file, I added in some additional relational arms. So we also have less than or equal to. So we're gonna do that here. These are some things that we added in. So we have less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, not equal to was some stuff we added in here. Our numeric type, we added in a double here. It's interesting. I gotta think this through a little bit because I want to add in my character type. How does it fit into all this? I mostly just want it so that I can put it in lists. But comparing it here is kind of important. So part of me is thinking I need to have a char as a numeric type as well. How can Moonless have double points than Streamlabs? I know. Because Moon is just so Moon is I can see Moon is floating around in the chat. It checks if you're just in the chat, you get points. And so Moon is likes to just pretend he's here. Double or nothing me float. Yeah, that's right. Have Moon double. Moon is because I'm just that good at you. Moon is. Are you streaming right now? You sitting here listening to me? That's hilarious. Oh no, I bet you just saw the chat. Mooniz can't hear me right now, I don't think. Mooniz can hear me. Folks, if you guys don't know Mooniz incredible game developer, amazing stuff. Everything I know about Unity, Mooniz has taught me. If you want to learn a little bit about game development, a little bit about Unity development, if you have some questions, Mooniz is the guy to ask, folks. Incredible developer. Gotta go check him out. He's currently doing the Ludum Dare 53. Ludum Dare 53. The theme is delivery. Making a game about a stork who had a few too many accidents is now delivering coffee instead of babies. So if you want to play a game like that, if you want to see Mooniz make that game, go check him out, folks. Wonderful guy. Absolutely love his stream as well. I think I might have to add char type in here, and this makes me sad because now my arithmetic types, yeah. All right, so my arithmetic helpers, I was trying to avoid this because of how gross they are. So we gotta figure out a nice way to do this. So I'm gonna add in a char type here, char, as well. So chars are gonna be numeric types. Essentially, they're gonna fall into a category of integral type. But the issue sort of becomes this of our arithmetic helpers. I need a nice way to cast between all of them. Yeah. And so I think the thing for me to do is to create a value type called numeric type. And then this will explicitly, or something. I don't know the best way to do it because otherwise I'm going to end up here where I have to double this and check for all my char. I have to check all the possibilities for char. And that would be the hacky way to do it. So I could do this. Where I say, okay, well, if I'm a char val, int val, that shouldn't work. Perform addition left. It must be calling this. I would have to do .to int, and then this to int actually isn't returning the int type. It's returning a cast type, so we have to like cast it to that type. So there's like something I need to do with casting here to make things more sane. So given two types, we need to know how to cast them between the two types. So I kind of want, and I think I'm gonna end up having to write this sort of thing anyway somewhere, but I want it once. I want it once. I don't know the easiest way, the simplification way, the simple way to do it. I'm not sure about, because I don't want to reproduce this for all the possible types. So part of me is thinking I want to make a numeric type. Okay, so I'm going to create an I value that has the following. Okay, let's go to our value type, I value. And I think what I want to do, I want to create a new value type that is a I numeric value. And I want to have a type T here so that I want to be able to just have this T here so that I can more implement how we sort of do addition between these things. So this is going to extend I value. And my idea is, so where T is like a number in our core language inside of the host language, inside of C#. Can I? Yeah. So numeric types will then, we can have sort of this idea of public I numeric value of type T, where we do addition, add, TU. So we have two types. We have type, one A and B might be a better type here, but we have, can I add a numeric value to type, and we have to add a U here, of type T, of type U. We're gonna add it to this type, other. This is my idea here. So let's create a new file here called I numeric. And maybe this shouldn't be a generic class value. Proton asks, Capitan, may I ask a brief description of your language? What is the point of it, and is it based on any other language? This is a fantastic question. Yes, thank you so much for asking, Proton. Thank you so much for asking. This is a fantastic question. Let me finish this here real quick. Captaincoder.dicelang. So dice language, here is sort of what it looks like. The main idea with dicelang, the thing that makes it sort of unique to other languages, is that it supports primitive dice notation. Dice notation is built into the language. Let me start the replit here. Itap, what's up, Itap? Welcome, my friend. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. So this language has randomness built into a numeric type. So if I do 3d6, this is an expression that describes rolling 3 6-sided dice. So this is going to roll 3 6-sided dice. I'm going to do 3d6 plus 20. I can do any positive number of dice. So I could do 50 d12 and get 50 d12. So this is going to roll 50 12-sided dice and give you the sum of those values. The language also, so this is the basic idea of the language, is to have a language built around having dice notation inside of it. So you can do things like if 3d6 is less than 10, then, and for now, there's not a much, 0, else 1. It's a math language, yeah. So it's essentially a math language, and we've extended, so you can do functions in it as well. And it supports recursion. It supports, so this is actually a little program that lets us do some more interesting stuff here. So an example use case might be the following. Let me save this as, let me make a copy of this. Save as combat example. So you might want to write a thing that says, okay, well, we're gonna have 2 players roll. So we'll do something called, write a function here. Let's attack. All right, so attack is going to take in a player's strength. and a defender's defense. Okay, so this is going to be a function that takes in a strength and a defense. Okay, and attack is going to return how much damage was applied. All right, so we'll say that we roll a 1d20. So you'll roll a 20-sided die, and if your die is greater than the defense value, then we're going to return strength, else we return 0. So attack is going to tell you how much damage is dealt to an enemy. All right, so then we might say, okay, well, I have two people here, so we'll have player strength is we'll have player defense. Did you write this in Haskell? No, I've implemented this in C#. Player defense, or enemy, we'll do enemy defense equals 5, and then you could just do attack, and my strength would be 10, and then enemy defense. So we're gonna do this. Let's see if this program we'll see if this program will parse. It's because I'm using Haskell as my syntax highlighter. I haven't written a syntax highlighter for my language, so my language here has similar syntax to Haskell, and so I'm using that to get the syntax highlighting. It's sort of for free. So if I do .NET run on my combat example here, let's see if it parses, or I forgot the word in at the end of these. Hang on, in. Let's see if that works. I need better error messages for sure. My error messages are really bad. Let function if this, let's try this. An A, it's having trouble with this A, I think. Let's do 5 here. Sorry folks, my parser is terrible. I don't get very good parser error message. Unexpected 5. Oh, I have an extra in. Okay. Attack. Our strength is 10, and then our enemy defense, we can put that in here, and this will actually tell us, oh, we get 0. You can make it target any file extension. Yeah, so I've explicitly set my die to target my Haskell syntax highlighter, just because it's similar. I know it has syntax like highlighters for let and equals and this if then stuff, just to give us a little bit more pleasant viewing here. So another thing that my language supports, which is really cool, is it supports, and so now I can actually do player attack, and then I just put in a variety of numbers 10 here. This will represent that the defense is 5 and the player attack is 10. So now I have a function here. So we can define functions this way as well. So this is just like a little feature we have of the language. So it's not the most impressive language, but it is a language. I think I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think something's off with my internet connection here. So I apologize if it got dropped there again. But yeah. So Proton, I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for asking such a wonderful question. Proton Fig, 50 points to you. Thank you so much for asking. I hope I answered your question. The point of the language really is, someone asked on the Discord, because we have project suggestions. This was a suggested project of, I want to know, how would I implement my own programming language? Not this one. Someone asked, how would I implement my own programming language? So we've been going through that process of building out a parser, and REPL and interpreter to do this, and we have a Turing complete language at this point. So this is a Turing complete language. We're just extending it a little bit. Right now we're adding in essentially a character type. The character type will allow us to have strings in here, so we can have some more interesting outputs and write some more interesting things. We kind of need to have it so that you can get user input. There's no way to get user input, so you can't do anything super interesting just yet. And so there's a lot of stuff that we could do to improve this language. It's a toy language, though. Really, at the end of the day, I would call it a toy language. But it's been a fun exercise. I've learned a lot. This was for me to learn a lot about the Sprack parser combinator library. I've learned so much about it. Whoa. Monglo! Munglo is rating us. We got Munglo, folks. A shout out to Munglo. Munglo, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Sunday, folks. Attention, all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important guest with us today, Munglo. If you're not following Munglo, you gotta give him some love. Give him some love. Hit that little heart. Give him some love, folks, because we love Munglo. Munglo, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Whoa indeed. A whoa indeed, Munglo. So happy you're here. How was your stream, Munglo? Munglo, how was your stream? Munglo asks, how's things going here? Things are going pretty well, my friend. We are implementing. So anyone who doesn't know me, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. This stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So I'd love to welcome you back, Munglo. Every week we try and do a new project. This week we took a project. I just hit the Unity button. We're doing a project that was suggested by 100 Acres of creating a programming language. How would we create a programming language? So that's what we've been doing this week. And it turns out it's not the craziest project in the world, but it's not the easiest project in the world either. But we have ourselves a programming language. We're calling it DiceLang++. DiceLang++ supports primitive dice notation types in the language. So in the language itself, you can do things like, let me show you here in the REPL here. You can do things like 3d6. 3d6 represents rolling 3 6-sided dice. If I want to roll a 20-sided dice, it'd be 1d20. If I want to roll 2 20-sided dice, it'd be 2d20 like this. And then that can be put anywhere you could put a number in your language. So if I want to do if 3d6 is plus 7 is less than 10, then we'll do 0, else we'll do 1. And so I got 1 that time, which means that came out less than 10, which is kind of amazing. Came out greater than 10. So we should get 1 most of the time here, actually. Let's do it. That's right, Annie Mortal Kid. We wrote a really terrible REPL. Let's make this a little bit less than 30, we get 0 back. So this language supports basically functions, it supports ifs, it supports numeric types. We're extending the language today a little bit. This is the last day we're working on it. This week, we'll be working on a new project starting tomorrow. But we're making some progress. And Immortal Kid, so nice to have you again on this BEA beautiful Sunday, my friend. How are you doing? Macro support when? Yeah, gotta add in macros. No meta programming in this language just yet. We've implemented it in maybe a slightly challenging way. One of the challenges for myself was to use a syntax that was different that was an ambiguous syntax so I'd have to do interesting things. We could have implemented it as a scheme-like language with lots of parentheses, but this is actually a language that everything is one big expression, so there's no statements in this language. Yes. Klaus Ever Walking Dev. Klaus Ever Walking Dev, I wanna thank you for following me. Klaus, welcome to the crew. How are you on this beautiful day? Klaus Ever Walking Dev, thank you for following me. Klaus Ever Walking Dev, welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Folks, I'm a computer science educator. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love taking your questions. I love answering them. And Immortal Kid says, how can you metagame without metaprogramming though? I don't know. Look, man, look. You can only do so much in a week in Immortal Kid, only so much we can do in 7 days. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. We also got TV Josh entering the crew real quick. Thank you, TV Josh. Thank you for following me on this day. Thank you, TV Josh. I hope you are having a beautiful day now. Thank you, TV Josh. And welcome to the crew. TV Josh, my friend, I hope you are having fun. TV Josh, my friend, you are now a part of the crew. TV Josh, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy to have you here. Glad you're enjoying yourself, or I hope you're enjoying yourself. I don't know if you're enjoying yourself. Folks, if I'm saying any of your names wrong, do not hesitate to correct me. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. And again, do not hesitate to ask any questions. This is fantastic for 7 days. Yeah, we have a Turing complete language, folks. We have a Turing complete language. It's kind of, you know, we support currying. Check this out. What EXP example? This is terrible example. Where's my better EXP multi-arg example? This is my favorite example so far, but maybe other people won't quite get it. We've written the exponent operator. An exponent operator. So this is doing 2 to the 31. We can put whatever we want here. But I just love the way it's written. EXP is written here. So exponent multi-arg die. If I run this is 2 to the 31 minus 1, so we get the maximum integer. The thing I really like about this is that we've defined a function here called helper. We've written this in tail position, so this means that this can be optimized. If we had tail call optimizations, this would be optimized to a tight loop. So there's actually this even though it's written as recursion, it can be optimized automatically by a compiler very easily to not use tail recursion. And then additionally, my language is supporting currying. So check it out. exp helper is a function that takes in 3 arguments. But we can do what's called partial application. We say, well, exp helper with the accumulator, this accumulation variable is going to be set to 1. So anytime you call the exp function, the exp function is always going to be essentially the exp helper with the value 1 for the first argument. Yes, TV Josh, I have auto currying. That's correct. I have auto currying built into the language. And that's because everything in the language, it works a lot like Haskell. I don't know if you've used Haskell, but every function is actually a function of another function. So at the end of the day, this is actually a function that accepts an argument and then returns a function that accepts an argument and then returns a function that accepts an argument. So this is something that is really fun for me to implement, just from like a fun experience. And Ricardo says, that's 6. Wait, did you write a syntax highlighter too, or VS Code just interpret it? I have it set to be in Haskell mode. Yeah, ML does it, SML does it, yes. That's exactly right. So that's where the inspiration is coming from. And so this is actually just syntactic sugar. Yesterday we added syntactic sugar. This is actually just syntactic sugar for, so I'll do another one. Let exp helper no sugar is actually just syntactic sugar for fun ac goes to fun base goes to fun power like this. So that is just it, because no one wants to write this out explicitly. This is just syntactic sugar for this thing. Similar when you put the commas here, it's just syntactic sugar for 231 like this. So it's just syntactic sugar there for that. So this here would be how you would explicitly write this, but we want to have some nice sugar to do it. And I think I'll be adding in some more sugar today, so that we can do top level functions so they don't have to be part of this let expression. I would like to be able to do the funny before you have your program. I would like to be able to have exp helper ac base power goes to this thing, and then later on down beneath we can just define all of our functions and have a program that executes all of those functions one at a time, and you can have multiple expressions set as sort of statements and you'll output all of them at the end. That is something that I would like to do. I just haven't quite gotten there. Proton says, Capitan, I just got nice idea. Believe it or not, when I was a kiddo, I really liked to play and played also role-playing board games. Awesome. My favorite was Middle-earth role-playing game. I'm assuming that's a Lord of the Rings role-playing editor. I even took once a scene handle from it. Look and see my major handle history. Let's check it out. Let us check it out. TV Josh, yes, SML. Proton says, oh, the idea, RPG dices. I love them. Got to create 3D meshes for some bigger dice. Something that would be cool. Let's see if we can check this out. Here. What did I miss? Is it set to play automatically? What am I missing, Proton? What am I looking for? Tell me what I should look for here, or maybe send me a different one. Over on YouTube, Klaus says, better sugar than more cheese. Yes, add sugar, not cheese. More sugar, not cheese. Below my name. SJL Kraken service. Sorry, I'm super dumb. I'm so Proton, I'm so sorry. What am I looking for? See my major handle. Oh, just the name change. SJL Kraken service to the MERP, to Zybots, to Proton. Gotcha. I think that's what you're referring to. SJL Kraken service. That's good. But yeah, the idea, RPG dice. I love them. Yeah, so that's the whole idea with this language. We have the RPG dice, tabletop dice notation built in. Proton, if there was something specific you wanted me to see on this, I'm sorry, I'm so simple. The MERP, the Middle Earth role-playing game. Gotcha, the MERP, nice. I see. Thank Proton, for bearing with me, for being, my simple self. 50 additional points to you, my friend. I appreciate it. All right, so what are we working on right now, though? We are adding in additional primitive types. So we added in double. I really want to get the character type in here. To be able to do equality checks on character, though, I kind of need it to be a numeric type. And so I'm trying to get my numeric type to work. So if we go and look at my, let's keep going here. If I go and I look specifically at my arithmetic helpers, I have this horrific thing going on for doing addition, subtraction. What I really want to be able to do is have a numeric type, and the numeric type just knows how to add itself to other things. So maybe I don't need a type T here. Maybe this just returns a numeric value in general. And the other just sort of knows how to do it. So add to other public iNumeric value sub so this is my idea, and if someone has a better idea, let me know. iNumeric. My first thought was to use a type T here to let us do it. So add sub div iNumeric value other iNumeric value add sub div mul other. Okay, so my idea is to do it this way. And if I can do it this way, then I can add in an explicit support. I think I can add in public static op. There's like an operator extension I can do. Operator, here, let's look it up. I always forget the exact syntax for it. But we could do, let's see, C# overload operator. If I can do it this way, let's overload an operator. I'm not sure if I can do it in an interface, but we're gonna try. Public static, here we go. Public static, it looks kind of like this. Public static iNumeric type plus iNumeric type goes to a iNumeric value B. This would end up just being add iNumeric. This would be a dot add B. So I would be able to do it this way. Harry says, hello, Captain. How you doing today? I see the parser coming along now. Yeah, it's coming along. Nice, my friend. Harry, thank you so much for being here. We've made a lot of progress. I'm really happy with some of the things we can do here. Some of the things we can do here is really cool. We're trying to add in a couple additional primitive types, character specifically, so char value. We added in double, but it is kind of gross to do it. So I'm trying to come in here and add in the char values, the numeric values in this way. So I'm writing this type here that says if we can extend a numeric value, we specify how add, sub, divide, and multiply work, then we should be able to perform these operators explicitly and reduce some of the horrible code repetition we have. So numeric helpers, to get doubles to work, we had to write this, didn't have to, but we wrote it in this horrible brute force way just to say, can we get it to work this way? And it does. And now I want to do it in a smarter way where we have a numeric value type that will be a bit smarter, and the types themselves will know how to add sub, div, and mul against the other numeric types. So they have to sort of specify it in their subclass. And then if we have a subclass here, aren't floats hard to get super hard to get right? So it depends on what you mean super hard to get right. Because I'm an interpreted language, I can use the host language. So I'm implementing it in C#. I just use the host language. So check out my double value. I get to cheat and just say, oh, well, my double value happens to be a C# double value. Yeah, so I'm cheating by saying like my double value is just a C# double value. So cheat maybe not be the right word, but so if I was doing this to like compile to assembly, that would be a little trickier. This is not a compiled language, it's just an interpreted language. So I get to take advantage of the host language, C#'s implementation. So that's exactly what we're doing. Double value just maps directly to a C# double under the hood. So yes, a little bit cheesy there. Okay. I hope that kind of answers your question. All right, so add sub div mul. Add sub div mul. So now if I have this numeric type, if I come over to my int value, I'm gonna make this actually a numeric value. And now I'm forced to specify how this thing gets converted to other numeric types. And so now, rather than having this sort of horrific switch statement here, I get to have a slightly less horrific switch statement specifically in my int value here. And then I'm hoping this will be a little bit easier. But Harry Kid, great question, great observation. I hope you don't feel cheated by me cheating using the double value built into C#. But that's one of the benefits of doing an interpreted language. It's one of the challenges of doing a compiled language, which I kind of want to do. I kind of want to see if we can do it. Hesh, we got to follow here. Hesh Ballantyne has followed us on this beautiful day. Hesh Ballantyne, I'd like to welcome you to the crew. How are you, my friend, on this beautiful day? Welcome aboard. Hesh Ballantyne, folks. Hesh, welcome to the crew. Happy Sunday, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning to you, I believe. But welcome aboard. I'm so happy to have you here. I don't know how you weren't already following me. Folks, if you guys don't know, Hesh Ballantyne, fabulous, incredible streamer. Folks, attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very special guest today. Hesh Ballantyne, folks. Hesh is what you call yourself, mostly a game streamer, streams retro games, but also a little bit of a variety streamer, really. Hesh is also a computer science educator, folks. His stream isn't a computer science education stream specifically, but lately he's been putting together retro computer. But Hesh, one sec. We got to give you VIP status. Hesh, feel free to post a link, my friend, to the stuff you're doing. We love having you here. What are we doing today? This is a great question. So, Hesh, I think this might be your first time to the stream. If you didn't know, I try and do a new project every week. So people over on the Discord suggest projects, and we try and do a new project every week. Sometimes they take a little longer. One time it took 3 weeks. But 100 Acres asked, can we create a coding language? How would you create a coding language? So we're actually implementing a language that I'm calling DiceLang++. I actually think it should be called DiceLang ML, probably. But the language itself is a language that has primitive support for, let me open up the REPL here so you can see. It supports primitive numeric types using dice notation. So dice notation is a primitive numeric type. So if you do 3d6 and Hesh, I believe you're familiar with dice notation. This is says to the language, roll 3 6-sided dice like that. I can do 3D. So anywhere I can put number, I could put a dice notation as well. Currently, it only supports integers on the left and right side. Ideally, you would be able to put variables on the left and right side, but we do something like let's x equals 3d6 in, and then we could say something like if x is less than 10, then 0 else 1. Something silly like this. This is just an example of the language. But we can keep doing this. Let's see if I can get 0 here. There we go, 0. So we support that sort of stuff in the language. The language is Turing complete. We have recursion built into the language. We have auto-curring built into the language. We haven't implemented it yet, but I would love to implement tail call optimizations in the language as well. But because we have recursion, we support essentially a Turing complete language at this point. And Immortal Kid said maybe next week we can write a bootstrap compiler using DiceLang++. I think this language is would be challenging to compile. I think I don't know how I would go about doing that. Although I think it would be fun to write a C compiler. One of the things I might do on stream this summer is actually writing a C compiler, which I've done in the past. C compilation is not that difficult. Hesh says to TV John, I'm souping up a Dell Dimension 4700 currently, also trying to rehab a DEC Digital 486. There's another dozen or so towers in storage that need inspection and investigation. But yeah, fabulous stream over there. One of my favorite places to hang out. Saturday morning, and then Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. Proton says, Capitan, dice are nice because there are so many, they aren't necessarily platonic solids. Oh, for 3D rendering? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. That would be an interesting project, is given a side to write a program that renders a 3D die of that with that many sides. That would be interesting. So for some of the common ones, it makes sense, but like, how would you render a die that has 7 sides such that each side is equal chance of it landing on that side? That's an interesting thought. Okay, so now that we've done that high level overview, we're in the process of adding additional types. I've decided to create this type called numeric value. And numeric value, we're implementing, so our int here, we had this really gnarly arithmetic helpers class for getting doubles just to work. And I knew this was gross because I have this horrible switch thing here. This horrible switch thing like this. And so I'm trying to make it a little bit more reasonable to deal with. So my numeric values, I'm making an interface numeric value, and I'm gonna force all of these conversions to happen in the class itself. So int value will take care of its conversion to other types. It's not a kludge if nobody sees it. Yeah, but I'll know about this spaghetti. Harry says, or we could just do tiny C far in future. It's super fun and fast to implement. I was taught compilers by implementing C-like compiler. Yeah, so I would probably do C, ANSI C 88 probably. This is a specification, ANSI C88 specification. This is the 1988 specification is probably what I would do. I don't know how different that is, or 89. I thought it was 88. I've done a compiler. I've written a compiler and a parser for this language. It's very, very small, lightweight version of C that doesn't support much. It doesn't support a whole lot. And I would just steal a parser. I wouldn't write the parser. I'd get something that parses it, lexes it for me, and we would just write the compiler. Proton, what'd you send me? Speaking of dice, let's take a look here. Speaking of dice. Ooh. How do I rotate it? Ooh, look at that. Ah. Very cool, my friend. This is using WebGL. Is this one of the ones that was written in Java? Or I'm assuming this isn't Java. Is this WebGL? What is this written in, Proton? I'm assuming you made this. And if you didn't, let me know. Very cool. Thank you for sharing, for your contributions to society, Proton. For your contributions, Proton. 50 points to you, my friend. We appreciate it. Is it HTML? Is it pure HTML? If this is pure HTML, that's crazy. There's no JavaScript to it. Is it just like CSS? I need to know more. All right, so but if we're gonna do an addition here, CSS magic on JavaScript. Gotcha. Some CSS magic. We always love ourselves some CSS magic. You gotta love those cascading style sheets, folks. Gotta cascade those style sheets all the way down. So, in this case, all right, so we're gonna do a switch here. We're gonna return switch, not switch. We wanna switch, we wanna do the expression return other switch. And we're gonna say if you are an int value. I'm wondering if I can. No, because I need to tell if it's whether I need to do the implicit typecast. That's the thing. I want to do an implicit typecast here. Yeah, so it just works a little different. So I need to do an implicit typecast though. So if we have numeric value other, in the case that you are also an int value, int val, it's just going to be a new int val of our value plus int val dot value. So we pull that out there like that. In the case of it being a double val, you know, to a new new double value. So this is the implicit cast up. We do value plus double val dot value. Should be an int, a double value. So this is our language level double value. This is interesting. Oh, it's not a numeric value yet. So I have to specify that my double value. So double value is now an I numeric value as well. So we have to do it this way. So we're going to implement it that way. Okay, so we have this double value in that way. Let's keep going here. And I'm noticing I'm going to be able to pull this out in a nice way, I believe. So what do I want to do if it's a character value is the question. Should I allow an int to be added? I think I want it to become, if you add a int to a char, I think I want to keep it as a character value. I think I want to keep it as a character value, or yeah, I think I want to keep it as a character value. That's an interesting thought. I'm not sure if that's the most intelligent way to do it. So this should also be a numeric, I numeric value here. So we're going to implement this interface in that regard. And so we're going to say if we have a character value, char value, we're actually going to make it a new char value that is our value plus char. So this will allow us to like increase char values. Char value dot value. And it's going to tell me I can't do this. I need to first convert this to an int and then convert the whole thing back to a char. So this is why I'm not sure I want to do this. It acts differently than the host language, which is okay. But I think this is what I want to expect. So the idea here would be if I have a plus 1, what do I expect the value to get back? Do I expect this to be allowed? I want it to be allowed, and I expect to get the lowercase b back, is how I think about it. It's how I'm thinking about it. I'd like it to be that way. And if we have anything else, we're just going to be a language level error. So it does give us back a numeric value. I kind of think that means that our error value type needs to be a numeric value type that just sort of propagates the error through. Yeah, so I think we need to have an error value type here. So error value is actually, because error value needs to fall into the category of any type of value. So it happens to be a numeric value, but as a numeric value, that's annoying. I hate when VS Code does that. It is actually just going to propagate the error through. Let's still these. There must be other errors in my program, and that's why it won't let me autocomplete. This is just gonna say, okay, well, we can't add those things through. We're just gonna say return this. And so this it'll act monadically in that it just propagates the error through. Whatever the error was previously, it doesn't let you do that. And the main reason I want to be able to do this is, and maybe I need to use the error monad up here when we try and do the addition, and sort of instead of just letting this come through, maybe we actually want to have this return like an error monad. That's a thought that this isn't. It's something we have to work through if we want this language. If we want to really think through the power of how this language is going to work. But otherwise, we're actually going to return a new error value. And we might want to have different types of errors. So we just have like a generic high-level error. Is the visitor pattern not the same as the nomad monad? Yeah, the visitor pattern is the nomad monad. Person says, found one die, Captain. Check your Discord. Let's check it out. Where'd you post it here? Private message. Let's check this out. Let me pull it off over here. Oh, you found a die at home. Ooh, this is a pretty 10-sided die. Look at this beautiful 10-sided die, folks. That's a pretty die. I like the font on it too. Really, really nice die. I like the way that they put a 0 in front. It looks like, at least I think it is, a 0 in front of the 6 and 9, so you can sort of tell which type it is. Yeah, I have a big old bag of dice back here. Or I should. Where's my big bag of dice? Where's my big bag of dice? Oh no, I can't. Where? Oh, here. This is the sad dice. Here's another bag of dice. This isn't a big. These are just like medium-sized bag of dice. I have a big old bag of dice here. Love me some dice. We love us some dice. But yeah, I got myself a bag of dice. Oh, there's an orc in that one too. But yeah, we got lots and lots of dice. I don't know if you can see them. We got a bag of dice. Not a big old bag of dice, but probably 100 dice in there. Glad you found yourself a die. We also got a new crew member. Restarted. Let's see. Restarted. How many? This one's tough to sing. Welcome, Restarted. I would like to welcome you to the crew now. Welcome, Restarted. Thank you for following me today. Welcome, Restarted. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome, Restarted. I'd like to thank you again. Restarted, welcome to the crew, my friend. Sorry, that was a little out of tune. Gotta get some auto-tune on that at some point. Hesh says, calling mom and also working on Swizzler for stable diffusion prompts. Awesome. So we'll be in and out of chat for a bit. No worries, my friend. Hesh, we know there are many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you lurking here, my friend. So enjoy your time. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. We appreciate you. So the error that I'm going to say here is, and maybe we need some subclasses of error so we could actually get ourselves like rather than just having like a generic error, that's all we have right now, it's like a runtime error. Have an error that's like, oh, well, this would be a like, you know, class cast exception or something. But in this error, it's just gonna say, cannot perform addition on, and then we're just gonna say other dot pretty print cannot perform addition with cannot perform. Actually, I might just do this dot pretty print plus cannot perform like this. I might just do this for our error here. Restarted, thank you so much for the applause, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. How are you doing, Restarted? Welcome, my friend. Have Moon says, I'm back, had a little something to eat. I hope you enjoyed your food, my friend. I'm feeling like I gotta eat some food here at some point. How long has it been since our last week? My break timer is so crazy it's not working at all, and I have no idea. Firebot's having some trouble. We're gonna have to fix that, but we're gonna need take another break here in another probably 10 or so minutes, because we've been going, I think, almost 80 minutes since our last break. Proton says, Capitan, what is the biggest die in Biggest dice, how many sides? The biggest die I have, I think, is a 100-sided die. That said, the world, let's look. What is the biggest sided die world record? Let's see. What is the highest sided die world record? The mind-boggling challenge of designing a 120-sided die. 120-sided die. I'm surprised it's not more than this. Apparently there's a 120-sided die out there. 100-sided die is the biggest one I have. That's fascinating. I would have assumed that a world record for more, although this is just a quick Google here. Okay. Dustin says, the 100-sided die, will it stop rolling? Can you tell which is the top value? Yeah, you can. It's sort of, so 100-sided die, 100-sided die. It's in the other room. I might grab it. It just sort of looks like this. And it does eventually stop rolling. This one, mine's more like this, as like a little bit rougher. It does stop rolling. It does roll pretty hard. But you put it in a little box and you roll it. Rather than just rolling it across the table, because it's essentially a little dot, it's a little ball, essentially. But it does stop and it sort of settles on a number there. Usually just 2d10 is what you do, and then you pick the left and right side and that's your number. Rather than doing a full-blown 100-sided die. Yeah. That 120, yeah, it's fascinating here. That 120-sided die is interesting. I've never seen it. Yeah, so there's like the really interesting die here. Fascinating. All right, so I think this will kind of work for our addition. I'm about to go through and do, essentially this is the same process for all of these. So I'm gonna write a private helper method here. Private, then we're gonna use a delegate. Numeric value, perform op, I numeric value other, and then I'm gonna have a delegate here for it that is essentially going to return it. So it's gonna take in, so it's gonna be a delegate for us that takes in a func, I numeric value. Is that right? Can I get this to work? Perform op. Can I make this perform op of T? Here, we're gonna do a T type here. And it's gonna go from a T to an I numeric value. I think we can make this work this way. Perform op op operator like this. And I kind of want it to work this way. Can I make this happen? And we'll do, I don't think we can. This is so annoying. Op of value, because our T type, yeah, this is interesting here. I'm trying to think what's the best way, because I'm trying to prevent myself from copying and pasting this code. If I do op here, value int value, I cannot convert to type T. This would be our int T, and it just doesn't know what this type is. Here, I almost need, okay, so I guess this is super annoying. This is super annoying. I want an easier way to write this. So right now I have to sort of copy and paste this in here and do subtraction this way, even though all I want to do is swap out this minus. And I can't just do that. Remember, anytime you're copy and pasting, that's sort of a smell. It's a code smell. We want to avoid that if we can, and I'm just struggling because I'm trying to think, is there a nice way, or does this just read better? This might actually just read better in general. I just don't like the ease, how easy it is to make a mistake here. The problem I'm having is that the value type, I actually need, there's like, these are actually 3 different functions. They're not the same function. They are 3 different functions. One for division with integers, one, so if I like highlight over, you actually notice it has a different value. These are each different methods, essentially, different operators. Fascinating. I was really hoping to get by, and so now I'm still gonna have to do this in all of my types. And then if I add more types, we have to do that. That might just be something that is required. Do I have a compilation here? So let's check .NET build like this. We have a rogue process somewhere. Let me see if I can kill that. Our .NET host is stuck running. I think it's related to our test here. Let's end this task. Bear with me for a moment here, folks. Let's try this build again. Okay, so the build is successful. My question, let's add the same thing to our double. Add it to double. Like this, and with doubles it just returns a double value. We're not going to allow characters to be divided by you can't do math with double and characters. It's because it's an integral type. So we're going to remove that one, and it's just going to say we can't perform that. And then for character types, Have Moon says, stream is so cozy. I'm glad you're feeling cozy, my friend. I am glad you're feeling cozy. Let's copy these one more time. And this one's going to be similar to our integer type, except will become a char value here. And if we're a char value, it's this thing. So if we try and do addition with a char value, it's this thing. And this would be int value. Doesn't need to get cast. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't need this here. That's fascinating. All right, cool. You can just add them together directly. Do I need to do a cast again? I think when you add them, it becomes an integer. Okay, cool. All right. So in this case, int val, char value is the same. Otherwise, we don't allow it. And we're gonna do that again here. I hate this copy and paste. This is driving me nuts, folks. I'm sorry you have to watch this terrible coding practice occur. If anyone has a better idea, you guys know I love backseat coding, but this one's a little tricky. This one's a little tricky here, and I'm not quite sure what the best option would be. I really don't know. I'm at a loss here. This is what's interesting is I haven't written this is one of the challenges for me is writing an interpreter in C#. I've never written one in an imperative language. I typically have done it. And I've never written a language that supports like integers and doubles. Well, I see, so in Immortal Kid, I actually see the pattern. Here's the thing, I see the pattern. I'm just struggling to abstract it in a nice way. Because there is totally a pattern here between all these. This is literally a copy and paste from add to sub. The problem I'm struggling with is the way to fix it is actually I have to write a bunch of methods anyway, and then we sort of like pull it in there, and it like doesn't matter. This is like almost easier to read this way. The issue I'm running into is I have this plus delegate. This plus here is a different plus than this plus because of the types. And so I don't have this, I can't just say, okay, well, we have an operator that produces this thing, and I can't pass around, But so here's the thing, in Immortal Kid, I can't, it's challenging at the plus because the types, then I need a couple different ones. This would actually has one, two, it has 3 different methods. This plus operator is actually 3 different operators because of the types. And so at that point, I think it's worse. Dustin says, step 1, pull out the common code into another method. Yeah, so the common, this actually isn't common code. That's the thing. The common code is here and here, and then the common code is here and here. And so I don't know, I actually think this might be the most reasonable way to write it. Proton says, Captain, I know that this is it goes a bit off topic, but it is also exactly just in the middle of the topic. I may recommend a book to read for all game developers. Mathematics for game development. Yes. Let's see if we can get a better link for that. Let me see here. The link's slightly broken. I have to copy and paste the whole thing. Fantastic book. Although, Proton, just so you know, maybe not best to post, I don't know if this book is open source and freely available, maybe not best to post a link to a book that might fall into the category of pirating. So be careful with that. I'm gonna say on my stream, I don't condone pirating and stealing a book like that. So be careful with that link. But yes, if you wanted to find that book, assuming that it is freely available and isn't technically pirating or downloading a copyrighted material, definitely worth checking out. But thank you for sharing, Proton. Appreciate it. Okay. This might yeah, I blame Google. That's fair. Look. We appreciate you sharing it. I just want, I just gotta be careful about what I do and do not condone. Okay, so but now that I have this numeric type here, I think I can more make this perform addition a little bit better. So I can actually say numeric, if this is an numeric value, then the result should be left plus right. Like this. Otherwise, we have the error. Cannot perform addition on these types. So the whole point was to simplify this, so that way I don't have to have all these perform addition things, like this. And I think I can get rid of most of this stuff. Perform subtraction. We get rid of all of these. Get rid of all of these. We get rid of all of these. And instead, now my perform op can come in a different form. So now I can say public static I value perform op. So this is where my extraction now comes. I can have an I value left val, I value right val. And then my delegate becomes a function of I numeric value. Is that right? I numeric value? Yeah, I numeric value, I numeric value, I numeric value, op. And it just sort of becomes this. So now I have this better, what I would consider better. If we have this, we just do op left comma right. Otherwise, we say cannot perform operation on. And maybe we need like a symbol here. Cannot perform operation. It's a little bit ambiguous which operation we're doing here. String. I might do op. String op name. And then this will swap out here. Cannot perform op name on this and this. So we'll see if we do that here. So now I have perform op. I should be able to drop all of these and go fix the compilation error, specifically in my arithmetic expression. So I think I'll have 4 errors in my arithmetic, 1 for each of the operators. So if I come in here for my addition, this becomes perform op, and the op is A, B goes to A plus B, like that. And what does it complain about? There is no argument that corresponds with I value, string. Okay, so this would be, what did it say, addition. And maybe I get rid of that there. But now we did simplify it greatly in this regard. This is our subtraction. This becomes our multiplication. And this becomes our division. So I think this will fix it. Let's see if our language, if our test still passed, or if we broke everything, we might have to revert. .NET test. Hopefully we don't have to revert here. Okay, our test pass, which is beautiful. And so suspect, we're gonna try it out. If I run my REPL, I should have support for, okay, I don't have support for these yet, but I think that's just because I didn't add them to my numeric type parser. This should be in our, I think it's in our value parsers. Our value parsers, numeric value, or, all right, so we have a char or char value. So we can parse a char value. Let's run our tests again, now that we're actually parsing that .NET test. And we should write some tests for parsing in characters as well. All right, so that passes. And so we should check this out now. So it looks like we're gonna have our primitive types that we want to add, and adding a list of A. All right, so we can have A plus 1. Okay, we can do that. So A plus 10 is K. Okay, so we have, this is beautiful, because now we can have lists of characters, and a list of characters is going to be a string. That said, we have to implement list next. So we've just added in, this is beautiful, get, let's add this. Get status. Let's go to our bash here. So we're going to do a commit. Like that. Get commit, beat, implement iNumeric value, and add char value, like that. So we've added in the character type. So that was a goal of ours to complete today. So add support for primitive types. So the primitive types we're at, we have our integer, double, and character. So floating point type, an integral type, and then a character type. We also have, we already had Booleans in. So those are all of our types at this point. And so the next thing we want to do is add support for a list type. But folks, since you were here, you witnessed it here first. We just finished ourselves adding in some primitive types. All of you are going to get 50 points for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you very much. That said, we got to top off our bean water, folks. We got to hydrate a little bit. My break timer is broken, so I don't know how long we've actually been going, but I've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes total on the stream. So probably close to 90 minutes since our last break. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, folks, when we come back, we are going to be doing some stretches. We're going to take care of ourselves. So get your mom, get your dad, get your wife, get your cousin. Hesh, if you're still there, we got to get Mrs. Hesh in the room, because we're going to be doing some stretches, folks. So get yourself ready. Stay tuned, and we're going to be doing some stretches when we return. While I'm away, folks, don't forget on the Discord, folks, on the Discord, don't you want to win yourselves? Wouldn't you like to be the proud owner? You could be a proud owner. We got a giveaway going on. You could be the proud owner of your very own Captain Coder look at these laser engraved Captain Coder coasters. I don't know. I swapped them out. You couldn't see me swap them. Our very own MMO Pug. Laser engraved a bunch of swag for us. We're going to be giving it all away. If you want to win yourself your very own Captain Coder coasters, go ahead, hop onto the Discord, click that enter. Enter to win, folks. We're going to be doing that giveaway, so stay tuned. We shall return here in a moment, and for some stretches while I get some coffee. Sorry to ramble. Grab some, hang tight, grab your bear with me, and I shall return. The captain's back, folks. I'm sorry if your fingers are hurting from hanging on so long, but we're back. And you know what that means, folks? I got myself a delicious, freshly brewed cup of dark fuel, of this delicious bean water here, but it's a little bit too spicy. It's a little bit too hot for my lips right now, and so we gotta do something while we wait for it to cool off. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do some stretches, folks, because the captain loves you. You in the back. Pay attention. Pay attention. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you gotta love your body. And if you love your body, what are we gonna do to it? Gotta take care of your body. And one way to take care of your body is to get up and stretch. So everybody, get on up out of that chair. Get on up. We gotta take care of ourselves. I see you back there still sitting. Get up. Get up. I know you're sitting. We gotta take care of ourselves. Gotta get that blood flowing. Gotta get that blood flowing. We're gonna do a forearm stretch first. If you're like me, you're a golden troll. You're hunched over your computer all day, getting those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries. You don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want to end up with carpal. You don't want the carpal tunnel like the captain has. So we're gonna take care of ourselves. Get on up. We're gonna stretch out that forearm, folks. Straighten out that forearm. Don't lock the elbow. Don't want to cut off the blood flow. You're gonna grab those fingertips. You're gonna pull them back until you feel just a little bit of tension. If you feel any pain in your wrist, any pain in your forearm, stop. You don't want to hurt yourself. You want to love yourself. Take care. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel good? We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Feel that nice stretch in there. Oh, doesn't it feel good? I hope it feels good. It feels good for me. Does it feel good for you? It's a lovely, lovely little stretch here. 10 more seconds, folks. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. All right, and then once we're done with this, we're gonna do the anti-stretch on this. We're gonna go ahead and roll that wrist out, folks. Roll the wrist out. Take care of that wrist. Roll it out. We're gonna go the other direction now. Fingertip down. You're gonna pull down. Make sure you're pulling down and not back and toward yourself. Again, you don't want to hurt that wrist. Pull down. When you feel tension coming across the top of the arm, you're going to go ahead and stop right there. Oh, yeah. And just let that stretch out, doesn't it? Ooh, that's a nice stretch. And make sure if you're at work, get your coworkers in on this. If you're at home, where's your mom? Get your mom in on this stretch. Say, Mom, Captain stretching. Captain stretching. Captain wants you to take care of your body, Mom, because you're a lovely person, Mom. You deserve to be loved. And if you love your body, love yourself, you should love your body. All right, go ahead and roll that wrist out. We're going to change arms here now. Go ahead and change arms. Get that other arm up. We're going to grab those fingertips, pull them back, stretching out that forearm till you get a little bit of tension and just hold it there. Oh, yeah. Nice little stretch in here, folks. Taking care of ourselves, loving our body the way we deserve to be loved because you're a lovely person. You're a lovely person out there doing the things that you do. Let's hold this for another 10 seconds, folks. Then we're going to switch it up a little bit. Oh, yeah. It's always fast, and I say this all the time, it's always fascinating just how much of a difference, how asymmetrical these stretches feel for me. McNets says, hi, Captain. Hi, McNets. How you doing, my friend? Welcome back. Welcome back. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. We're going to go the other direction, fingers down, pull on down, and go ahead and get that nice little stretch in. Oh, yeah, on that top, across the top of that arm there. Again, if you feel any pain in your wrist, go ahead and stop. You don't want to hurt yourself. You want to take care of yourself. We're going to hold this for 20 more seconds, folks. And I know I talk fast. Do I talk fast? You guys think I talk fast? Am I talking too fast? Or can you understand what I'm saying? If I talk fast, can you understand what I'm saying? I don't know. Sometimes I just get too hyper and start talking super fast, so I apologize. I'll try to slow down a little bit. I just get so excited because all you lovely people taking care of yourselves. 5 more seconds, folks. 5 more seconds. Aries, good morning, Captain. Do you have a master's in computer science? That's a great question. I actually don't have a master's in computer science. Go and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. We're going to do another stretch. We're going to do a quad stretch. Get that leg up. We're going to start with a right leg. If you can't get your leg up, that's okay. Maybe you can do a different type of stretch. Maybe stretch out that calf. Maybe stretch out do another shoulder roll, something along the line. Grab that quad, bring it up. I don't have a master's in computer science. I have a bachelor's in computer science. I went to graduate school. So I was in graduate school for 3 years in a PhD program that I didn't finish. It wasn't for me. I had some health issues as well, but it was just I did not like it. So I didn't finish. But I did spend, was it 3 or 4 years? I think it spent 3 years in graduate school. I technically was in grad school, I think, for 4 years, but my 4th year, I don't count because I just sort of decided it wasn't for me. Go ahead and let that leg down. Roll that ankle up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get that other quad up if you can. I'm going to go ahead and do our left side here. Get that quad up. Oh, stretch it out. If you can, and I know you guys can't see it, if you're still not feeling it in that quad, one of the things you can do is sort of lean out into it, use your arm as a counterbalance, and really get a nice stretch in there for you pro stretchers out there. Oh, doesn't that feel good, folks? Feels good here. You're gonna hold this for another 15 seconds. Then we're gonna do shoulder rolls, folks. Then we'll do, maybe we'll do, I'm having a little shoulder pain, so maybe we won't do shoulders. I think I dislocated my shoulder in my sleep, which is kind of a crazy thing to do. We'll do a hang, but then we'll do some basic shoulders. We won't do the full arm. And go ahead and let that leg down. Deep breath in. Stretch up. I'm gonna leave this arm down because it hurts a little bit. Stretch on up. Engage that core. And then we're gonna take a deep breath. As you exhale, go ahead and hinge at the hips, folks. Hinge at the hips like that. And you're just gonna hang. You're just gonna hang. We're focusing on a glute stretch here. Glutes and lower backs. Just hang here for 20 seconds. Breathe normally. If you can touch the ground, lovely. If you can't touch the ground, that's okay. Don't try and arch your back. Instead of trying to arch your back, focus on that hinge at the hips. And you should feel that stretch in the glutes and lower back. All right, we're gonna breathe in here. 5 seconds. As you breathe in, slowly come up. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then let's roll those shoulders back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna add an elbow. I'm not doing it on my left side because I have a little bit of a pain going on there. And then we're gonna do a full arm. 4, 2, 3, 4. Roll it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add an elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, go ahead and shake it out. Shake it out. Thank you guys so much for joining me in those stretches. I hope you enjoyed them as much as I did. All of you beautiful people are going to get 50 points. Thank you so much for stretching with me. I appreciate you being here on this BEA Beautiful Sunday. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. And we're going to hop back in here. Let's see. My break timer's on the fritz roads. I'm going to go ahead and try and get in the habit of setting resetting the break. But it doesn't seem to be resetting properly. Dustin says, my cat is now so excited that I got up and moved. Dustin, I hope your cat stretched with you. I hope you, you know what the benefit, one of the benefits of stretching, folks? It's now my dark fuel, this delicious bean water. Oh, this bean water. Oh, it's so good. That was a big stretch, Half Moon, exactly. That bean water is ready to go. Folks, this stream is brought to you by Don Francesco's Butterscotch Toffee Coffee. Black, no sugar. That's how I like my coffee, folks. The butterscotch type, just a hint of butterscotch in there. It's delicious. It's good for me. I don't know if that's true, but the caffeine keeps me moving. It warms me up on these beautiful mornings. And any day I can wake up in code, I enjoy myself a nice cup of bean water. Excuse me. Astronaut Atlas, welcome back, my friend. I'm happy to see you again. Astronaut Atlas, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're able to make it to see some dice link. We got so many things going on here. Our dice link's coming along pretty well, my friend. I'm doing fabulous. How are you on this beautiful day? Sorry, Astronaut Atlas. Do you prefer, if I called you Astronaut or Atlas, which of those would you prefer? Maybe let's put them together. Astronaut Atlas. It's been a long time without you, my friend. Exactly. Yeah, Proton, I don't know what's going on. I really can't tell if it's Twitch or my stream setup. Because it only has been happening this weekend. Saturday started yesterday and today it's also happening, but I didn't have any problems during the week or before that. Honestly, you can just choose one. I don't really care. Gotcha. Well, we'll see which one my brain picks at each moment I'm given a chance. Microwavable hugs. I'm sorry you had to restart your stream. I apologize, friends. I apologize that the stream's on the fritz. On the fritz, you might say. Okay, so we have finished adding syntax for sugar for less than equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to. Primitive types, we have doubles, ints, floats. We have Sorry, there's no float. It's double and float. What's the difference? Really, it's 32 bits, but that's okay. We got integers, we got doubles, we got characters, we got booleans. Those are the primitive types that we support. I want to add in a list type now. So the list type is going to give us a lot of freedom to do some really cool stuff with it. Proton says, Capitan, I was having a break and I missed your answer. Do you have a MSc? No, I do not have a master's degree. Good question. So I have a bachelor's in computer science. I was accepted into a PhD program for computer science education. I did that for 3 years. I published 4 papers while I was there, but decided that just wasn't the right place for me to be. Grad school wasn't the right place for me to be. I was losing my mind. I wanted to be in the classroom teaching. I wanted to be doing fun stuff. And it was just a chore for me, so I didn't finish, but I did do 3 years of graduate school. So take that as you will. I do not have an official degree, or even an unofficial degree. I do consider myself to have quite a bit of knowledge. Try guess, do I have an MSc? My guess would, that's a good question. I honestly don't know. I think my guess would be that you don't. But that's just for me saying like, well, you're all self-taught. You started super young. My guess would be that you don't, but I honestly don't know. You have so much knowledge that I wouldn't be surprised if you did. But I believe that you were doing stuff when you were very young with electronics and assembly and all that stuff. Now I'm curious. Today I'm going to try to learn Unity, Astronaut Atlas says. Beautiful, my friend. What do you want to do with Unity? What are your plans with Unity? And Astronaut Atlas, if you have any questions, we have such an awesome community on the Discord. We have such an awesome community on the Discord, and the help resources. Do not hesitate to ask for help here, because I would say most of the people on the Discord are several people on the Discord are quite good with Unity, and there's so many great questions and people always answering questions on here. And I do my best to answer those as well. You can do a Marvel game, awesome. If you want any inspiration, Crazy Marble was a game that we made on stream. I think you may have seen some of that as well, but we streamed the whole thing. The full source code's available. You can even clone out that project and check it out if you want some inspiration. But Crazy Marble was a game we made on stream. I don't know, it feels like forever ago. In February, I think. This was a 2-week project that we did. We were exploring NVIDIA physics in Unity. And so we made a game here, which is like a platforming marble game. Be sure to check it out, folks. Pretty cool game. Way too challenging, but I'm using this with my students this term. So my students are actually learning how to do 3D level design. It's an 8-week class here. Right now I'm doing the DICE project. Yeah, so today's the last day we're working on it. We're gonna be doing a new project tomorrow. Starting next week, we'll be doing a new starting tomorrow, we're gonna start up a new project. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow just yet. Proton says, correct, I do not have a master's degree, or MSc, I think you mean master's in computer science, but I have programming for over 40 years in many languages. Yeah. When you're done, can you make a tower defense thing? I'm trying to learn that. Tower defense, so Astronaut Atlas, I'd love to do a tower defense game. If you would like me to see that, post it in the suggested projects. So this is where I get my projects from, typically on stream. Tower defense. I would love to do a tower defense game. Feel free to post it in there. I've always wanted to make a tower defense game. I think that would be really fun, really fun to do. So if you'd post in there, I'd check it. That might be a thing that we do in the near future. Okay, so this DICE thing here, I want to add support for lists. So we're gonna have a list. It's gonna be just a list value type. So we're gonna add a value type here. That is a list type, and it's going to be a essentially a linked list. And it's actually more of a stack than anything, because we're gonna be able to access the front of the list. But you'll see the power of the list, folks. The power of the list. So we're gonna create a new thing that's gonna be a list value. This is interesting because our lists. A list value is super interesting here because there's actually, maybe we're gonna do it as a primitive type here for lists, but it might actually make more sense, and this is just something that would be harder to do, would be to add in an object type or a struct type, and then define it as a struct as using an algebraic data type. But we're gonna do namespace captaincoder.diceling here, folks, and we're gonna have an interface, and this is gonna be our iList value. Now, the reason I'm doing it this way is I'm gonna define it as a recursive data structure. This is almost a union type. It's going to be an I expression, and it also needs to be an I value. So we're gonna have an interface here that looks like this, iList value. And there's essentially three types that we have. We have a public record, I'm gonna do a record type here, empty list. It's gonna be an iList value. So we have an empty list. Let's see if we implement this interface. Evaluate just returns this. Pretty print, I'm going to return square brackets like this. It's gonna be how we represent a list. To bool is gonna be an iCast error. So iCast, a cast error. Bool dot error cannot cast list to bool. If we were in JavaScript, we could. Everything could be a bool in JavaScript. Same with these. These are just going to be cast errors where we can't. A list cannot be a bool is what we're going to say. Although I have this idea anyway. A list cannot be a bool, cannot be a double, and cannot be an int. Double. And last one here, copy this one more time. Boom, cannot be an int. Cannot cast list to int. So we can have an empty list. So an empty list. We can have a, so it's actually only two types. We either have an empty list or we have what's called like the head of a list. Atlas says, should I say a new idea? I'm not sure what your suggestion is for the project. Oh, project. How about a tower defense game? Love it. Something similar to BTD, but medieval style. I love the idea of a tower defense. Thank you so much for posting this. Astronaut asks us, should I say a new idea? I'm not sure what you mean. You got to remember, the Captain Coder is a simpleton, folks. And as a simpleton, I often struggle to understand your question, so I apologize. But if you want to try and rephrase it, I'd love to try and answer your question. Folks, remember, Captain Coder loves questions. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Business management. Yeah, so I think this game, the Lemonade Coffee Shop game, I think would be really cool. I think it sort of falls under business management. I'm gonna click hearts on these because I love these ideas here. So we have empty list, and I'm just gonna call this one a head, or I'm not sure what to call it, list, or typically this would be called a cons in a lot of language. This is like a list constructor, list cons. I'm gonna call it list cons because it's a list constructor. iList value. These are the two subtypes. So this is our union type essentially. Before I finish this implementation though, I've got to recognize that we got a new crew member, folks, Hypetix. Hypetix, oh Hypetix. Hypetix 94. Oh yeah, I said Hypetix. Hypetix. Thank you for following me. Hypetix, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day here in beautiful Captain Coder's Academy, folks. Astronaut says, how about a survival game? I think a survival game would be really cool too. Maybe, again, you got to keep in mind, these are projects that we want to try and finish in 7 days, so they'll be like prototype projects. But if you want to be a survival game would be fine. If you wanted to provide more details on that, I would love to. And again, if you want a different type of business game, not just specifically the Lemonade Coffee Shop game, feel free to either make a new post or post a generic or add to this conversation. Because I love all your ideas. So list cons looks like this. It actually takes in an I value element, and then it's followed by another list value. So this will be interesting. So we have cons here. So this idea here is a cons, and this allows us to construct a list, and we construct a list from another list. An I list value would be tail, and we might do a whole I value here. I'm not 100% sure, but we're gonna keep going with this. Our lists are not, because we're a dynamic language, our lists can be a non-homogeneous types as well. So I don't necessarily like that. Evaluate, I think, just returns this. The pretty print is the interesting part here, folks. The pretty print is an interesting part. So we want to be able to iterate through all of the elements in the list and print them out. So we're gonna do the following. We'll write a little helper here. I think we can actually do it in our super class here. Maybe we're gonna try it. Can I put this in here? Public string pretty print. Maybe I shouldn't put it as the top there. I basically want to pull all of my elements out recursively. All right, so I'm gonna pull all of my elements out recursively. Let me do a thing here. I'm gonna say build list. And so we're gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna say list of I value elements. And we're gonna start out, and this is just gonna have our one element in it. Can I do it that way? Has our one element in it, and then we're gonna find all of the children element. We're gonna find all of the children element in here. And the way we're gonna do this is I'm gonna do it with a while loop. We could do it recursively, but we're gonna be a little bit smarter about it. We're gonna say while, and I'm gonna create a new one called list, not list. This is gonna be a I list value tail. This should be a capital E. Hang on. I did this record type terribly. This should be capital E elements. These are public values. Capital T tail. We're gonna start with capital E element here. We're gonna say while I'm making new an I list value tail is equal to tail. We're actually gonna say while tail is not equal tail is a list constructor. Tail cons like this. Oh, I don't do an as, I just do list tail cons. So tail cons, now I have a reference to the tail as a list cons. We're gonna do this thing. If it's a list cons, we're gonna have to do elements.add tail cons.element. So we're gonna add all those elements in, and then I need to go down this list, and then tail is gonna be equal to tail cons.tail. So this is sort of like, if you've ever implemented a linked list, that's almost exactly what we're doing. We're sort of iterating down. This is a singly linked list, and we're iterating down that linked list. So let's check it out real quick. Atlas, Astronaut Atlas, post a new game idea. Excellent. Let's look at this pretty print real quick though, folks. So this is a little thing. A lot of people struggle with linked list data structure, and that's what we're implementing here. Our list type, our generic type is gonna be a linked list. And so we say that a list is either an empty list or it has an element followed by an additional list. This is sort of like our head. Maybe head would be a better name for this. Head. I'm gonna call it head here. So we have a head. Why didn't it auto rename? That makes me sad. Head. And it's because we have errors, so the auto refactor isn't working. For now, I'm gonna return an empty string here. And so we actually iterate down. Check this out. This is such a cool, in my mind, this is super cool. That this is the power. This is like really powerful idea here. We have a head followed by the rest of the list. We have a head and a tail. And our head we pull that element out, and we go down to our tail and say, well, if we happen to also be a list that has more things in it, we're gonna pull that thing out and we're gonna get the next thing. And eventually you'll get down to where you have an empty list at the end and we stop. And so I am gonna say that our list, we're gonna do it with a open square bracket. I'm gonna put space in between two, and then we're gonna do a string.join. We're gonna join with commas in between each element, and I'm gonna do tail here. So this is kind of cool, and we'll write a test to make sure that this makes sense to everyone here. But this lets us iterate down. Notice I'm not using a for loop. It iterates down our list, and we're using the C# level list. We could do this in a different way, where we sort of build the list dynamically. But I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that we are using C# and still this, and we decide we want to optimize it later, we can. So this is maybe not the most efficient implementation, but it's gonna let us have a working version. So if we were to write this language, we get a working version, and then we say, okay, now we're gonna really work on an optimized version. We might go back and refactor this stuff. Astronaut Atlas, I'm gonna check it out. Let's take a look here. At our Discord. New post, survival game, awesome. Chop wood for trap, spirit shelter. Ooh, survival and crafting. Atlas, you know what I love about this project? Is we could use our crafting system. This crafting system, we could use our crafting system inside of this. I love this idea so much. Atlas, for your contributions here, this is an awesome idea. Astronaut Atlas. 50, so you've suggested 2 awesome ideas, 100 points to you, 50 points for each idea. I appreciate it so much. How do you, Astronaut Atlas, did you change your name? Because you only have 116 points. Did you happen to change your name? I know you've been here many times before. Did you put an underscore in your name? Points, Astronaut Atlas. Yeah. Oh no, that's saying Captain Coder. If you change your name, because it says you only have 116 points. If you changed your name, we can get you those more points. See if you can figure out what your name was. I'll be able to swap those in. Joseph J. Sir Test. Joseph J. Sir Test. Welcome to the stream. Joseph J. Sir Test. What a name. What a name. Welcome aboard, my friend. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, let me know. But happy to have you here on this beautiful day. What brings you to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend? You think it was Astronaut Atlas. I'm gonna take a look. I'll take a look in the database and see if I can find you in there. I'm gonna make a little note to myself here. Give me a moment. Make a note to myself to check it out. Look up, maybe with the underscore. Astronaut Atlas. I'm making a note for myself here. Points. I just want to make sure you have the points that you deserve, because you're a wonderful person, my friend, and I love making sure you have those points. But yeah, this is an awesome idea. We didn't make a tech tree, but we made a skill tree. So the other one, so we could use that. So that's what I'm really loving about what you've done here, is we could combine these ideas together. So a tech tree and a skill tree are very similar, and we could probably adapt it. So our skill tree, we made like a UI generator here, and so we set it up so we could do this sort of skill tree using systems and systems. Yeah, so that's one of the things we're doing here, is how do we build composable components that we can reuse to make bigger projects. And so we actually did build a whole skill tree thing. I actually need to update this. There's some days missing on this, but we have a whole skill tree system. We have a crafting system, and we have an inventory system. So the thing I like about what you're suggesting here is that we could combine these things together. We did an inventory system on stream. So we actually made like an inventory system that you can drag and drop things, a grid-based inventory system. This would be super cool to combine all these things together. So what I'm saying, Atlas, these all look awesome because we can take our crafting system, our inventory system, and our skill tree system, and we could see if we can, that's a project I've been wanting to do, is combine these together. But we actually have like a crafting system that we built. And so all the logic is set here. We have crafting with variety of crafting containers. This would be a super cool project. I love this idea so much. So Astronaut Atlas, thank you again for the suggestion. And we also got a new crew member, folks, Joseph J. Test. I would like to thank you for following me, Joseph J. Test. Oh yeah, have you met Joseph J. Test? I have met you today. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Sorry for that horrible falsetto voice. I apologize, everyone. We're having to listen to that terrible falsetto voice. An extra 50 points to all of you. And Joseph J. Test for having your intro song slightly butchered there. I apologize for having your intro song slightly butchered. An additional 50 points to you, my friend. Didn't know it was karaoke night, Astronaut Atlas. Yeah, I apologize. Look, I apologize. Guys, check this out though. I'm about to watch. Check out this. All right. We're about to learn something. Do you want to learn yourself a C#? We're going to learn yourself a C# here. So I have this duplicate code here. From here to here, I have duplicate code. These are identical. This is what we call a code smell. This is what we call a code smell. Yuck. Yuck. Copy and paste. If I decide to change this, I have to change it in 2 places now. Joseph J. says, what are you doing? Excellent question. Well, we're implementing our own programming language. We're working on a programming language called DiceLang. But did you know in C#? Well, any suggestions real quick? I want to make sure that I'm not copying and pasting these codes between these 2 types here. Anyone have any suggestions on what we could do? I have this sort of group interface here. But Joseph J. Test, we're implementing our own programming language called DiceLang. And so here's a little taste of the syntax for our language here. It's a functional programming language that supports dice notation, native dice notations. Let me run the language real quick so you can see what dice notation is. Microwave House says, no apology required. I come here for the singing and to occasionally learn something about coding, but it's mainly the singing. Well, Microwavable Hugs, I'm glad you're here, my friend. I'm glad you enjoy the singing, and I apologize. Oh, I apologize for apologizing. Look, Microwave Hugs, I apologize for apologizing. But Joseph, check this out. If I do 3d6 here, this is a numeric type in our language. 3d6 plus 7. This happened to evaluate to 20. This time I evaluated 18. 3d6 is notation in this language that specifies I would like to generate a random number between 3 and 18. And the way we're going to do it is by rolling 3 6-sided dice. And so the cool thing in my mind about this is that the distribution is based off dice. And so if we go look at my dice, let's go to Adventure Quest real quick. Let's go look at our dice roller here. When we roll dice, the cool thing about dice rolling is that you end up with a distribution. If I do 3d6, the chances of rolling a 3 are quite small. The chances of rolling an 18 are quite small. And then we get this non-uniform distribution of results, which could be really challenging to implement. So you could do rarities pretty well with this. You could implement rarities in your projects a little bit more simply, saying just roll the dice, and I know that there's gonna be this many different things. And so this lets us do a variety of interesting things in that way. And so it's just native to the language. Exactly, Joseph Racer. That's exactly why I did it initially. Initially, this was, and I keep closing this, I should keep this open. I created DiceLang as a string extension in C#. So DiceLang is an extension of C#. This is actually going to be, I published it to Unity. I'm hoping to get into Play Store very, very soon. So we submitted this to Unity's Play Store. So you should be able to click a button, add it into your projects relatively soon. But check this out. You can actually, if you use this library, you can write this here. Let me zoom in here. 3d6 plus strength dot roll, and then context would be like your player character. You might just pass a variable and says, oh, this is my player. And then you get a roll result. And the roll result comes with the final value as well as information on how that value was rolled. So it might say something like 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus, and then it'll say strength and have the value there. Astronaut Atlas, as always, keep growing, keep coding, be the best you can be. Good luck with your Unity adventures, my friend, and you are welcome back anytime. Joseph Ray, I think it's cool too. And so this was the original version. And then someone on the Discord, so we do a new project here. If you didn't know, I'm Captain Coder, I'm a computer science educator. We try and do a new project here every week. Sometimes it ends up taking 2 weeks. Sometimes it's one time it was 3 weeks, but usually try and do it in 7 days, 7 streams. Someone said, could you, how would you go about creating a coding language? And so that's what we're doing. We're extending our DiceLang that we implemented here to be that's why I call it DiceLang++. It's actually a full language at this point that supports functions. It's Turing complete. It's not the most useful, but it's a math language. It's a math language. It supports functions, so you can add recursion. It has if expressions in it. So beautiful stuff in here. Been super, super fun implementing this. Having a beautiful time doing it. Joseph J. Sir, test. I'm so glad to hear you're a coder yourself. What are you working on? We'd love to know more. And you don't have, I know there's a million Discords. But if you'd like to join our community on the Discord, I love checking out other people's projects in this share section. If you're working on a project or maybe multiple projects, feel free to share it here. If you want to promote your project, there's a self-promotion channel. But I'd love to know more. I'd love to know more about what you're doing. What language do you use? Are you doing C#? What sort of stuff are you doing, my friend? I'd love to know. All right, but we're in the process of doing this list thing. And I've just copy and pasted this code here, and I don't like that. So I'm actually gonna do a default implementation. We can do what's called a default implementation. And we're gonna say that this is our is it I value? Hang on, how would I do this? Hang on. Explicit implementation. There we go. I have to do, instead of being a value here, I do I value. Oh, no. Like this, and then I value dot. So we're gonna have a default implementation here. So this is something that I think is pretty nice in C#, is I don't have to make an abstract class to have a default value. I can put my default value directly in my interfaces. Some people don't like this. I like this, so I don't have to have an abstract class. This is still an interface. It just says, I'm not expecting my list types to ever be able to be booleans, doubles, or ints. That's what I'm saying here. IHQ MD says, hey, ya Cap. What's up, IHQ? How are you on this beautiful day, my friend? Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. How's your Sunday going? How are you doing today? That bean water is good. Does anyone else out there have some delicious bean water that they're sipping on? I'm loving this bean water. It's so good. Folks, I'm about to have to order some new bean water, so I'd love... So I'm almost out of bean water grounds. I'm also out of ground beans. If anyone would like to make a suggestion on what bean I should order next, I'd love to know. We have this... I thought I had a recommendations channel. Recommendations. Please post your bean water suggestions in my recommendations channel, because I need to order some more. I'm almost out. Codeplex3 says bean water sounds like hot dog water. No, I'm not not hot dog water. Don't drink. Look, hot dog water. Look, folks. Look. Don't drink the hot dog water, folks. The hot dog water is gonna get you. Don't drink the hot dog water. I guess if you want to drink some hot dog water, you can drink some hot dog water. I'm not going to drink hot dog water. That sounds horrible. No, this is delicious. When you take water, oh yeah. We grind up some coffee beans. We run scalding hot water. Oh, I just bit my tongue. We run scalding hot water through them. And then we end up with some delicious bean water. Don't you want some delicious bean water? Coblex, I'm vegan, so I can't, but I suppose plant-based plant-based hot dog water. Lunish says, my bean water is almost to a undrinkable temperature. Yeah, that's why we stretch out after we get ourselves a cup of delicious bean water. We do a little bit of stretching. But yeah, I don't know about hot dog water. I don't think it's going to give me the same... Can we get some caffeinated hot dog water? Oh boy. How you know that hot dog water is bad? I don't. That's Half Moon. I don't. I've never... Look. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. I will not drink hot dog water here or there. I will not drink it anywhere. Codeplexus, thanks for the business idea with the caffeinated hot dog water. Yeah, could start up a whole business for caffeinated hot dog water. IHQ says Zelda shaving breakfast, more Zelda therapy, tapas Zelda. Which Zelda are you playing, IHQ? IHQ's a doctor, by the way. IHQ MD. Which Zelda are you playing? Breath of the Wild? A different one? Breath of the Wild. Oh, I love it. I'm excited for, I forget what it's called, but they're the new one's coming out soon, I think. Caffeinated hot dog water. Oh my goodness. We're all, there's gonna, you want to win. That's the way to do it. If you can market caffeinated hot dog water, not actually a doctor, please do not trust any medical advice I give. Sorry, IHQ, I apologize if that's not unfair. I was trying to joke with you. I apologize. Lance, hot dog water guaranteed to have more bark than bites. Hot dog water. This stream is brought to you by hot dog water. Drink it while it's hot. You can make your own, folks, if you want to make your own hot dog water at home, you just take some hot dogs, you boil them until you got yourself a nice opaque liquid there, and just sip it down. I prefer my hot dog water, no cream, no sugar, just plain hot dog water. Oh my goodness, we gotta stop here. I'm feeling a little. Whew. Let's poke it. Take a deep breath here. We're gonna hop back into our code here. We've implemented a list expression here. Aren't we breaking LSP? Well, Ficus, I'm not sure what LSP is. This is a good question. I'm new to C#. I'm newish to C#. I thought this was a cool thing. What is LSP? What does LSP stand for? Least surprising principle, LSP programming. Is this least language server Liskov substitution principle? No, you can still override this in a subclass. This is just saying, so the other way to do this would be to make this abstract. Try to keep most of the blood inside your body at all times. That's good advice. Don't drink paint thinner, also good advice. Habmoon says hot dog water better than any other waters. Keep out of reach of children. So Ficus, if I wanted to, I could do an abstract class here. So the main thing, I could do an abstract class instead. Abstract class would be the alternative, I think, here. Like this. And then basically put down that in my expression, well, I want my subclass to implement the rest of this. I value, evaluate, let's say implement abstractly. This should be an option. I don't need this. I value happens to also be an expression. Implement abstractly. Come on, let me implement you abstractly. Let's comment this out here. Would I still be breaking it if I did it as an abstract class? I try to follow good practices, solid principles often. I try to do my best. That said, sometimes if I'm in a non-object or in a programming language, we might miss those up. Let's implement abstractly. And then the idea would be that instead of making this abstract, I would do the following. So we often do, sometimes we hack, sometimes we get hacky. So let me say, Codeplex, sometimes we get hacky, especially on a game jam, we'll get hacky. But Captain Coder tries to do good coding practices. That said, this is a stream in which backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. If you see something that you think I could be doing better, I want to know. I want to know, because that's how I learn and get better. I've learned so much from doing stuff with people helping. I want to know if, I don't think coaching might be the right thing, but giving me suggestions here. Public, can I not? No suitable method for override. So now in this case, I would do override. Override. Like this. What are you complaining about? Oh, now I have to have just an empty list constructor. Public abstract record. Let's do it this way. There we go. A little bit better in my mind here. Codeplex, thank you for the follow. Thank you for following Codeplex. Codeplex, thank you for following me. Oh yeah, I said Codeplex. Codeplex, I don't know what I'd do without you. I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Thank you for following me. Codeplex, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're having a good time. Meow GPT. Are you an AI, Meow GPT? Meow GPT, thank you so much for popping into the chat, my friend. Happy Sunday. Grayson, happy Sunday, Captain. And everyone in the chat. Grayson, how are you on this BEA beautiful Sunday? I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I hope you are having a beautiful day. Ficus. Does this, so let me ask you this question. Does this, absolutely not, I guess. You're not an AI. Good. That's okay. If you were an AI, look, we want to be tolerant and accepting of all, I want to be careful what I say here, but we want to welcome AI to the chat as long as they're friendly. Look, this is a family-friendly stream, folks. The PG-11 teen, I want little Bobby, little Susie, little Mary to be able to sit down and watch this and learn a little bit about coding and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Whew. All right. So Ficus, does this work? So basically, I just wanted a default implementation. iListVal looks like it needs to implement maybe a new interface called iEvaluator only with evaluate and pretty print. Maybe implement maybe a new interface with iEvaluate. So I want, so just so you understand what we're working on, Ficus, this is actually, iListValue looks like it needs to implement maybe a new interface called iEvaluator only with evaluate and pretty print. We still want in our language to be able to try and cast things in this way. Maybe. Codeplex, I'm always humored with C#. It's just Java's fraternal twin who wants to be better than their sibling, so they try much harder. I will say that feels accurate. I love that description of it. I do think that feels accurate. Override. I think, Ficus, I'd be interested in your suggestion for implementing this in a way. I need all of my values to have this idea of what do I do when I cast them. So just so you know what we're doing, Ficus, we are implementing a programming language. We're implementing an interpreted programming language called DiceLang++. And I need to be able to do things so it's a dynamic language. So I have things like 3D6 plus, let me kill this. Let me restart this. I might have just caused some headache for myself here. We can do, the point of this language is to play around with something, but 3D6 is a numeric type like this. But we have integer types, we have double types, we have char types. And the question is, how do I transfer the data types between those things? So do a casting. So if I do 5, that's an integer, but if I do 5 plus 7.12, we got to cast this 5 to a double. We got to do something with it. What we do is we do an implicit cast to a double. We say we're going to upcast it. We're going to upcast whenever we have to. We're going to upcast it. And so I would be curious, for all of my value types, I need my language to be able to say, well, what do I do when we try to cast them? And my list type, I'm just going to say, well, you can't. We're just going to have, this here is a language level. This is a DiceLang error in my language. So that's sort of what I'm going with here. Meow GPT, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Meow GPT, I'd like to say thank you for following me today. Yes, Meow GPT. Welcome to the crew, my friend. We would like to say thank you for following me. And I hope you have some fun. And I hope you learn something while you're here. Meow GPT, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Grayson says, good, been fixing the tire on an e-scooter, but missing tool to place the tire back on the rim. Had a midday sleep now, ready to code. Awesome. You're on day 30 of your 100-day Python course. Awesome. Still feel like I haven't learned much. Well, you know, you got to keep going. Keep going. Day 30 out of 100 is awesome, my friend. You got to keep us abreast. Keep us abreast of your progress on your Python course, my friend. I'd love to know more. Ficus, welcome to the crew, my friend. Ficus. Oh, Ficus. Ficus 29. Oh, yeah, I gotta say now, Ficus. Oh, Ficus. I hope you're ready for some fun. So welcome to the crew, and I want to thank you for following me today. Ficus, Ficus, welcome to the crew. Ficus, thank you so much for following me. Happy Sunday, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for your suggestion here. Folks, Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I do try and follow solid principles. Sometimes there's a little bit of hacky stuff that happens, but that's why I need you to keep me honest. That's why I need you to pop in and say, hey, Captain, shouldn't we do this a little bit differently? But yeah, the Liskov principle essentially says that, let me see if I get, so the idea is to use the strategy pattern in certain ways. What a great excuse to get your practice in for the next year's American Idol, exactly. No, Ficus, thank you. Oh no, you're saying you're welcome. Of course, my friend. Every crew member gets a song. If I missed a song on someone, if you followed and you didn't get a song, just let me know. I'd be happy to try and sing you a new one. Also, folks, you can redeem yourself a song. If you just want me to serenade you, I'm happy to do so. You can redeem your songs. Grayson says, tried to build a password generator yesterday, but got stuck. I can post on Discord file with picture. Please do. Folks, if you guys don't know, we do have a Discord, a wonderful community that has formed over there. We've got Ask for Help, lots of people helping each other out in the Ask for Help forum. Do not hesitate to post your questions there. We love helping you. We have an office hours coming up on the 9th. So if you want to learn a little bit about programming, specifically some C# this one, we're going to be talking about enum types in C#, enumerated types, when you should use them, how you can use them, how you can extend them, what are the use cases, why you should use them, can do that. Over on the Discord, we also, chat API integration in a unit scene. That sounds cool. We do a new project here on Captain Coder's Academy almost every 7 days. I try to stick to a 7-day schedule. We don't always make it, but we try. So if you want to suggest some project ideas, I love to see your project ideas. And more than anything, we got a giveaway going. And if you want to win yourself, look, you could win. Look at these sweet MMO Pug made these laser engraved Captain Coder coasters. Made a bunch of laser engraved. We got the Captain Coder coasters. We got Captain Coder laser engraved card carrier pouch, gaming pouch here with dice and cards in it. We're giving all this stuff away, folks. If you want to enter to win, all you gotta do is hop on that Discord. It's a button click away, folks. It's a button click away. I will ship it anywhere the United States Postal Service will let me. Just hop on there, hit that enter. You'll be entered to win. Okay, folks. Hans says, the strategy pattern was the first design pattern I successfully implemented for my project. It's truly opened my eyes to see how OO concepts like polymorphism work. Strategy pattern's beautiful. You use it all the time. This is one of the things where I was struggling initially with Unity, is it was really difficult for me to get interfaces to work properly the way I wanted them to work in Unity. I finally got them working nice. If we ever hop back into a Unity project, I'm sure we will, we'll go over that a little bit more. Okay, so what the heck are we trying to do? We just implemented list here. So this is almost a union type. I'm emulating a union type here. So a list is either the empty list, so we have an empty list here, or it is a list. that has a head. So there's a value at the front of the list followed by another list, the rest of the list. So we're calling this the head and the tail. And so when we print this list, we take the head off of it. And I'm cheating a little bit here. I didn't want to, I guess I could do a string builder. Maybe I'll do a string builder actually, and then we don't have to. So string builder, this is a fun thing to do. We'll do the string builder instead of using, let's just import string builder, builder like this. Import like this. And string builder, we're gonna make a new one of these. And then rather than using this built-in list, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do builder dot add append. We're gonna put the square bracket at the beginning. And then we're gonna start with the head element here, actually. Head dot pretty print like this, okay? And what we'll do is we'll do this while here, rather than using the built-in list type, get rid of this built-in list type. We'll be a little bit smarter about this. We'll be slightly more efficient. We're gonna, at the end of the day, we're gonna take this builder and turn it into a string at the end. As we loop, rather than adding it here, we're gonna do builder.append, comma, space, and then the head of our tail. The next element in our list, essentially. And I hope this kind of makes sense. And then we'll get the next tail. We loop through, and at the end, at the very, very end, we're gonna do another append, which happens to be a space, and then the close bracket for our list. So this is gonna pretty print our list value. So a list can either be an empty list or a list constructor. So this list con stands for list constructor, and the list constructor accepts a head, which can be any value, followed by another list, and eventually this will be an empty list at the very, very end. And this is how we get what's called a singly linked list all the way down. Codeplex is gonna say I'm slightly impressed so far. Thank you, I appreciate it. You're making me blush, Codeplex. Twitch is full of devs who think standard structure and principles aren't important. I think they're so important. I think they're so important, especially if you're working on a team. When you're working by yourself, it's not as important, but when you're working on a team, it's super, super important. Literally watched one the other day that said there's no place for design patterns. Oh, breaking my heart. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. No, design patterns, they exist for a reason. Yeah, they exist for a reason. But I feel like people who often talk about it have never worked on a team that's like bigger than 2 or 3 people. When you're working on a project with lots of people coding, the practices become so important for managing the complexity. I think one of the things that I always tell my students is, as a programmer, as a developer, it is your job to manage the complexity of your program. And these principles, solid design principles, are there to help you manage that complexity. Because writing software is hard. Writing software is really hard. There's a million, you can do it in so many different ways that having a standard guide practice to try and follow, you can call them best practice, and they're best practices you should follow them most of the time. There are times when deviating it can be useful and helpful, but especially when you're on a team, it's important to do. So that's why we do unit testing here. So like I think unit testing is super important here. So we have unit tests. I don't follow test-driven development all the time. I make my students follow test-driven development because that way you learn to program tests. But anytime I have a bug, I write a test, that's for sure. But tests are super important here as well, for managing the complexity. Folks, before I continue, I just want to welcome Rushikesh. Oh, I'm pronouncing this so wrong. Rushikesh. If I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, correct me, because I'm about to sing you an intro, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Rushikesh. Oh yeah, I said Rushikesh. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for following me. We've got Rushikesh in our crew, and I wanna say I don't know what I would do without you. Rushikesh, welcome. Rushikesh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. Dustin says, I have a working example of how to handle that add sub mul div code issue where I can share code. Dustin, that's awesome. if you're on the Discord, that would probably be a good place to share it. Probably just general, since that's what we're in a generic talker now. Alternatively, Dustin, let me do, if you would like to share it in chat, I've given you permission to post links here for a moment. 6,000 seconds. So if you want to post like a haste bin or a gist or a link to a GitHub, I'd love to. Codeplex says, I agree with the number of team members point and would add the size of the project also makes it important. Maintaining 1K lines of code versus 100 versus 10 million isn't the same. Absolutely. Lance replying to Codeplex says, I'm betting that fellow occasionally gets confused by their own code by going out of their way to avoid those patterns. Yes. Quite popular on here apparently. Look, a lot of you can have a lot of success and not be a but it's like you're only hurting yourself. I try and baby proof my code. That's one of the things I try and do. Grayson says, I posted, so if anyone is familiar with Python and can have a look, much appreciated on the Discord. Cool. We'll take a look, Grayson. Very, very cool. Let's see, Discord works, Dustin, awesome. Let me know when you've posted it. Lance says it takes, wait, Need Job Coder, you're back. I'm automatically unfollowing. Is that happening? Need Job Coder, welcome, my friend. Welcome. I swear you've followed before, but I'm happy to sing you another song. Need Job Coder. Here we go. We're building up a song here. Need Job Coder, I welcome you today. Need Job Coder, I'd like to welcome you to the crew on this beautiful day. Need Job Coder, welcome to the crew. Thank you. Need Job Coder. I'm sorry, that song wasn't the best. I did my best. But welcome aboard, folks, for having to listen to that monstrosity. 50 points to all of you. And Need Job Coder for having not the greatest intro song. 50 extra points to you, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Good code, Grayson says, is the one that is human readable. Maybe. Yes, there's human readable code, but there's patterns. So I often hear people complain about projects that abstract tricky bits. And like, oh, well, you have too many class files, too many things. So there are some people that would argue that I shouldn't separate all my value types into one thing. I should have just one big file called values.cs and have all my classes in there because it's easier to read. My mind, having a single file, single purpose classes, single practice classes is the way to go. Rushy Cash, yo, love that intro song. Well, I'm glad you loved it, my friend. I'm so happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Folks, a lot was going on there in the chat. If I missed it, do not hesitate to repeat it. I will do my best. I try and follow that stuff, but I missed it, so I'm sorry if I missed it. But happy to have you all here on this beautiful Sunday. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Strong Bad, welcome back. Strong Bad, how's it going, my friend? How are you this beautiful day? How is your coding journey going, my friend? Strong Bad, I love your icon. It's so good. Love me some Homestar Runner, friend. All right. So we have this list cons. I want to test this. I just want to show you this pretty printer so you can see what I mean when we do it. We can run out this list con. So I want to show you how we can build this thing up. Rushy Cash says, I am a junior software developer at a startup. My tech stack is Java, Spring Boot, SQL, React. I wanted to switch to other fields like Web3 or JavaScript, TypeScript based stack. Could you give me any tips and trips for switching? I don't know if I have tips and tricks for switching. Are you trying to switch to a different job or are you just trying to learn something new? I love TypeScript. I'd say go with TypeScript, maybe some React, or Angular. Angular is a good one if you want to learn TypeScript and stuff and learn component based. Like some people hate Angular. I worked on a project where I did a lot. React is a little bit lower, more explicit, but I love TypeScript. I personally love TypeScript over JavaScript. It's very, very painful. Strongman says, I finished my mock-up for my sister. I had a question. If I'm using a subscription form, I should have a backend to hide API key and user ID. You absolutely need to hide your API key. Your API key should unless it is a safe for front-end API. So like some of the Firebase API keys are okay to be on the front because of a variety of reasons, but your API key should almost essentially be hidden. It shouldn't even be in your repository. It needs to be in a safe place that no one can use. It's like a secret environment variable that no one should ever see, including yourself for the most part. MailChimp API key, yeah, you do not want that exposed on your front end at all. That'd be a dangerous, sad place to be. Trying to do that with GitHub. So in GitHub, you can do environment variables. So if we go to GitHub, and we're gonna do a little detour here to show you that a little bit. Let's say in my RPG generator, I needed an API key. You can do some cool stuff with actions, but when you go to deploy, you can actually set some environment. So you can create a new environment here, call this blah, configure environment. And then you can actually add some secrets. So like my magic key, and then your secret value here, banana cream pie is the best. Maybe that's my API key. You can add that secret. And here's the thing, this secret, I can never see that value ever again. I can never see that value ever again unless I do something dumb where I print it out. So in your actions, you probably don't want to print it out. I can change it, but I can never see that value again. So it becomes a forever secret. And you can do this if you're in environments where you need to be able to do stuff during deploy. This is often what you'll do on your local environment too, is you would put your environment key in a git ignore. You want to allow it to be up here. We're not going to do that here. Cancel. I'll get rid of that key later. All right. But that's sort of how you do it. I'm not going to be using this key anyway. But yeah, getting it set up in your GitHub in a .gignore. Definitely, I often will have a folder called like .env and just keep everything hidden. My gitignore will not commit it. Gotcha. I want to write a test for my list value here. So we should be able to make a list type. We'll add a parse type that lets us do it. But I kind of need to have like a deconstruct list as well. So I'm going to end up having to have a type for deconstructing my list in my program. Working example for moldiv. Let's check it out. Dustin. C#, sorry, ignore all the statics. This was a quick console. Perfect. Let's check it out. I'm going to copy this here. Create a new file, example.cs maybe. Make new file. Can I make file? Save test.cs. We'll delete this likely. Public delegate, public class p. Let's just do a program test. And look at this test. Let's format this document. Joseph asks, how long have you been programming? I've been programming for 27 years. 27 years. Excellent question. Strongman says, well, she has grander designs for her site. It's hosted on Squarespace. I should push her to host her own server so I can create a backend. Then you might be able to. I've never used Squarespace, but you might. I wouldn't be surprised if you're able to have environment variables on Squarespace as well. Okay, so let's see what this is. So calc my op is an int. So the challenge. Dustin, thank you. First off, Dustin, thank you so much for sharing this code. Dustin, for sharing this code, for your contributions to the stream, 50 points, my friend. One thing so here's the thing. My types are not always integers. So I could do something like, so the problem is my types aren't always integers and my return types will not always be an int. So I almost need a couple different delegates. Public delegate double int double op would be int a double B like this. The problem is I have several different, then I have also a double int op, double int op. So the struggle I was running into, and so then this first one would be a double, and then this one would be an int. So I was struggling to find a way to abstract this complexity. Is that I actually need to have a function that can do it from an int to a double int, and then also, did we lose you? Oh, I see, no sound. Am I back? It looks like I see you here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Are you hearing, you can't hear my sound. Can you hear me now? No worries. Let's refresh this here. Back now. So sorry about that, folks. For the last 2 days, my stream's been a little bit awkward and I don't know exactly what's going on. So let me just recap what we missed here. Or what I was talking about. So you had defined this delegate myop, which takes an int and an int. Yes, this would be great. The challenge I have is I have different primitive types. So I needed to be able to say, look, what if I have an int on this side and a double on that side, a double on this side and an int on side. In my case, it happens to produce a double, but this like grows exponentially. So this is the only thing I was saying in that regard. This would work for the int case, and this is essentially what I had originally with my arithmetic expressions, but I had to do something a little bit more complex. So if I go through my arithmetic helpers, I ended up writing this, and this is our delegate here. And maybe this should be, I could do a public delegate I numeric value bind, numeric bin op, I numeric value, I numeric, and really this should maybe be a T bin op, and taking a T, A, T, B, this needs to be of type T, TB like this, and then this becomes a binary operator on these types. This would be a bin op of I numeric value. So the problem was that I have different numeric values, so I cannot just use the generic for integer. And so when I started adding in additional primitive types, so this was fine when I had just an int as a primitive type, but I started adding in more. I had to do something a little bit more clever. And so this is what I decided. I said, I'm gonna have a numeric value type. And my numeric value has add, sub, div, and mul. Like you're showing here, this is exactly what you did. I have you have div and mul. I did mine for add, sub, div, and mul. And then I cheat a little. You can override your operator in C#. So I say, okay, well now plus, minus, division, multiplication can be done this way. And so numeric values can now be, you can have this math performed on them. And then in my subclasses, so my int value, I explicitly had, so the thing that was annoying to me is that this code is sort of copy and paste, but with a minus, plus, divide, and multiply swapped out in each of these spots. And I hate this, but I think the alternative would be more confusing because it turns out that each of these are actually different operators because they operate on different value types. And so it's not quite the same. Han, Java can't do that. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Java can't do it. So I really, really like that in C# is you can't extend the language. Extend is a strong word, but you can do things like that. And I think it's really cool. Danny Lomello, thank you for following me. Oh yeah, we said a Danny Lomello, welcome to the family. Welcome to the crew, and I hope you stay. I hope you learned something new today. Yes, Danny Lomello, thank you for following me. Danny Lomello, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy to have you here. I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love backseat coding. I love answering. It doesn't even have to be related to what we're doing. Just keep those questions PG-11 teen. We're a family-friendly stream here. But yeah, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. You just made my day. No, Danny Lomel, you just made my day. You made my day, my friend, for being here on this beautiful Sunday. Happy to have you here, my friend. Welcome to the crew. We love, love, love having you here, my friend. Welcome aboard. What brings you to Captain Coders Academy? What brings you here on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you. Take a little sip of that bean water. We're running low, folks. We're gonna have to take a break here in another 30-ish minutes, I think. Is my break timer working yet? My break timer's broken. It's so broken. Oh, it seems to be working this time. May be back on track. Maybe back on track. I think what is happening is every time my stream disconnects, I bet that's what's happening. So yesterday and today, my timer's been on the fritz. I bet it's related to my stream disconnecting. Dustin, I hope that I appreciate you sharing that with me. This is exactly the type of thing that I love, and I hope my explanation helped. Wow, to play with that, I think I need all the files to fix it. On what I'm doing. Hey, so let's hear. Is this all committed? It's pretty much up there. Let's see what our diff is. Yeah. So this is all. It's all on the repository, my friend. If you want to check it out. Dice Lang, Nutella sandwich. Welcome back, my friend. Happy Sunday. Nice to see you. I think it's been a while. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? It's available here if you want to check it out. All my projects on that we do on Twitch are open source. Feel free to check it out. I'd love for you to make improvements on it, Dustin. I would love those improvements. I really would, because I'm not perfect. We're trying to learn new stuff together. This is my first time doing an interpreted language in an imperative language. I typically do it in something like Haskell. And Haskell and OCaml are my go-tos typically. And so this is my first time using an imperative language to write parser combinators in this way. Clayman, hey, Captain. Clayman, Dev, folks. Clayman, incredible. That's right, the Moon People. Incredible indie game developer working on a 3D physics-based superhero game called Epic Game Hero. Folks, gotta give him some love. Give him some love, and then after you give him some love, you gotta go check out, this game's gonna be so good, Clayman. I'm excited for this. If you want a game where you know, sort of a physics-based roguelike game, build your own custom epic hero, shoot Kamihame waves, shoot spirit bombs, destroy your enemies, and have fun at the same time. This is the game for you. Click over on that Steam store. Give them some love, folks. Clayman, welcome back. Hope you're doing well on this beautiful Sunday, my friend. Devro says, so what did I miss? Well, Devro, I can tell you what we've done today. I accidentally clicked on that pencil. Go away, pencil. No one likes you. That's not true. I like pencil. We added in primitive types. We have doubles, we have integers, we have characters, we have Booleans. We're trying to add support for a list type right now. We just implemented our language level list value type. So this is a list expression. We can add it to our language. We want to be able to deconstruct the list too. Right now we're going to be able to construct a list right now. And so I was about to add a parser so that we could make a list, and we're gonna write some tests for it. But the idea here, let me go write a test for this now. We're gonna write a test for this here. Danny Lomelo says, I'm here just chilling and watching you write some code. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you're chilling, my friend. Happy to have you here. Lots of room in this rabbit hole. Oh, absolutely, Dustin. Absolutely lots of room. Lots and lots of room. Dustin, absolutely. I never claimed to be perfect. Never claimed to be amazing. This is my first attempt. It's coming along well, Clayman. It's coming along well. We've got recursion. We got a lot of stuff going on in this language. Strongman said, yeah, GitHub secrets. The API key will be viewable in the source code, so I will need a backend to prevent that. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna write a test. Here. I want to make sure my pretty print is working the way I want it to. So we're gonna add in a new. Nope. It should be down in our tests. Where are my tests? Tests. We're gonna add in a new test file. This is gonna be our list expression test. Okay, list expression test. I'm gonna steal just a little bit from this one here so I have it all together. List expression tests, list expression tests. And then we're gonna just do a pretty print list test. And so we're gonna construct a list here. So it's gonna be an I expression. Our list be equal to a new list cons, and we'll give it a new value here. And this is interesting because I have to do a bunch of interesting values. I mean, I'm gonna write a little helper here. I'm gonna write a function here that returns an int value. Int value, make int. This is like not super helpful. List cons. Maybe I should make these castable. So this is gonna be a new int value, a 1, followed by, then we're gonna do a new list cons, and that's gonna be a new int value 2. And then this will have a new empty list like this. And honestly, I'm gonna go into my empty list here and just create a generic type here. So public read only, public static read only, empty list, empty equals new empty list like this. And maybe I should call this instance or something along those lines. Just do a new like that. There we go. Missed a lot in the chat here. So Strongman said, my CSS lessons are going great, by the way. Fantastic. So happy to hear that. Grid lines make me happy. Thindle says, good evening, Captain. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fabulous, Thindle. How are you on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? Clement says, trying to upgrade Unity to 2022 again, so spent the entire day trying to put out fires. That's rough. So you're upgrading your project from 21 to 22? That sounds like the danger zone, my friend. That sounds like the danger zone. Good luck with it. We got a new crew member, Chaos 26262. Chaos. I'd like to welcome you today. Oh yeah, Chaos 26 is here, and I'd like to say thank you, my friend, for following me today. Chaos 26, everyone. Chaos 26, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Clement says, is there a noticeable performance benefit when using read-only? I don't think so. Read-only is just gonna ensure that I have one. The performance benefit is that it prevents you from changing it. There'll be a benefit where I don't create a new one. The overhead's very, very small though. Han says, by the way, where can I learn CSS in depth? I have to learn it in the near future. That's a good question. Does anyone know? Han, I am not the correct person to ask this specific question. But anyone in the chat have some suggestions for Han on where to learn CSS in depth? I will say that I've used CSS extensively. I'm by no means an expert, and I constantly feel like it's not necessarily guesswork, it's intuition at this point. Does anyone have any good suggestions for Han? And I apologize, Han, for not having a good suggestion myself. Practice is the best key. Yeah, practice is, what I'll say is just, you'll develop some intuition as you work on it. Ask GPT to generate CSS exercise. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting. So instead of doing an empty list here, I can just do empty list.empty like this. Okay, no comma. So this should be the list. Chaos, I'm so sorry my bot got you. Chaos for being timed out. I'm so sorry. Chaos recommended this here. My Stream Elements bot gets a little bit extreme there. Chaos for having to I apologize. I apologize so much, Cass. Here's some points for you. My bot, it's a little too extreme sometimes. Almost all the time, but it's prevented us from, it's allowed us to not have some gnarly, horrible links go through before. So I apologize. I apologize for that, my friend. I hope you'll forgive me. But we'll have this list. This list should actually be, there's a sass to it. I think it's more advanced to 1, 2 space. This should be the list that we get back. And so I'm gonna do lists assert dot equal, and the list here 1 comma 2 space, this should produce the list dot pretty print. Oh, this is an I value. It should be an I value. So we can pretty print values. My expressions, I should probably add a pretty printer to those as well. Let's see if our pretty print works here. So we'll run this test. We'll make a list with a couple more things in it as well. And we're gonna add a parser that's gonna let us test whether or not we can actually parse these values in as well. Failed, interesting. Expected this, but got that. Okay, so this is, we're gonna go look at this pretty print here. I think I just gotta put a pretty print on the internal value here. If we come down to our list value, head, all right, so we're not pretty printing the tail value. There we go. Let's run this, that's why we write the test. That's why we write test, folks. Let's test it out. Grayson says, I feel like when it comes to learning and applying, knowing theory is only 30% of the battle. The rest is practice through trial and error. I would agree with that. I think maybe even less than 30%, maybe 10, maybe 10%. I feel like you learn so much by just practicing and doing and learning and coding. This is why I always tell people, you just got to keep coding, keep coding. Project-based learning is the way to go when you're learning to code. Reading some stuff can be helpful too, but I think you learn best by doing projects. I learn best by doing projects. In my experience, my students who do projects tend to learn best that way too, then trying to just like explain some theory and writing some theory tests. That said, the theory stuff can be really important for understanding like what the heck is going on under the hood. Let's write another pretty print 1, 2 list. Let's do another one here where we pretty print a longer list here. Pretty print empty list. And so we'll just do list equals empty list dot empty. Maybe I should put this on the I list itself rather than having it be here like this. This should be this. And then let's do one with, let's try singleton. Pretty print singleton lists. This should just be a 1 like this. Let's copy this one more time. And this will be our empty list dot empty. Might even make sense. This might make more sense to do it this way, like that. And this should end up with a single 1 in it. And let's try with a few more. Let's do pretty print singleton list, pretty print 3 val list. All right, so we'll go with that. 1, 5, 7. We'll put a variety. Oh, let's put a. We can have non-homogeneous lists, which is horrible. I think non-homogeneous lists are nightmares to deal with, but we're gonna see if we can get this to work that way as well. Grayson says, if you truly want to learn CSS, start copycat websites. Don't think about functionally, build them with only HTML itself. Yes, I have my students do that. One of the exercises in my class is to have them build a clone of a hotel booking site and just get the layout to be as close as possible. Grayson says, have a nice day, Captain, and everyone in chat, and a good weekend to come. We will, Grayson. If you're heading out, have yourself a beautiful day. Remember, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. So we're gonna try and build this list, which should be relatively straightforward. So we're gonna do a list cons like that, and then we'll tab in here. List cons 5, comma, and then a list cons with a new char value of A. And then at the end of the day, we have an empty list at the end, and we'll add in all of our parentheses like this. And so this should be 1, 5A, like that. Down to 4 errors from 100. Compiler errors, though, so that there's the danger zone there of if they're just compiler errors, you have a whole new, all of the new. So going, for example, like going from 2019 to 2020, you end up with completely different like physics behavior. Or I have found that the physics behavior was very, very different from 2019 to 2020. It's so much that I was like, well, I have to have my students use 2019 to make sure, like basically I have to rewrite the whole project. Mick Nets, one sec. Let me give you permission. Mick Nets, go ahead and post your link, my friend. Feel free to do so. We're not building, .NET build. If you want to try a CSS challenge or get some ideas, try this site. Perfect. Mick Nets for this amazing contribution, my friend. Mick Nets, thank you so much for sharing. 50 points to you, my friend. We appreciate your contributions. Han, I hope you find that useful. I hope anyone finds it useful who's trying to learn it. But thank you so much, Mick Nets. I appreciate you. Something weird happens where I have this rogue.NET process running. This plugin's a little finicky. This never happens with Visual Studio. All right, so we got that. Let's refresh these again. So we're building. Cannot convert null. Yeah, we have some gross stuff in there. Thank you for sharing again. Let's see if this will run this time. We're gonna test it, check it, and push it out. There we go. So we can print our list. This means that if we can add in a parser, let's commit this. Git commit -m feat add ilist value. Is that what I called it? Ilist value. It's essentially a union type. Ilist value and pretty print implementation and add ilist value. There's no reason I don't need to add anything else besides that. That makes sense. And now we want to add a parser. So I want to be able to parse in lists here. I want to be able to parse lists in. So my parsers, I'm going to add a list parser. Let's just duplicate let parser. Call this a list parser. And so my parsers here, I'm going to go with list expression. So this is going to be our list expression. And the idea is it's going to let us get a list type back. And we're going to have special syntax for lists, which will be interesting because the internal, you'd be comma separated lists here. And if we have none, so let me think about what's the best way to do this, or not necessarily the best way. What is the way I'm going to do it? My list expression is going to start with a square bracket, and then we have optionally any number of expressions internally. Any number of expressions can be on the inside of the list expression, separated by commas. So it should be a die-slang expression on the inside, separated by commas. Do we have a separator built into our parse? Let's see, parse dot separator. Do they have a separator delimited by? This is beautiful. I wish I had seen this sooner. I haven't done the delimited by yet. And so it needs to be delimited by a comma. Okay, I wish I'd done this before because I've done some gnarly things that could be definitely improved by this. So our delimiter, so let's create a parser here just called public static parser. I'm not sure what the type should be iExpressions. And we're gonna call this list elements. And the list elements is going, and it's actually gonna be like an iEnumerator, I think, of this type. So it's gonna be parse dot delimited by, and our parser is going to be delimited by, comment this just for a second. Parser delimiter. So the left side is the parser. So this should be a die-slang inner. So any die-slang expression, and the parser, the delimiter, is going to be a parse dot char, comma, and this is a token. So we can have any amount of white space before or after it. And so this is actually going to return an I enumerator, I think. I enumerable of I expression. So I enumerable of I expression like that. Parse dot delimited by, what's going wrong here? Do I have to specify the type here? T and U cannot be inferred by the type used. Okay, so it can't figure it out. So this should be an I expression, comma. This is just a parse of type char. What does parse.char look like? Parse, so it's just a char. So we'll do char. But I'm missing parentheses on the token. That's what it's yelling about. Okay, so I actually don't need that. So this is my list elements. And so now I can do a tokenize where I say that this starts with a square bracket, list elements, and then and this is a string. So we start tokenize, open square bracket, list elements, and then the rest. And to make this a little simpler, we'll do from elements in, then we tokenize this, double quotes here, like that. And then I sort of need to build the list up from that. So I'm gonna parse all of my list in, and I need to build my list up from left to right here. And so this will be a select, and maybe I don't even need to have this format here with the select like this. Mooniz, good evening, Mr. Captain. Mooniz, good evening to you, my friend. Happy Sunday. How was your stream? How's your game coming along? You taking a break, or are you going to be back later today? Working on your game jam? Mooniz is working on the Ludum Dare 53, folks. If you want to watch a real game developer, an incredible game developer, go check out Mooniz's stream. I know I've done a couple shout outs for Mooniz already today. Give him some love, folks, because he's a wonderful guy. Everything I know about Unity, I essentially learned from watching Mooniz. Mooniz hanging out here, helping me out. And so I could do an aggregate on this as well. Let's just write it this way. We're gonna get our elements. No, kind of needs to be this way, because we're gonna pull these out. At the end of the day, we pull these out, and then I wanna construct our list. Folks, we've been going for 90 minutes. I gotta stop here. We gotta stop real quick. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get myself some more tea. I'm gonna get myself some water. Bear with me, folks, and I shall return momentarily. When we get back, we're gonna do some blood flow exercises, because we gotta take care of ourselves, because the captain loves you, which means you should love you, and we shall be back momentarily. Get the whole crew, folks. If you're at home, get your mom, get your dad, get your goldfish in the room to do some blood flow exercise with us so we can take care of ourselves. Hang tight, everybody. I shall return. The captain's back, folks. I'm so sorry to keep you hanging there. Thank you for hanging tight with me. I hope that bear didn't get you while you bared with me here. Folks, we've got a new crew member, and then we gotta do a little bit of we'll do some stretches. Blood flow stretches, get our body up out of that chair doing some, but Goku Q12. Goku that's hard to say. I'm assuming it's Goku Q12. Goku, welcome my friend to the crew today. We've got Goku following me. Goku, yes, Goku. Thank you for following me. Yes, Goku. Yeah, Goku. I'd like to welcome you to the crew today. Yes, Goku is here, and I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for you following me today. Yes, Goku, thank you again for following me today. Goku, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, folks. Han says, I posted some production ready TypeScript code on the Discord. Beautiful. Beautiful, friends. We're gonna do some stretches, so get on up with me if you would, because the captain loves you, which means you should love you, and if you love you, you gotta take care of your body. I love how my camera just like gets more and more off kilter every time I do anything, but we're gonna do some stretches, folks, so get on up. We're gonna stretch ourselves out. We're gonna do, Devro, I know you were asking, we gotta do some more neck stretches, so we're gonna get some neck stretches in, Devro. Some neck stretches, folks. We're gonna just turn our head to the side here. Get a stretch going. You wanna be careful not to hurt your neck on this one. So you're gonna go until you just get a little bit of tension in it. And if you want to, you can actually just push back a little bit, but we're just gonna stretch that neck out. Oh, and then you go back to the other side. Oh, just so you get a little bit of tension. We're gonna do some neck rotations here, back and forth. You don't wanna snap it, you don't wanna pull anything. Just get that, oh, let's do 5 more of these. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 2 more. 1, 2. Oh, isn't that nice? Getting just that neck stretch moving. Getting that neck moving a little bit. Take that neck. We're gonna go ahead and lean it over to the side again. Get that stretching. Ooh, I felt my neck pop there. That was wonderful. Get that little neck stretching. Again, as soon as you have a little bit of tension, go ahead and stop there and let that stretch out. You don't want to force it, just a little bit of tension. If you grab it a little bit and pull, grab that ear a little bit, pull up will help too. But just pull that head down just a little bit to get a little bit of tension there in the neck. Oh yeah, get that nice stretch going. I'm just gonna hold this for 20 more seconds, folks, and we're gonna switch sides. Oh, doesn't it feel lovely? Doesn't it feel lovely to take care of yourself? Oh yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and take it now, bring it back up. We're gonna go to the other side, folks. Other side here. Just grab it and go ahead and pull that down a little bit just to get a little bit of tension there. Oh yeah. Little bit of tension, just taking care of yourself, taking care of that body. Oh yeah, something's going on with the shoulder, man. I'm gonna have to go get that checked out. It's really, really annoying that I slept weird on my shoulder. I think I pulled something. Oh yeah, doesn't it feel good? Another 10 seconds, folks. Then we're gonna do a neck roll here. Really take care of our bodies, get that blood moving, because you're just sitting there stagnating. We don't want to sit there and stagnate. We're gonna take care of ourselves. All right, go ahead and let that head up. Go ahead and roll up here. Put that head down like this, and you're just gonna roll. We're gonna go clockwise. Just roll it around nice and slow. Again, you don't want to go fast. You don't want to get dizzy, and just really, really focus on getting that neck stretched out. Oh, 2. Let's do 2 more. Nice and slow, rolling that neck around, taking care of us. That's the 3rd one. Last one here. Oh, and then we're gonna go the other way, reverse. Play that reverse Uno card, folks, and roll it back. Oh, 1. Do another one here. 2. Oh, yeah. And Deborah, this is just for you, my friend. Try not to get ourselves dizzy. 3. Last one. Oh, 4. Whew. Doesn't it feel good? Folks, did you guys know that there is a card game here. So there's a card game called Dose. Look, I didn't know this. I had to pick this game up. It's a card game called Dose. It's by the makers, the same people that made Uno. This is my Braille set of Uno cards, by the way. Braille's a fun thing, folks. Turns out Braille's a fun little thing. I can read a little bit of Braille. I actually learned how to read Braille. I haven't been practicing. Anyway, I have my Braille cards there. Dose. So it's like Uno, but you play 2 cards each turn instead of 1. It's fascinating little twist on the game. They're not even quite the same game. But I thought it was when it's like, there's a game called Dose? That's hilarious. I thought it was hilarious. We're gonna hop back into coding, folks. Thank you guys so much for taking care of yourselves. 50 points to all of you for doing those stretches. I know you did. I know you're taking care of yourself. We're gonna hop in. We gotta get this parser done, and then we'll have the list type as just like a value in our program. And then I don't know if we're gonna get to syntax for top level functions day. So we're running, let me reset my break timer though. Break, reset, break. I remembered. I love Terraforming Mars as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful Terraforming Mars. Great game, folks. Plus I don't own the expansion, but I played them. Terraforming Mars, wonderful game. Great game. Love it, love it, love it. Lance says, that makes me wonder if there has ever been a quest to find the Holy Braille. Possibly. Cookie Cake, can I code with Yo? You can code with me. I don't know this Yo you're referring to, but you're welcome to code with me. Cookie Cake, thank you so much for the follow. Cookie Cake, welcome my friend to the crew today. You are now a member of our family, and I hope you'll code with us. Cookie Cake, everybody, thank you so much for the follow. If for anyone who doesn't know, anyone who's new here, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. Captain Coder works at a school for ages 10 to 14. I teach computer science and programming at that school, and this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. This stream, backseat coding is totally, absolutely 100% encouraged. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. How do you stay so positive? Look. Need job coder, it's easy to be positive for me because I have so much to be grateful for. I love being positive, and how do you stay positive? I don't know, I just am. I turn it, it's on and we have a beautiful day. I just love coding so much. I love that all of you guys are here with me and we're just learning and coding and growing together. It's just how I feel, my friend. So I'm glad I'm positive. I hope I can bring some positivity to your lives. And just having all of you guys here with me every time I code just makes me so happy. So I love having you guys here. Han says it's actually open source. What's open source? How do I join you, Cookie Cake? What do you mean by join? Oh, you want to code with me? No, we can't do that. If you want, so here's what's the thing. On live stream we can't do it, but check it out. We do office hours on the Discord. So I do have a Discord, so feel free to join Captain Coder's Academy on the Discord, folks. On the Discord, I do office hours where you can code with me. I would be happy to do some code with you, like on a Replit or something like that. And we could code together that way. I'd also be happy to do some Clash with Codes with you guys, because Clash with Code's super fun. But I try and do office hours, and office hours is a great time for you to come in and code with me. VS Code is better. And I'm not gonna do a live share with you, Cookie Cake. I'm sorry. It's just a little bit dangerous on the 5/20 on 5/9. So May 9th. I know it's a while away. I try and do them on Tuesdays. But I have a doctor's appointment on Tuesday, so I can't do it this coming Tuesday. And then oftentimes on the Discord, we just hop into one of these channels and code together. So feel free to do that. But I don't do live shares on the stream just because you never know what someone might do. And I hope that's not offensive to you. But on the Discord, I'd be happy to. Tommy says, looks like I'm coming towards the end of the stream day, but Tommy, yo, welcome, my friend. Happy Saturday. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew once again, Tommy. Happy to have you here. Cookie says, does anyone want to code with me? I'm bored. I won't do anything. If I'm off stream on Discord, I'd be happy to give it a shot and we could do some stuff. But we have to wait until I'm done streaming, my friend. But if you want to go on the Discord, we often do Hangout and Codes during the week. So feel free to join us anytime in the Hangout and Code, co-working, this sort of place. People love to code. Yeah, welcome aboard. Happy to have you. Let's just agree it's Saturday again. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Strugglers, I love the enthusiasm, Cookie. Try and watch some videos to learn more. Exactly. I'd love to. So I'm not saying I don't want to code with you guys. It's just on stream it's a little bit difficult. And we are coding a programming language today. Okay. Lance says it's a lot of fun, Cookie Cake. If you have a chance to participate in the Discord, it's a blast. I agree. Lance, thank you so much for agreeing with me on that. Cookie Text, I already know a lot about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I'm also a kid. No problem, my friend. As long as you are 13, because that's Twitch's policy, but welcome to board. Happy to have you in the Discord. We were in the process here of writing our list expression. So a list expression is going to be this. I could probably do this with an aggregate, but I'm just going to write a little function here real quick. Public static. This is going to produce an iList value, build list, and this is going to take in an I enumerator. Let's have it for now. I'm gonna do an I list. I enumerable was my initial thought. So we want to loop through. Yeah. I enumerable of I expression elements like this. And basically we start out with the empty list. Yeah. We can do it this way. Start with the empty list. So I list value list equals empty list.empty. So we start with the empty list. At the end of the day, we're going to return this list. So why the aggregate kind of makes sense to me. I could probably do it with the link aggregate. So let's go here. Cookie Cake, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate that. Cookie Cake, if you'd like to, and these might be just a little bit, I don't know what your skill level is. A coding game is a great place to code with people. You can do these Clash with Codes. Where is it? Clash of Code. Where there's these little 15-minute coding challenges where you can join a clash and code against people. So there's like these program codes. They can be a little tricky to understand and figure out exactly what to do, but these can be super fun. I've done a lot of those in the past. And you're coding with other people when you do that. You're not making a thing together, but you're coding a problem. You're both trying to solve the same problem together. McNets asking, Thindle, would you mind helping me for a moment? And says so many Ruby programmers there. There's a lot of Python programmers there too. Cookie Cake, no, I like very long hard coding better with others. Interesting. So what would you like to code together? That would be the question I'd ask Cookie Cake. What would you like to code together? That might be a little bit more of a topic there. And if you'd like to join, we have a game jam coming up in June. You can look for a team on the Discord as well. So this build list, basically gonna say for each I expression element in elements. This is interesting because my I list it takes in an I value. It takes in an I value. So really, this should be an I expression. And which doesn't have a pretty print. This is a tricky thing. It should be an I value. This is tricky. This is really, really tricky for me in this regard. Because parsing it in, so we have sort of like a list value, and then we have a list expression. I'm kind of, my list value, I'm gonna need a list expression here because we actually evaluate the whole list at runtime, but I need to be able to have just values in there. Ooh. So our line list expression and list value are different things. which is just like a fascinating thought to me. I'm realizing that my parser, I'm not gonna be able to parse it in because I don't want to evaluate these expressions because there's no environment during the parse. You're coding a website and a game, Cookie Cake. That's awesome. Both a website and an RPG game. Like, are they the same thing? It's a website that is an RPG game, or you have a website and an RPG game that's separate? Devro says, I'm gonna grab some food. I see you next time. Have a beautiful day, Devro. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and have yourself. And you are welcome back anytime. You know that. You know that. A coding help website. So a website where you learn how to code. I'm just asking for some clarity. And then an RPG game. Gotcha. Cool. That sounds awesome. Are you gonna make your game as a JavaScript game, or what are you making your game with? All right, so this is interesting. Maybe I change this to a list expression. Maybe Java also. Because the list can have I expressions inside it. When we evaluate it, we want to go through and evaluate all the things inside. This is tricky for me. I'm struggling just a little bit here. Because our list constructor is an I expression. Let's try this, I expression. The pretty print, we can only pretty print a value. So we have to evaluate it first. And evaluating it means we have to iterate down the whole list and evaluate everything inside the list. So this needs to be extended here. So there's an evaluation that needs to happen. At the end of the day, we don't get this back. All right, so I'm gonna do, this is interesting. It's not a pretty print here. It's not even like the eval. I shouldn't evaluate each type. It said I need the evaluated list. It's interesting to me. Everything inside of it has to be evaluated. This is wild. Evaluate sort of does this thing. We have an I expression. At the end of the day, the list. Okay, so when we evaluate it, we're going to end up with a list with all the values inside of it evaluated. So we start out as a list expression, and it becomes a list value. I'm doing something slightly wrong here, I believe, but it's following this same pattern. We have a list value. We loop through it, and instead, we're building up a new list. So evaluate returns a new value with all the things inside of it evaluated. Yes. Okay. So we actually build up. So we have tail. I list value evaluated list is going to start out like go. I'm struggling here. So I apologize. The recursion would be, it'd be easier to do this recursively, because we'd say if we know, okay, we know that this doesn't have, okay, here we go. When return a new list cons with the first element evaluated. Yeah, that's how we do it. With head.evaluate environment, and then we continue down the path, and then we say tail.evaluate with the same environment. Okay, so this is how evaluate works on this. This is interesting to me. Thindle replying to McNett. Sorry, I missed early. Kind of playing a game while listening to the cap. Awesome. Thindle, what game are you playing? McNett's Thindle has returned, my friend. I hope you're all. McNett's might not be completely here either, because lurking that's just the culture. That's just the culture. Tail dot. I'm surprised this doesn't work. Oh, we know that this is going. We can guarantee. So we're gonna say as. This is interesting. As iList value. No reference possible. Is this cast safe? iList value. I know it's going to be an iList value because the tail. Is that right? There's something here that's a little bit tricky. McNett says, could you open your channel at the same time, connect to mine? I'm not sure. I think you might be referring. Cookie says, I'm coding some random code right now. McNett says, could you open your channel at the same time, connect to mine? I think you might be talking to Thindle. Captain Thindle says, never ask for forgiveness for not knowing exactly what you're doing while streaming. If I wanted perfect, I'd be watching YouTube videos. Yeah, streaming shows your thought process, not just what you're doing. Yeah. So look, I apologize for apologizing. I'm just working through this process of how to do this evaluation here in this way. So it's interesting. So there's sort of this idea here that I know this is going to return a evaluated list. So I know I'm going to get back at a value here. I know it's a list type, and I know that internally I have just I value types inside. So part of me, list cons, I think this should just be it's just an expression. So there's totally something going wrong here with my structure. List value. I need a list expression is really what I need. So I'm gonna go back here. I need a list expression. The list value is fine. The list value I think was fine. I need a list expression, which is cool. This is cool. So I need a public abstract record list expression. So I have a list expression here. And the list expression is actually, and I can cheat a little bit here using my underlying language structure, but I'm not sure I want to. I have a list expression, and this is going to extend I expression. And maybe I make this an interface. Okay. Half Moon says, I was trying to make my enemy shoot in a rotating field around it. I ended up creating something organic and think it is alive. Please help. Be careful, Half Moon. Be careful. Don't get sucked in to the matrix, my friend. We do iList expression here. Oh, this is fascinating. Empty list value. And we have the list cons expression. Public record. Public record. Public record list. Does this even make sense? List cons expression. This would be an I expression head, and then an I list expression tail. Really, I could be implementing this using C# lists, and so I'm trying to think if I should do that. My value here, it makes sense to do it not that way, I think. Have Moon says, I somehow managed to delete my shooting cooldown without breaking my code. Well, congratulations on not breaking your code. The code didn't break, but did you? But is the program working as expected? That's the question, because it sounds like, based on what you've described, it sounds like that wouldn't be the case. List expression. An iList value. iList expression here. Interface. Because the evaluate's just going to be to go through this whole thing. Can I make evaluate return an iList value? Can I? I can't decrease the scope. Does not implement the interface. Yeah. I know at the end of the day it's going to return an iList value. I know at the end of the day it's going to return an iList value. And we iterate through it in this same way here. And this will be a list cons expression. So as long as it's a list con, and this will be an iList expression. And what we do is we're going to say well, this is where the recursive part is actually. We're going to say, okay, first return an iList, a new list cons with the head evaluate, so head.evaluate with the environment, and then we want to return tail.evaluate with the environment. So we just go our way down inside of there. Tail is an iList expression. I know for sure it has to be this. It's going to be an iList value, iList expression. This is fascinating. I know that it's going to evaluate to a iList expert. Have to know it is. So this is going to, iList value. That has to be the case because it is an iList expression. We're going to say that all iList expressions evaluate that way. I don't like this. To do the cast here feels incorrect. I did to do here just to remind myself that this cast feels kind of not correct. Half Moon, welcome back to lurk mode, my friend. We appreciate you lurking here. Thank you for the lurk. iList expression this way. But eventually we need like an empty expression, empty list expression. So public record empty list expression is an iList expression. And the evaluate on it is just to return a new empty list value. New is not what we want. We want to do empty list value dot empty, like that. Cookie Cake says, do you know how to view your product in the browser version of VS Code? I'm not sure what that question means. What happened? Do you know how to view your product in the browser version of VS Code? When you say product, what are you referring to? Yeah, yesterday and today, for some reason, my stream is it's having some issues, so I apologize for that. I have no idea what's going on, so I apologize for that. Cookie Cake, I don't understand your question. I don't understand your question. I don't mean what product means. The finished version, that is not the code in the web browser. So this is written in C#. So there isn't sort of a browser version of it. This is a console program. It's a console program. So this lets us write, this is a program. We can write, let's say .NET build. Does my program build or do I have errors in it right now? No, just VS Code. Do you know how to view your product in the browser version of VS Code? Oh, how do you view it? So the code is available on GitHub. I don't know exactly how to view it in VS Code online, but you can find the full source code here. There might be a way to open it up. So you want to, I don't understand, not the code. You want to run the project. This doesn't run in the web browser. This is a console program. This runs in the console. I don't have a web version of it. So it runs in the terminal. So this isn't like a web project. But we can, so the idea is you take this code and you run it. There's no HTML, there's no CSS, there's no JavaScript in this project. Not yours, mine. How do you do it in the JavaScript version? You have to get it onto the web. So you're asking, how do you deploy it to the web? Is that what you're asking? I would recommend using something like GitHub Pages. Do you have a GitHub account? This is how I usually do my stuff. GitHub Pages lets you publish publish HTML web pages to GitHub. This might do. Check out Pages because you end up with web pages. For example, this particular, if you have no dependent, recommend Netlify. I've never used Netlify, but Shrunkbed, for your recommendation, my friend. We appreciate you recommending stuff. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for sharing. The other option would be to put it on a Replit. Replit has nice support for doing HTML pages in the web browser and just getting a URL you can send to someone. But I would recommend doing it. I personally tend to use GitHub Pages. I'm in the browser version of VS Code. I don't know exactly what you're asking, I guess. You're trying to share your project. Yeah, I guess I don't understand what you're asking. Let's take a look here at my list. How do I view the product of my code? If you're using the web browser version, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the web browser version of VS Code. Let me say that. So I don't entirely know. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not able to answer your question. Sorry, Cookie Cake. Is anyone familiar with the web? If anyone in the chat's familiar with the web browser version of VS Code, perhaps they can help you. Because yeah, this is not. I'm not using the web browser version. Mine is the desktop version. So, but now that I have this, I should be able to come through. Build lists is actually going to pull an iList. This is going to be an iList expression. And we start with an empty list expression. And we could create a version of this as well. So public static read only empty list expression empty is equal to a new empty list expression like this. Yeah, so there is a browser version of VS Code in browser. So you can use it directly in the browser like this, but you don't have terminal. From what I understand, you don't have terminal support. You can connect it to like your terminal, but you have a web browser. You can open repositories, do all sorts of stuff, but I've never used it that much or extensively, so I don't know how. So if I did a new file, index.html, so it like will ask me to do, okay, so it forced me to put it on my, that's fascinating. HTML, body, p, hello world, like that. Show open editors. So like you can't install, I don't know if you can install extensions and stuff on it either. Live, let's preview, live server. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, like I don't know if we can even do it in the web browser, right? So there's certain extensions that are and are not available. If you don't need a server, you can just sort of like take a look at this in your file browser. So you could just open it up directly like that. But yeah, I'm not sure. Is there a terminal? This is not available in the web editor. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know exactly how you'd get about doing it. So we're gonna start with an empty list expression. And then for each of our expressions, we're gonna say list is equal to a new list cons expression of our elements, and then the list. So we're gonna build it up this way. So this is gonna be the way we do it. So our parser is gonna be pull out all of the elements, and then we're gonna do build list on elements. Okay, so I think we have a list expression thing here, a parser. So I think we actually have a list parser. The question is, can we get this thing to evaluate? .NET build. And then let's take a look at our, got so much stuff over here. Let's add a test here. For our list expression tests. These are list values, which is fascinating to me. I want to write a parser test. Parse empty list. I just want to start empty list using replit now. I think replit works really well for doing web stuff. For doing web stuff, I really like replit. It's what I use for my web development class. Yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff in replit. So downside to replit is you get a really small virtual machine if you don't have a paid account. So the free account, you get like 512 megabytes of RAM. For doing web stuff, it's totally fine. For doing bigger things, replit's a little bit less useful. So we're gonna end up with we're gonna try and parse this. All right, so we're gonna try and parse this. And so we're gonna do parsers dot list expression, parse this. This should get us an empty list back. Dot try parse. And we're gonna get an I result of an I expression. And this is going to be our result. And so this should be a valid parse. So assert dot true results dot was successful. Were we able to parse this thing? We're going to find out in a moment. What should I use to make video games that is not VS Code? Does it have to? So let me ask you a question. Does it have to run in the web browser? Specifically with JavaScript. So a game engine might be a way to go. So I've done a lot of game development with Unity. Godot's a good option in Replit. Let's see. Let's check out Replit real quick. Let me sign in real quick. Give me a second. It's a Chromebook. I would recommend using Replit in that case. And I'm gonna see if there is. Give me a second logging in here. Can I skip this? Okay. I'm curious here if they have Phaser. I would recommend using Phaser because Phaser is a game engine that uses JavaScript. Phaser. Alternatively, you could use pixelpad.io. So this isn't JavaScript. This would be using Python. This is a really cool tool for making games that run in the web. These will work on Chromebook, Pixelpad, but you write in Python code, so you'd have to learn Python. My students love this. Phaser, if you don't want to learn anything new, okay, so if you hate Python, that's fine. Phaser, there's a replit for doing Phaser. And Phaser is a language. So I don't know why this is not loading for me here. Phaser's not loading properly. We're currently doing a quick rebuild of Phaser site. Okay, so they're rebuilding. Phaser is a framework for doing games in JavaScript, and you could just do a Phaser project and get going with it. So if I hit run here, the other thing is this ends up being run. I would recommend phaser. I would recommend phaser. Reload. Why won't you hang on? Move with the arrow keys. Something, let me pop this out in a new window. Can't provide a secure connection. Something weird's going on here, so I apologize. Why? Phaser's a good option. Phaser is a really good option. Let's close this. Don't know why it won't load for me here. Maybe it'll load for you. So notice this, it starts with a template here. I can move this around. Revere, good afternoon, my friend. Happy Sunday, how are you? Phaser will let you use JavaScript, and I definitely would recommend it. Yeah, so give it a shot, take a look at it. Oh, I'm so sorry you're not feeling well, Revere. I apologize. I don't know why I apologize. I feel sorry. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Cookie Cake, I'm so sorry that my bot timed you out there. I hope you, you weren't trying to do anything aggressive or anything like that. I'm gonna try and stay on topic here though. I'm trying to finish this list implementation today, and I only got a little bit of time. I saw the CodePen link. I'm not going to look at it right now just because I'm in the middle of my project. So I hope you don't mind. If you'd like to though, if you post it on the Discord, I'd love to check it out. You can share it in a project forum or in the general or games chat if you'd like. Lots of people there would love to, I'm sure would be able to help you as well. That's a good place to post it. Revere, thank you so much for posting the Discord there like that. I was feeling under the weather last week. When I got home Friday, had a notice that 2 staff were confirmed COVID. Oh, that's awful. But yeah, Cookie Cake, we've gotten some rogue links before, so I try, and I don't know, maybe I shouldn't care so much about them. This should actually parse into expression expected is going to be a new, not a new, but empty list expression dot empty. Assert that they're equal. Expected and result dot value, and then when we evaluate it, we actually get back the list itself. Good. Let me know how it goes for you. I've only used it. I haven't used it a ton, but I've enjoyed using it when I had, and I've used it for for Hour of Code workshops and Girls Who Code workshops. I've used Phaser because it's a nice way to get stuff up and running pretty quick. And they have a lot of features in it as well. So I value expected is going to be empty list value dot empty assert dot equal here expected. Oh, I can't do expected like that. Expected val and result dot evaluate. Result dot value dot evaluate. So let's run this test. Evaluate with the empty environment.empty. Let's run this test. Let's see how we do. Revere, I hope your recovery is quick, my friend. Aside from that, how is your project coming along? Folks, if you guys don't know, the incredible Revere here is a fabulous game developer creating a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. It's a parody of Star Citizen, online multiplayer game, Star Citizen. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. I'm sure with being sick. I just wanted to check in though, see how you're doing. All right, so let's see. This test didn't initially pass. Let's rerun our test here. It didn't parse, and so that's a little surprising to me. Let's run our tests here. This should be part of our list expression. Parse empty list didn't pass, and it fails here, so I should add a message. Failed to parse with. And I'm sure it's going to say something like, well, we'll see here. Results.message. It'll probably say that unexpected square bracket. Ooh, these are now failing. That's interesting to me. What was our pretty print out? Oh, we just got to do a two. Okay. Let's come back here. Lists. While that's running, let's come back here. I don't know why somehow I changed this back. That was an accident. Let's run these again. Lance saying to Revere, I'd love to pick your brain at some point regarding the mechanical linkages and such with the landing gear in your models. I'm just moving some pads up and down, but I eventually would like to make something more robust. Revere is an excellent 3D artist. It's amazing. Revere doesn't claim to be a 3D artist, but his Blender skills, I find it's such a joy to watch you work in Blender. It really makes me want to learn more about it. And folks, Revere's gonna be one of our tutors during the game jam coming up in June, folks. So if you want to learn you a game jam, win up to $250 as prize, feel free to join that game jam. Check it out. K.O. Ferreira. K.O. Ferreira, thank you for following me. I'd like to thank you today for coming aboard to the crew, my friend. K.O. Ferreira, welcome. K.O. Ferreira, if I got that name wrong, feel free to correct me. Welcome aboard, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, welcome to the crew. I'm so glad you're here with us today. Happy Sunday, and so happy to have you with us. I don't understand this error here. What are you failing with? Unexpected end. I can't find this. You're welcome, Kale. No, thank you for joining the crew. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I'm Captain Coder. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. And this stream is dedicated to learning and coding together as a crew, learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day, folks. And we are trying to implement our own programming language. All right, so something's wrong with my parser here. List elements. Does this guarantee that we get one back? I was kind of hoping this would get us, this should be like an optional. That's interesting. This list elements here. We might just say, so I could do lists. This is interesting. Let me think here. I'm curious how this works. Does list elements, can I return? How does delimited by? Doesn't give us any comments here. I was wondering if I just assumed that this would optionally return nothing sometimes. Let's break this down a little bit more. All right, so we're gonna parse in, we'll call this open bracket. And this is gonna be a parse.char, specifically looking for the open bracket as a token. It can have white space on in the front or back of it. And then the elements list is gonna be list elements like this. And I guess this should be optional, optional. So it doesn't have to have this. And then our close bracket in parse.char, close bracket dot token. And so this can have white space on it as well. And then we optionally parse those. And maybe we should make that, maybe it's because this needs to be a token as well. And our list here, we have an optional type. And so we're gonna do get or else. And if the else, I'm just gonna return a new array of expressions that's empty. I'm gonna just do 0 here. What? Do I have to put parentheses? Get or else is return an I. Let me think about this real quick. In the chat, Cookie Cake says, is there any other browser-based video game making websites that you can suggest to me? Are there any other browser-based video game making websites you can suggest to me. Those are the two that I'm familiar with. Phaser, another one, Kaboom is okay. Kaboom is an okay replit built in. Neither work. I guess I don't understand. They work for me. Kaboom, again, is a replit thing, but it's a little bit slow. Kaboom is another framework for making games. It's in relatively early development though. So a Kaboom would work. So Kaboom is another framework for working. Phaser doesn't work. It works for me, so I'm not sure what you mean when Phaser doesn't work. It works for me. So that said, I'm not sure what you mean in that regard. Elements get or else. This should return an enumerable I expression. Like that. Am I just missing a parenthesis? Oh, okay, just missing a parenthesis. Okay. Does this work? And see what this does now. Okay, so our empty list parse passes. I also want to see if like just extra white space in there will work. Empty list with white space. Like that. Let's refresh this. How did you open it? I just created a REPL for it and I made it of the phaser type. If you're not familiar with Replit, you might have to take some time to learn how Replit works. Yeah, so I just created a Replit of the phaser type and used that. Okay, so we can have white space in there. Let's test with a list. Parse list. Parse singleton list. Like this. So I'm gonna put a 1 in here. So it should parse. It's not going to be an empty list. It's going to be a new list cons expression. A list cons expression, and the left side to be a new int value 1 followed by an empty list. So this should be the result here. And then if we evaluate expected, and I don't really have to do that. It should just, because I guess we can do expected dot evaluate with the empty environment. The expected value should be a new, yeah. So I kind of want to do this. Expected val is going to be a new list cons with a new int value. Because we can have expressions in our list. Our list can have arbitrary expressions inside. So this should be an empty list value. Yeah, so when we evaluate, so that's an interesting thing that we'll have to make sure we can do. If I hit run here, is it gonna add it or do I have to refresh it again? Parse singleton list. I hope it's parsing, yeah, parse singleton list. Okay, it's happy to do that. We'll parse multi-list 3. We'll put 3 things in there. With 3 things. So 1, we'll do some weird spacing to A and true. So make sure it can parse in a variety of things as well. So this should be a list that has a list cons. Should have and we'll put this on a new line just for our sanity's sakes. List cons with a 1. And we'll copy this. List cons with a 1. List cons with a char value of A. And then a list cons with a bool value of true. And then followed by the empty list. And we'll add our parentheses. And then when we evaluate this, it should evaluate to a list value of a similar type here. So this should be a new list cons, same thing. I know it's pretty wild here, but we have list expressions and list values. The value is what happens at runtime when you actually evaluate the list. So char value, bool value, and this is an A, and this would be a true. Let's run our test one more time. Okay, so our expected value, let's look at what we got, what it was. The actual was just a bool value true. It was in reverse order. It's in reverse order here. So our list parser, for some reason, why is it reverse? Why is it reverse? And let me double check and make sure that's true. Is it reverse? List cons 1A true. The actual was true A1. Why are you in reverse? Does the delimited return it in reverse order? A simple fix would be this, I believe. So let's check that. Okay. I don't understand why they're in reverse order here, but for some reason, the limited is returning them in reverse order, which is surprising to me. And again, there's no documentation on that. Weird. Okay. So we're able to parse a multi-list here with 3. Let's parse one with expressions in it. Parse list with expressions. And so inside of this, we could have a list with, let's do simple types, 1 plus 2, 3 plus, let's go with 5 less than 7, and true or false. Let's try that. So we should be able to parse this, and it should be an expression here. And this expression is going to be a little bit longer. It's going to be a new addition expression, int value 1, comma, int value 2, int, comma, new addition expression. Does not contain constructor with 3. Oh, like that. Oh, I need the word new. Okay. And then our second element should be a new less than expression, which would then have a new int value on the left 5 and a new int value on the right of 7. And then this last one would be a new or expression with a new bool value on the left, true, and a new bool value on the right, false. Just to make sure we get that, I see no reason why this one, because it's using DieSlang as the thing that it's separated by commas. But when we evaluate it, we should end up with 3. We should end up with true, and we should end up with true. So true and true there. The evaluation is essentially what I'm testing. Let's try true and false, so we get a false value here. This being an and expression. All right, let's run that. And these are just sanity checks for us. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that list there. Han says, Captain Coder, I'm learning about multi-dimensional arrays. A lot of old/retro games are made with those, right? Yeah, I don't know if it depends on what you mean made with those. I think multi-dimensional arrays, we made Minesweeper and we used multi-dimensional array in Minesweeper. They're sort of space efficient data structure for storing stuff in a 2D grid or a 3-dimensional grid. Yeah, so multi-dimensional arrays are fabulous resource. Great to understand for any programmer. Minesweeper, for example, when we did Minesweeper, it's on a 2D grid, and we used a 2D array to do it, so multi-dimensional array. Big Maple says, what was that star there? Set title, my guy with his huge coding skills. I don't know what that, it's sort of centered out for me, but I hope you're just saying my huge strong coding skills. But welcome, Big Maple. Welcome to the chat, my friend. Happy Saturday. Oh, it's Sunday. Happy Sunday. It's not Saturday anymore. It's Sunday. Han says, like multidimensional arrays of objects that can render the graphics to the screen. Or just a list. I'm not entirely sure. You can use multidimensional arrays for all sorts of stuff. I often find that I use dictionaries over arrays just because you have a little bit more flexibility there. Big Maple says, loved the answer. Well, I'm glad you loved the answer. And Big Maple, welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome aboard. We got a song. Big Maple Ooh Woo is here today, folks. We've got Big Maple Ooh Woo in our crew. Welcome aboard, yeah. Big Maple Ooh Woo. I'd like to thank you for following me. Big Maple Ooh Woo. Happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. I'm sorry, Big Maple. I hope it was, I just like to welcome you in board. I gotta give you a big thank you, my friend Big Maple. If I embarrassed you, I'm so sorry. Here's 50 extra points just for you. I apologize. And folks, we have to endure that terrible song. 50 points to all of you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator, folks. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. That's my job. I love it. I love it. How did I get so lucky? But this stream, on Captain Coder's Academy, we try and do a new project every week. I almost said every day. Every 7 days, I try and do a new project. We take projects from our Discord, so if you're not on the Discord, feel free to join. You can suggest a project, and we're implementing a programming language this week because that's what was suggested. This is our last day. There's going to be a lot of features left to add to this, so we'll probably come back to it at some point because I've been having a blast doing it. But I hope you enjoy your time here, folks. That said, folks, before, I always give a lot of notice to it at the beginning, but if you get on the Discord, folks, we're doing a giveaway. Do you want to win yourselves a laser engraved Captain Coder coaster? They call them Captain Coasters, folks. Captain Coaster. You can win a set of 6 of these bad boys brought to us by the incredible, the infragnable MMO Pug. MMO Pug, once again, thank you so much for your contributions, for donating. It's the only way to get those. The only way to get these is by entering that giveaway. There's no store. You can't just buy them. Only way to get them is through the giveaway, folks. So hop onto the Discord if you'd like to. Click enter to win. I will ship them anywhere that the United States Postal Service will allow me to do so. Big Maple says, I'm studying as a software engineer at college. Ooh, awesome. Awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, but welcome. Welcome. So happy to have you here. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love your questions, and backseat coding is encouraged, my friend. Backseat coding is super welcome here. All right, list expression. Okay, so I think we have lists in our language now. So we've added in a list type. We don't have a way to deconstruct lists, but we can make them. So if I go into my REPL here, here's the ultimate test. Here's the ultimate test is, oh, this is interesting. Let's run our REPL. When my list evaluates, so we're gonna say let ls equals 3d6, 1d4, and 2d5. Right, in ls, unexpected. Ooh, I don't like it. Oh, I know why. We didn't add this as an expression in our language. Let's go back to our generic parsers here. Let's add list expression. You can add it anywhere, I think, and it should be okay. I'm gonna add it down. The only thing that starts with a square bracket, so I'm gonna put a list expert down here. We should probably write a test for it, but let's just do this here. I should have copied that. Let ls equals 1d6 in ls. Okay, so we can evaluate that. So we got ourselves a list here. My real question is, can I do a list of, oh, it didn't let me copy, interesting. Or it didn't work, there we go. List of lists. I can do list of lists, folks. And this shows me that my die result, oh, I should have copied that again. My die result is being evaluated once because you can see it both times. This is super cool. I'm so excited about this list. We're gonna have to do some a little bit more on this, but oh, this is exciting. We have our list types. We can actually see what the result. So with ls equals, we could roll 3d6 and then another 3d6 and then a 1d12, something like that in ls. And the cool thing is we can actually nest these together so you can see, I know this might not be exciting for all of you. This is very exciting for me to see this. We end up with 10, 8, 14. We're actually rolling that die this way. So we don't have a way to construct lists dynamically yet in our language. So we're gonna have to add like a list constructor and a list destructor. So a head, a tail, and a cons method in here, but we can actually make empty lists and whatnot. This is awesome in my mind. Big Maple, sorry I missed your chat there. We're running on fumes here because we've been going so long. My last project, I was forced to use Java FX, and my team and I had the bad idea to implement a chessboard game. Pain in the butt in Java FX. Gotcha. We did on stream a while ago, forever ago. We did a refactor of a chess game. If we check out the archive, ours was it's just a refactor of someone else, but we actually have over on our archive here on YouTube, we refactored someone else's console chess program, which was a fun project, refactoring a chess program in C#. So someone had written a console-based chess program, we went and refactored it. That sounds wild, though. I'd love to know more about it. Folks, we just finished this here, though. Git status. Let's do a commit. Git add, git status, git commit -m feature, implement list parser. So we added our list parser to our language, and that's what I wanted to do today. We've implemented support for the list type. Boom. Done. Did it, folks. You saw it here first at Captain Coders Academy. I use git kraken. I use git. I'm not sure what git kraken is. I use git from the command line for the most part. Folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion, we just finished adding lists to our language. It would be nice and something that, you know, that we have a lot of things left to do here to make this a really useful and usable language. We'll probably move on to a new project tomorrow, but I'm going to table this project and we might come back in the future because the things that we're missing, really, we're so close to having a language that can do some interesting things, especially lazy streams, lists that sort of go forever but have a thunk inside that lets you do something interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna stop here though. I'm gonna find someone to raid, folks. As always, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing a new project tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure what project we're doing. If you want to suggest a project, go ahead and hop on the Discord. You can suggest a project for us. I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing. It is really useful for a project that involves multiple people. Git is awesome for multiple people. I've never used Git Kraken. I've been using Git from the command line for a long time. This is the last, I'm ending stream. I'm sorry, Cookie Cake, I'm so sorry. We'll be back tomorrow though. We'll be back tomorrow to keep working on it, or keep working. But if you want to suggest a project, if there's something you'd like to see, feel free to drop it in there. Cookie Cake, if you want to watch more, I know it won't be live, but we do have an archive of all the projects we've done on the Twitch here. We got a lot of things to check out if you like to. But we will return tomorrow. We're gonna find someone to raid here. Let's take a look, because I gotta eat some food. I gotta take care of myself. We've been streaming for 6 hours. That's a long stream for me. We're gonna go raid the fabulous, the insatiable Moonniz, fabulous streamer. He's working on the Ludum Dare 53. Ludum Dare 53 game jam, folks. And he's taught me everything I know about Unity. Incredible game developer. I've learned a ton over there. I know you're gonna love the stream. Be sure to ask lots of questions, give him some love, folks. And as always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Have yourselves a beautiful day.